Jack looked at his minions that were all inside this lightning prison: Thuras, Spirit Weapon, and Penuel. Thuras had very high health point and also high defense due to its armor. With its current sovereign mode, which was what Penuel called it when it transformed under his ultimate beast's effect, it should be able to tank through the spell. If it got too dangerous, he should still be able to unsummon it in time. Penuel was small and fast, but Jack had seen the speed of this perpetual lightning judgment. It was not something that could be dodged. Not to mention the sheer number of produced lightning was unreal. She had an innate reduced damage ability. If her health point dropped too low, she would go into an automatic invincibility state. However, he was not sure if Penuel would not be one-shot by the lightning. The spirit weapon was like Penuel, fast and had a slim frame that made it difficult to be hit. But its health point and defense were not that impressive. "Can you cast invincibility on the spirit weapon?" Jack asked Penuel in his mind. "I can sense the spirit weapon is part of you. But if I do that, you won't get the effect," Penuel answered. "Don't worry about me," Jack said. Penuel also received invulnerability when she cast the spell, so both she and the spirit weapon should be fine. Jack sensed that Garland had finished gathering his spell. The lightning core in his hand was ready to explode. Garland looked at Jack with a savage grin. "Perish, you pesky outworlder." "Penuel, now." Jack sent her a silent command. The lightning core exploded into countless lightning snakes. The lightning snakes went back and forth. It almost filled the entirety of the space inside the lightning fence, especially the area where Jack was at. Those from the outside saw as if the space inside the fence had become solid lightning. Aside from Garland and Thuras, which position was opposite from Jack, they couldn't see anything else. Garland stared at the lightning that filled his view. Since he could do slight mana manipulation, he could also sense mana. However, the mana created by his spell was too turbulent. He couldn't sense if the Outworlder had perished inside the sea of lightning before him. He thought it should be so. No way that Outworlder survived. He was about to shift his attention to Duke Alfredo outside his lightning fence. But he noticed the Thuras beast behind him was still alive. Its health point was below half already, but it was still alive. It was not so strange because he didn't concentrate his lightning on that pet. However, didn't a pet get unsummoned when its owner died? As an impossible thought dawned on him, he sensed something unsettling. A power that he was very familiar with, yet purer, more pristine, more divine. The lightning of his perpetual lightning judgment finally dimmed. In its place, 20 large lightning balls hovered. At the center was that dragon-shaped Outworlder, covered in a suit of lightning. Garland was stunned by the impossible sight that he paused for a beat. He simply couldn't believe this Outworlder had survived his strongest spell, unharmed even. In exchange, the Outworlder was generating a power of lightning that made the lightning within him trembled. When he snapped to attention, the 20 floating lightning balls had come to him. Time seemed to stand still. At this moment, 3 more details registered in his mind. Firstly, the Outworlder's spirit weapon. It had transformed into a gigantic sword and was currently falling from above him. Secondly, the long throat of the dragon-shaped Outworlder. It was shining an eerie purple. Thirdly, 1 out of the 6 arms of the Outworlder was glowing and had black lightning shrouding it. Then 3 things happened at the same time. The gigantic sword stabbed him and its energy core exploded. The 20 lightning balls crashed onto him and exploded. The Outworlder's dragon maw opened and unleashed a dense, destructive beam. What Garland didn't realize was that there were actually 4 things happening at that time. The 4th that he didn't notice was coming from his back. After surviving the perpetual lightning judgment, Thuras retaliated. It opened its mouth and yellow energy gathered before it. When Jack's 3 attacks hit Garland, Thuras also fired the yellow energy core. The 4 attacks hit at the same time and the resulting detonation was catastrophic. Both Jack and Thuras were pushed by the explosive wind and hit the lightning fence. The lightning fence also suffered under the pressure. It soon dissolved and the energy of the blast radiated outward. Jack's body fell to the ground and was dragged a long distance away. His body was still covered by the lightning suit. When he stopped, he looked at the receding explosion. Damn, that felt even more powerful than I expected, he said. I saw their ass shoot something from its mouth. What was that? That was Earth Core Bomb, Penuel answered. It was its ultimate attack when it was in sovereign mode. It carried concentrated energy of the Earth element. That means the explosive attacks just now had 4 elements mixed together? Jack said. His lightning god barrage was the lightning element. His spirit weapon's finishing mode was chaos element. His dragon form soul breath carried soul element. Thera's ultimate attack was the earth element. The combined explosive attack of 2 elements already resulted in a damage number that was greater than the sum of the 2 attacks. If it was an explosive combination that mixed 4 different elements, wouldn't the resulting effect be much stronger? Jack looked at the dispersing dust cloud. It was too far away for him to sense anything. Could Garland be killed already by those combination attacks just now? He hoped so. But if that was true, then he also felt pity since he didn't use his runestone of luck. As the dust cloud subsided, he saw a shadow inside. The shadow of a standing man. Garland was not yet dead. A blast of lightning burst out from the dust cloud and hit Jack. Luckily, he still wore the lightning god suit. He felt punched in the gut, but otherwise he received no damage. The lightning blast just now also dispersed the remaining dust cloud, revealing Garland in tattered clothes. His hair was disheveled. The health point bar above him indicated that he had less than 15% of health point left. Die! Duke Alfredo shouted. He cast his spell. Hundreds of magic spears materialized and shot at Garland. Garland had also been casting a spell when the Duke did. Strands of lightning formed a shell around him. This lightning shell destroyed the majority of the magic spears that came to him, but some still got through and stabbed him. Garland! I will help you! Claudius yelled. He was still fighting against Arlcard, Bailey, and Lauron. He repelled the 2 melee fighters before rushing to where Garland was. Duke Alfredo, who saw it, cast a spell and raised multi-layered earth walls that blocked his path. Jack looked at his hand. His overlimit was still active, and so did his lightning god suit. He couldn't let them go to waste. He again used Wind Jet to propel himself forward. He could see Thuras was also running towards Garland. His pet still had around 40% of health point, and it was also still in sovereign mode. Could still fight. Garland saw Jack approaching. He immediately fired a few lightning bolts at Jack. However, Jack just brushed them off. Jack continued to come at him at full speed. He was confused. Why did his lightning have no effect? He should have killed this outworlder 100 times over by now. In his frustration, he concentrated his lightning into a ball with his 2 hands. This concentrated ball of lightning crackled with overwhelming power. When Jack came before him, he detonated the lightning ball on Jack's face. At the same time, 2 of Jack's 6 hands grabbed Garland's arms. The lightning explosion would have obliterated anything. Yet Jack still stood before him. Jack had felt the strong blast from the explosion. He would have been blasted away again if he didn't hold Garland's arms. He had forcefully held onto Garland to stay close to him. Jack then battered all his 6 claws onto Garland, using whatever skills that were still available to him. Thuras had come and sent attacks from the back. Garland continued to batter Jack with his lightning, but it was as if all his attacks were thrown into the sea. None of his lightning seemed to bother Jack. There was no damage whatsoever. His confusion soon turned to fear. His health point was critical now. He blasted Thuras away with his lightning. He then turned to flee. Jack executed 100 shadow strikes, hoping this skill could take out the little health point Garland still had. He summoned his runestone of luck. Unfortunately, Garland survived the attack. Worse, Jack's overlimit and lightning god suit ran out of duration. Most of his skills were also on cooldown. Garland fired his lightning instinctively to push Jack away while fleeing. Jack activated Dragon Eye and cast Magic Wall. The wall shattered but successfully protected him. Without the lightning god suit, it would be easy for Garland to obliterate him. Duke Alfredo's no-fly zone spell had also ended. Garland found that he could fly again. He was just about to escape to the sky when a shadow crashed into him. Once it happened, numerous shadow blades pierced out of his body before stabbing back again. It was Arlcard with his rune technique. Since Claudius was busy with Duke Alfredo, Arlcard had taken the chance when no one paid attention to him to build up his rune technique. He then aimed the technique at Garland, who was close to death. Garland only had a little bit of health point left. It took only a few seconds for Arlcard's rune technique to take out Garland's remaining health point. When Garland's health point dropped to 0, Jack's runestone of luck was still beside him. Garland's body, which was floating just a few feet off the ground, fell back to the ground. Several items fell with it. Jack swooped in and picked all the items up without bothering to check them. They were still in the middle of a battle, after all. Garland, no? Claudius uttered after seeing his partner's fate. He realized then that they had been too confident. Garland had seen the eye-catching flock of eagle rider hunters and proposed to Claudius to come to exterminate them. The two of them then forced themselves behind the enemy's line. That's why they had so little support while being outnumbered. They thought that their troops would arrive soon. But the incidents where the army inside the fort came out and the prince escaped to the western hills had taken away their troops' attention. Hence, the support they expected to come never did. Claudius decided to not prolong the mistake. He used a charging skill and broke himself away. He was withdrawing in the direction of his troops. The Duke told everyone to not chase after Claudius. They were all exhausted and wounded. Laurent came and healed them. Peniel helped as well. "Where is Miller?" Bailey asked. "I'm sorry, Euro, he is gone. His body was completely destroyed. Even Laurent won't be able to resurrect him," Jack said. "No, Euro." Bailey's expression turned very sad. But it was soon turned to anger and resolution. "Come, we still have this battle to win," she said. Jack wondered what the relationship between the two was. Miller was also extremely upset when he saw Bailey was killed. Duke Alfredo told Jack softly that Miller was Bailey's brother. The fight continued for a while. The reinforcement army was being pushed back until suddenly the pressure eased up a lot. Lots of Therabus' army had turned and ran off to the east, leaving only a portion to deal with the reinforcement army. "They have seen the real prince," Jack uttered. The Duke nodded. "Let's capitalize on this chance before the troops that chased after the fake prince to the west returned." Jack pondered for a while before saying, "Duke, I will leave everything to you. I want to go and make sure the prince successfully escapes." The Duke paused and looked at Jack. He then said, "Go, we will deal with this." "I will follow," Bailey said. Her relationship with Prince Alonso was also not shallow. She would very much like to make sure that the prince was safe. Can you keep up with my steed?" Jack asked. "A Euro go," Bailey said. She had seen the speed of Jack's nightmare. Jack left Arlcard here. The vampire would be happy with this opportunity to collect EXP. Arlcard could unsummon himself back to where he originally was if he wanted to. Jack unsummoned their ass because he didn't feel safe leaving the pet alone, also because a pet would be automatically unsummoned if it was too far away from the owner. He then summoned Pandora. His dragon form had run out of duration. With the nightmare, he rushed to the east. It was actually more beneficial for him to stay in this battle. The left-wing army was still under him. If he left, he wouldn't get the benefit of their EXP reaping. Still, he felt like he had to make sure of Prince Alonso's safety. If Prince Alonso died, all their effort would become pointless. As he rode Pandora, his dragon, I picked up a human wrapped in a fiery suit some distance away on the front line. He had a better look and realized it was not exactly human. It was a humanoid tiger. Leave Me Alone had also reached level 50 and had upgraded his fire god blessing. He saw his grandfather fighting fiercely beside the fiery tiger. For one who advocated fighting only for self-defense, that geezer seemed to enjoy himself awfully much. As he was watching them, he realized somebody stood in his path. He stopped his steed abruptly. "What are you doing?" Jack asked the person. "You are going after the crown prince, aren't you?" Red Death asked. "No, I'm going after the third prince. I want to make sure he is safe," Jack answered. "The crown prince is going after the third prince. I will go with you. Can your steed keep up with mine?" Jack asked the same question he asked Bailey. "No, but you can carry me," Red Death replied. Euro. The two stared at each other for some time. Jack wasn't sure what to do. I will be furious if you leave me here, Red Death said. Jack sighed. He requested permission from Pandora before asking Red Death to climb to his back. Blackjack was running to them. Red. So, this is where you have gone to. Where are you going? I'm chasing after Therabus, Red replied. No, we are chasing after Prince Alonso, Jack corrected. Take me with you, Blackjack demanded. Dude, can you ask a reasonable request? Do you see any more space here? Jack said. I will follow you, Blackjack said and summoned his steed. Good luck, Jack replied and ran off. Blackjack, who just wanted to urge his horse to go forward, saw that Jack's steed was already very far away. He was speechless at the sight. Pandora took his two riders at an incredible speed as they traveled eastward. On their way, Jack saw Ahab's right-wing army was in the worst shape. They were the ones that first engaged the full brunt of Therabus' main army. Jack estimated Ahab might have lost half of his troops. Jack circled around the fighting armies so that he didn't get dragged into the fighting. Pandora's speed should allow him to still catch up to Prince Alonso despite taking the long trek. After he moved away from the battling armies, he caught sight of Therabus' army heading to the east. Therabus had brought a large army, probably half of his entire army. Did he truly have to bring all that troops to chase after a small fleeing squad? Jack wondered, but this was all within John's prediction. Prince Therabus wanted to ensure that they won't be caught off guard if there were hidden troops where Prince Alonso was heading. He only left enough troops to hold the reinforcement army from interfering with his chase. Jack sent a message to John. Hey, is everything ready? They will be upon the forest not long now. Our troops are currently heading to the killing zone. They should reach there before Therabus and Alonso arrived, John said. He was still at the reinforcement army's camp with the other guild leaders. The guild mobile platform couldn't be moved once summoned. They had sent their troops away following John's instruction but left a few melee soldiers behind to form a protective circle, just in case any remnant of White Death's troops decided to return. What about the war fires? Jack asked. The war fires are set. We just need to ignite them, John replied. I have left a few players there to do the deed. They will take action once Therabus' army entered the forest. It should not be long now, Jack thought. In the distance, he saw Prince Alonso enter the forest. Therabus, who saw it, instructed a small part of his army to spread out. His thought was that Alonso was trying to have them lose sight of him inside the forest and then sneak out from one side. He ordered his troops to cover both sides of the forest. No matter where Alonso tried to sneak out from, he won't escape. Hey, they are spreading out. They have some troops encircling the forest, Jack told John. That is to be expected. It doesn't matter. Those troops outside won't be able to do anything once the forest is on fire, John replied. By the way, how do you know the trees in the forest can catch fire? For all we know, the rule here will have only the war fire burning for 3 minutes as it was meant to. We will be fucked if it is so. Those 3 minutes of burning damage won't give the army much trouble. Jack had asked Penuel about war fire's property. It was a war tool that functioned as a trap, couldn't be put inside inventory and was very heavy, thus not an ideal tool to be moved around. It needed to be set before its target arrived. This war fire was ignited by hitting it using a fire attack. Upon detonation, it dealt fire damage in a 30-meter radius area. The area would then be aflame for 3 minutes. Anyone within this flaming area would receive continuous fire damage every second. Don't worry, I've tested it on a portion of the forest outside Heavenly Citadel. Trees in this world can catch flame when they are subjected to it for a long duration. 3 minutes is enough to set a tree aflame. Not only that, but we also tested that the longer ones remained inside a burning area, the fire damage they received will increase by the minutes. Of course, we used a high health point pet for that test. Players won't last inside the fire for long to get accurate data. A portion of €1, that was you? Jack had received a report of several charred trees in the forest within their guild's territory. What if the whole forest is burnt? You know we still need that forest for wood production, right? Who do you think you were talking to? Of course, I have thought of a safe way to test. I have a few mages cast magic walls to block that portion of the forest, so the fire didn't spread. They take turns casting the magic walls until the fire dies down. You can tell him that instead of burning the forest near Heavenly Citadel, he could have just learned about it if he asked me, Peniel said to Jack. Jack relayed the message, to which John replied, "But it won't be as fun, would it?" Jack decided to not discuss the issue with the psycho anymore. He paid attention to Prince Therabus' army. They were starting to enter the forest. Jack sent the report. "They are in, except for the troops that circled outside the forest. I know, the players who I tasked to ignite the war fires have let me know as well," John said. So it won't be long now, Jack thought. He was expecting the forest to go ablaze anytime soon. However, he received a message from John. "Bloody heck! What?" Jack asked back. "The players that were supposed to ignite the war fires are found out. They are getting slaughtered." Jack looked into the distance. There was indeed commotion with the troops that were encircling the forest. The players that were tasked to ignite the war fires positioned themselves at the edge of the forest, so they could run away from the flame once they do the deed. These players had instead been spotted by the encircling troops. Inside the forest, Therabus and his army continued to give chase to Prince Alonso. The trees inside the forest were not so dense that they could still give chase using their steeds. Their movements slowed down, though. But Alonso's group similarly slowed down as well. Beside Therabus were several high-level officers. Rain was amongst them, but he rode some distance away. One of the officers directly beside Therabus was a bow-wielding commander. Unlike the other soldiers who rode horses, the bow-wielding commander's steed was a large panther. The bow he carried was especially large. He was aiming his bow as his panther ran at high speed, veering through the trees with nimbleness. The bow-wielding commander's name was Robin. He was a level 63 rare elite knight commander. He doesn't seem to mind all the erratic movement of his panther while aiming. His arrows were shot occasionally. The arrow shot from his giant bow traveled unusually far, much further than a standard elite marksman's range. His accuracy, however, decreased due to riding and shooting at the same time, but they still struck near Alonso's group, which hindered their advance. The distance between Alonso's group and Therabus' chasing army was decreasing as time passed. What is it?" Therabus asked Robin, who seemed to notice something. Let me make sure." Robin shot another arrow. But this time his aim was not at Alonso's group. His arrow was shot with a skill. His arrow exploded and produced a wind torrent that blasted everything in the vicinity of its detonation. There was a pile of leaves where Robin had detonated his exploding arrow. The leaves were scattered away, revealing a large red-colored barrel. "A war fire!" Robin exclaimed. "Nobody uses fire attacks." He shouted to the soldiers behind him, who then relayed his order to the other soldiers. Robin then said to Prince Therabus, "Your Highness, I've noticed a large number of these piles of leaves all around this forest as we pass through. I suspect this forest has been filled with them." This forest was the one that John had requested the Black Cloak Guild to guard. The Black Cloak Guild had killed all the monsters here after they arrived. Luckily, the monsters in this forest were below their average levels. They also killed and chased away any intruders that wandered into the forest. They did it covertly, of course. Most of the time, the killed players didn't even know how they died. They attributed it to the deed of some invisible monsters in the forest. This way, no one suspected anything was going on in the forest. Once the war fires arrived earlier today, they had set them up all around the forest in preparation for tonight's operation. The prince's attempted escape was a feigned retreat tactic to draw Therabus' main army into the forest, where the war fires were waiting. There must be some enemies lurking around ready to light these war fires. Spread out and flush them out. Therabus gave the order to his officers. The order was quickly relayed. The chasing army separated again. A small portion searched around the forest while the remaining maintained their chase of Prince Alonso. The troops that encircled the forest on the outside also received the order and soon carried out a search. To the war fires themselves, Therabus didn't instruct his soldiers to do anything. These items were too heavy and they were in the middle of a chase. As long as no one ignited them, there should be no problem. The players that were supposed to ignite the warfires were waiting for the signal that Prince Alonso had reached the edge of the forest before they carried out their tasks. If they ignited the warfires too soon, Prince Alonso would be caught inside the burning forest as well. It was fine when the soldiers were simply paying attention to make sure that Prince Alonso didn't slip out of the forest. But when their attentions were shifted to searching for people in hiding, these players were soon found out. There, on the tree, one of the hiding players heard a voice. He turned to the voice and saw a soldier pointing at him. Several other soldiers were aiming their bows at him. "Holy Shida-Euro," the player uttered before getting bombarded with arrows. He was an elementalist. He didn't last long under the attacks. Every player that had been tasked to ignite the warfires was an elementalist. They were meant to ignite the warfires from afar with their fireball spells. The elementalist was not a class that can survive or break from an encirclement. They had low health point and couldn't move fast. Hence, when they were found out, they were as good as out. One elementalist cast his fireball spell despite not yet receiving the signal. He figured it was still better to carry out the plan before he was taken out. However, one soldier ran and used his body to cover the war fire, preventing it from being ignited. That elementalist was still cursing when he was forcefully pulled down and ganged upon. "Fuck! I shouldn't have given the task to these second-rate players," John cursed. "How the heck did they hide? Such amateurs." Jack couldn't blame John. With how stretched they are with manpower, it was the best they could do. They needed their best for the fighting, after all. They could only leave this simple task of igniting war fires to the mediocre players. "Genie, where is Prince Alonso's position?" Jack sent a message. Genie was amongst those that stayed with Prince Alonso as they fled. "We are not far from the rendezvous point, but there is this archer commander. His arrows keep on hindering our path. Some have struck several of us. Those that struck received a strong debuff and lost their movement speed. We have no choice but to leave them behind. Now there are only 4 of us left. Prince Alonso, Samuel, me, and another soldier," Genie replied. "Even if you reach the rendezvous point, it doesn't mean shit if the warfires are not ignited." "Fuck!" John cursed again. "Not far," Jack thought. All right then, Jack had Pandora aimed towards the forest. "Where are you going?" Red Death asked when he saw Jack rush towards the forest filled with soldiers. "Got to take care of something. Just hold tight," Jack answered her. Jack's unusual steed that produced a fire trail as it ran immediately caught the attention of the soldiers watching the edge of the forest. "Enemy!" shouted the first soldier who noticed Jack's approach. All the other soldiers immediately took position and readied themselves to block Jack's advance. Archer and mage soldiers stood behind the shield soldiers. They fired at Jack once he was in range. Jack cast barrier and then magic weapon. He used the formless flowing sword style to deflect as many of the attacks as possible. The remaining battered his barrier. Pandora's speed was so fast that the ranged soldiers only managed to make one volley before Jack was already upon them. Her fear aura caused extreme discomfort to the defending soldiers. As the shield soldiers braced themselves as Pandora was about to crash into them, the nightmare leaped. Even the tall walls of Heavenly Citadel and the noble district could be leaped over by Pandora. What more of these soldiers? With only one leap, Pandora landed behind the soldiers. The soldiers looked back with consternation as Pandora rushed into the forest. Jack passed through some soldiers that were spread around the forest. But Pandora was too fast and her fear aura caused the soldiers' reaction to becoming slow. So, none of them did anything as they saw Jack pass them by. "Where is it?" Jack looked around. He was a little regretful now that he gave the runestone of detection to Grace. His radar couldn't detect objects. The object had to be in his line of sight before his monocle told him something unusual was there. Hence, he couldn't tell for sure where the warfires were. However, John had informed him that the war fires were arranged 30 meters from one another, and they were covered by a pile of leaves. So he paid attention to any mounds of leaves. Soon, his monocle marked something in one of these mounds. There! He had Pandora headed over there. The speed of Pandora's approach created a wind that blew the leaves away, revealing the large red barrel. Staying on top of Pandora and without stopping, Jack's Stormbreaker swooped down with Flame Strike, hitting the barrel. The barrel exploded upon contact with Flame Strike. Jack's barrier was still on, but it was depleted after being hit by the explosion. Jack still lost some health point, but not much since his barrier had soaked up a portion of the damage. He received burn status, though. He ignored it as he urged Pandora to run out of the forest. Pandora was completely unfazed by the explosion. She was immune to fire damage. Chain explosions were soon heard. The war fires produced an explosion that hit a large 30-meter radius area with fire damage. That's why John had instructed the war fires to be put within 30 meters from each other. Only one war fire needed to be ignited. The explosion from the first war fires would hit the others in its vicinity, and those war fires would ignite the next ones, and so on. John had put all 300 war fires spread out around the forest, covered almost the entire forest. Within an instant, the forest turned into a sea of fire. The long constant fire damage started affecting the trees. The leaves on the trees and the shrubs on the ground were the first to catch fire. Soon everything caught fire. The soldiers inside the forest ignored the flame at first due to their high health point. But as time passed, the burning damage multiplied. Soldiers of the basic grades found their health point went down at a worryingly rapid rate. They looked around for an escape, but everywhere they looked, it was filled with fire. When these basic soldiers succumbed, the elite grades found themselves to be in a similar predicament. Jack had rushed out of the forest, but he could hear the burning soldiers scream from inside. "Damn!" he uttered. In his message, he said to John, "You are one ruthless bastard to think of such a cruel plan. There are only a few things that can be used to deal against a large number of enemies without sacrificing our own soldiers. Fire, water, poison, and disease amongst them. Fire is the most viable option for our current situation and location. I'm not even sure if poison and disease work similarly here compared to our past world. Well, whatever. I'm just glad you are on our side. I'm heading to the rendezvous point," Jack said. "It takes a roundabout trip to get there, even with your steed. Everything will be over already by the time you get there," John said. "Don't worry, that cliff is no problem for my steed. What are you going there for, anyway? There is no need for you to be there. Just as there is no need for me to be here when your players who are supposed to ignite the war fires are routed?" Jack asked. "Good luck," John replied but quickly added, "Oh, right. Since you are going there, if possible, capture or kill Therabus. I have considered the possibility of him not being amongst the chasing army. If that's the way, we would only defeat his army here, allowing Prince Alonso to flee back to the capital. The battle for the throne will still be ongoing. But since he is also joining the chasing army, this is a good chance to finish this conflict once and for all." "I will see what I can do," Jack replied. Jack ran to the easternmost edge of the forest. There was a high cliff that blocked the way. The forest's eastern side ended at this high cliff. "Hold tight," Jack said to Red Death. Red Death had been holding tight due to Pandora's extreme speed. She didn't understand why Jack asked her to hold tight even more. She soon found out the reason. Pandora ran straight for the cliff. When Red Death was worried that they would crash into the cliff wall, the nightmare jumped and scaled the wall. The steed then ran sideways alongside the cliff, right on top of the burning forest. "Your Highness, we have to get out of this forest," Robin uttered. "No, we stay with Alonso. We finish this tonight," Therabus exclaimed. "But there are only high cliffs where we are headed. We will be trapped inside this burning forest. Alonso is heading in the same direction. They have planned the trap in this forest. They will have a way out there. We cannot let them escape." Therabus was determined. Robin could only follow the command. He asked the healer units to focus their healings on the important personnel, especially the Crown Prince, while his bows never stopped shooting at the fleeing group before them. Jeannie, Samuel, and the one remaining soldier tried their best to intercept Robin's arrows that were coming at them. Genie had used a scroll of fire resistance to increase their fire resistance. It had been prepared beforehand as they were most likely to be caught within the burning forest as well. We almost arrive. Genie motivated them. As she did, another arrow came. The one remaining soldier that was with them parried the arrow, but suddenly a translucent claw latched onto him. He was then forcefully pulled away. Genie and the others watched helplessly as the soldier fell close to Therabus' army. Several of Therabus' soldiers came upon him while the others continued their chase. The ghostly claw that pulled the soldier away was a spell cast by a mage behind Therabus. The mage was also a knight commander, a level 70 special elite named Palom. The distance between Prince Alonso's group and Prince Therabus' army had shortened enough that Palom's spell could reach them. Samuel looked at the enemy behind them before turning back and saying to Prince Alonso, "Your Highness, you must continue running. Do not stop for anything." Prince Alonso looked at him with a questioning look. Samuel turned to Genie and said, "Miss Genie, please make sure the prince is safe." Samuel, "No. You mustn't," Alonso uttered. "Be safe, you two. I will buy as much time as possible," Samuel exclaimed as he jumped down from his steed and stood there amongst the burning trees and waited for the approaching army. "Samuel!" Alonso yelled. Genie gripped Prince Alonso's arm. "My prince, we have to keep going. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain," Genie said. Alonso gritted his teeth. He cursed his own helplessness and his royal line. All this fighting, all this loss of lives, was it all worth it? If he surrendered to Therabus, could he have prevented all this? But then, he would be betraying everyone's hope in him. He looked ahead. He would survive and he would become the king, so that everyone who had fallen could rest in peace. Samuel didn't glance back. He heard the hoarse galloping sounds behind him. The sounds didn't slow down and were getting further. "Good," he said in his mind and tightened the grip on his twin tomahawk axes. Samuel uttered a battle cry. His body bulged up and grew larger. Thin, translucent light covered both his axes. He used jump assault just as the approaching Robin shot an arrow at him. His super jump brought his body shooting past the incoming arrow. Samuel's jump assault brought him directly to Therabus. A level 60 special elite knight carrying a shield came before Therabus. His shield clashed with Samuel's axes. Samuel landed on the ground just as several claws came out of the ground, with him at the center. It was the entrapping mana claws cast by Palom. Samuel's body spun at high speed before the claws hit him. This spinning attack broke the incoming claws while producing a very wide tornado. The skill was similar to Berserker's punishing cyclone but was much stronger and affected a very wide area. Therabus' advancing army was halted as a result. When Samuel's tornado attack ended, an arrow struck his side. It slowed his movement as Palom cast another spell. Several claws with chains came and bound Samuel's body. Samuel used Berserker's Cry of Rage, eliminating all movement restrictions before continuing to attempt an assault on Prince Therabus. He didn't think it was possible to defeat Therabus with so many soldiers protecting him. His intention of gunning on Therabus was so this pursuing army couldn't advance. As long as the Crown Prince was stuck here, the army would also stay and focus on protecting Therabus, thus buying Prince Alonso time. However, Samuel was not only alone but his level was also not as high as the high-level officers surrounding Therabus. His attempt was valiant but did not last long. He was soon overpowered. "I see the end of the forest already," Genie exclaimed. The trees were getting sparser and so was the fire. Alonso and she finally came out of the forest and into a large clearing surrounded by high cliffs. This was the only spot on the eastern side of the forest that was not directly blocked by the cliff. It had a half-circle clearing before the cliffs. When John asked Dogs of War to scout the surrounding area, he learned about this terrain and adjusted his plan to allow this place as the site of the final confrontation. At first glance, it was a dead end. In front of them were high cliffs, and behind them was the burning forest. There was only a limited area in this clearing where they were safe from the fire. However, if Therabus' army came out from behind, there would be nowhere else to flee, unless they had a flying spell or flying tool. The mage soldier that helped them fly down the fort's wall had been killed during the chase. At this time, a sound called from above the cliff. "Genie, here." Bowler was up there atop the cliffs. With him were the guild armies and members of Dogs of War that had defended John and the others from White Death's force. This was the place where John had sent them after they beat back White Death. Bowler threw a couple of ropes down. "Hurry," Bowler urged. He could hear the sounds of a large force approaching from inside the burning forest. Genie and Alonzo immediately came over and took the ropes. They started climbing. When the two climbed only a quarter of the ropes, an arrow shot out from the forest. Carried with it crescent-shaped wind energy. This crescent energy slammed onto the cliff, where the two ropes were hanging. The ropes were cut by the impact. Both Genie and Alonzo fell back to the ground. Therabus' army soon emerged from the burning forest. The Crown Prince looked at the guild armies and players atop the cliffs. "So, this is your plan," Therabus said to Alonzo. "You lure me here into a kill zone, trapping me in between a cliff and a burning forest, then bombard me with attacks from up there. This is a good plan, but only if you have managed to climb up. With you down here, they won't be able to throw attacks recklessly." Therabus gave the order, "Catch Alonzo! Kill the Outworlder." When Therabus' soldiers started moving forward to carry out the order, they heard the sounds of a horse galloping. Strangely, it didn't come from the back. The sounds came from the side. They turned and saw an astonishing sight. A flaming horse was galloping sideways on the cliff wall. Two riders were clinging to it. They were approaching at an incredible speed. Jack saw Genie and Prince Alonzo down there. He immediately sent a mental instruction to Pandora to go to them. "Get ready. I grab the prince, you grab Genie," Jack said to Red Death. Robin saw the incoming nightmare and identified its riders as hostiles immediately. He aimed his bow and fired. A cascade of arrows headed to Jack. Pandora saw the incoming attacks and deftly weaved her way. The arrows struck the cliff wall, but none hit the nightmare. Other ranged soldiers started firing their attacks at Pandora as well. As they did, Therabus reminded the soldiers to go for Alonzo. Palom cast his spell and a series of chained claws shot at the third prince. Genie put herself before Alonzo as her spears turned into a blur. She used the 100 Spears skill. Her control had improved a lot that she could direct the lightning-fast attacks to specific targets. Her spears stabbed the claws that were coming. The claws were smacked aside by her stabs, but they came back again. She maintained the activation of her skills as the claws kept on coming again and again. She moved a step back as he continued to deflect the claws. Her stamina won't allow her to last forever. Not to mention, the other melees were coming as well. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard and a figure shot out from the burning fire. It was Samuel, whose life was very low already. He took Palom by surprise. 6 swirling axes that revolved around his body struck Palom. This interruption caused Palom's spell to collapse. The chained claws dissolved into thin air. Samuel also slashed at Robin at the same time. Robin was more attentive. He dodged this sudden attack, but by doing so, his arrows no longer hindered Pandora. His arrows posed the biggest danger to Pandora's advance. For the common soldier's arrows and magic attacks, Jack easily used his swords to deflect them while Pandora continued straight. Without the interruption, Pandora made a burst of sudden speed. Jack's heart leaped when it did. He thought for a second that he had fallen off the steed since his 2 hands were in the air deflecting attacks. Luckily, he was not. His butt was magically glued to his steed. This sudden speed increase brought them instantly to the ground where Genie and Alonzo were. "Think fast," Jack exclaimed as he stored his swords. His 2 hands extended to Alonzo. Red Death also extended one hand to Genie with the other one still holding Jack tightly. She didn't dare to let go of both hands. She didn't have the magical glue to the butt as Jack did. Their hands clasped each other. As they did, Jack caught sight of Samuel. A giant claw was gripping his lower body, while an arrow from Robin penetrated his neck, resulting in critical damage. Yet, Samuel was smiling as he stared at Jack, who was holding Alonzo's hand. He knew he had fulfilled his duty as his health point dropped to 0. Jack gritted his teeth. His hand held Alonso's arm tightly. The best he could do to honor the fallen warrior was to make sure he did his part in ensuring the third prince's safety. Pandora didn't slow down. Even with 2 extra baggage, she didn't appear burdened. She reached the cliff wall and ran up vertically. "Stop them!" Therabus shouted. Yet all the range attacks couldn't catch the speedy steed. "Fire!" Serpent Boss, who was up there on the cliff, gave the order after seeing the situation. His guild mostly consisted of gunners, which was also another reason why John tasked this guild to come here instead of joining the big fight in front of Fort Garradhor. This group of gunners all activated their shooting stance before opening fire. Once Dogs of War members started shooting, the guild armies did the same. Soon, all sorts of ranged projectiles, physical or magical, rained down on Therabus' army below. Pandora shot out of the cliff wall and landed near the guild army during that time. Therabus' army couldn't do anything but be sitting ducks down there. There was nothing they could do. Before them was a dead end, while behind them was the flaming forest. The only one who could hit back at the armies shooting from atop the cliff was Robin. His giant bow gave him unusual range compared to others. But with only him alone, he couldn't make any difference. The soldiers tried their best to protect Therabus from the bombardment, but many magical attacks dealt AoE damage. They couldn't give complete protection. John instructed the guild armies to take out the healers first. With them gone, Therabus' army won't survive for long. "Your Highness, we have to flee," Palom uttered. "Go. Don't worry about us," Robin added. Therabus was unwilling. He was this close to getting rid of the final obstacle to the throne and taking control of this kingdom. How can his army lose to the enemy's ploy? Therabus looked around him. He had lost many troops due to the fire inside the forest. Many panicked inside the fiery forest and ended up lost without knowing which way to go until they were burnt to death. The ones with him here were also not in full health after suffering through the fire. It didn't take many shots for the armies above to finish the ones down here. Some troops continuously came out of the fire to where he was, but they were simply additional meat thrown into a meat grinder. The troops he left outside to encircle the forest couldn't rush in to assist due to the flame. Therabus nodded without uttering a word. Palom cast a spell and held Therabus. The two started floating. Palom was the only remaining mage soldier here that had the flying spell. He also cast the group barrier spell. Everyone in his vicinity was being covered by a protective barrier, including Therabus. This was to protect the two of them from range attack while flying away. As their bodies started to lift off, Serpent Boss aimed his rifle. He was using a long rifle instead of the silent handgun from before. This rifle was also a super rare weapon. It had a higher damage value compared to his silent handgun. Additionally, this rifle also increased his shooting range more than normal. John might have expressed his confusion as to why it was David and not Serpent Boss that was controlling their guild army. However, even if it was Serpent Boss, John would have asked someone else to take over the guild army control at this time and sent Serpent Boss to this place. The reason was that Serpent Boss had a unique skill. It was called Pull of the Earth. It was a skill that could be applied to either melee or range attacks. It lasted 10 seconds. Anyone that was hit by an attack when the skill was active would lose all sorts of flying ability. John had expected there might still be some enemies that had a flying ability. They would no doubt use the ability to save Therabus at this time. So, Serpent Boss ability was invaluable in the current situation. However, with the barrier protecting Palom, Serpent Boss Pull of the Earth skill won't take effect. So, he instructed everyone to focus their fire on Palom. Palom cast several other spells as he and Therabus increased in altitude, magic wall and a disruptive field. The disruptive field caused all ranged attacks coming at them to swerve. When it seemed as if the two might escape, 20 shadows suddenly appeared beside them. The shadows struck at Palom at an impossible speed. Bowler, who recognized the skill, turned to his side. "No, this guy is still here," he thought as he looked at Jack. Jack also recognized the skill. It was his 100 Shadow Strikes, or more precisely, Commander Quintus' 100 Shadow Strikes. A fully leveled one that produced 20 shadows. However, Commander Quintus was still fighting near Fort Garradhor. Not to mention the skill required close range. There was no ally down there except Samuel, who was already lying still on the ground. Palam's barrier instantly burst after receiving 100 shadow strikes. He also received damage as his barrier could only block a quarter of the attack. The shadow coalesced into a single person in between Palam and Therabus. He kicked Palam while slashing at Therabus, forcing the two to part. He made another slash. The slash produced an image of a giant black crow which dove Therabus back to the ground. Therabus' barrier was destroyed by the assault. He also received residual damage. Palam tried to give chase, but Serpent Boss fired his shot at this time. Without the barrier protecting him, Palam couldn't resist Serpent Boss' pull of the earth. His flying spell was dispelled and his body fell back to the ground. As Therabus struggled to rise, the secret assailant shifted to his back. The assailant's dagger dove into Therabus' back with very high damage. Peniel later informed Jack that the stab was done with lethal backstab skill, a more powerful version of Rogue's backstab skill. Therabus' health point was already not in full health when Palam attempted to carry him away. With the series of attacks just now, his health point was down to critical. The assailant was holding Therabus from the back. As he prepared to deliver a final blow, he said to Therabus, "This is a gift from Prince Remus." Therabus realized then that the assailant behind him was Rain. As Rain was about to land a killing blow, Prince Alonso shouted from above, "Stop!" Rain stopped due to the shout. When Prince Alonso saw Rain's dagger was still aiming at Therabus, he uttered, "Stop! Killing the crown prince is a grave sin. You will receive heavy punishment. Just detain him." Therabus' army tried to go their lord, but attacks from above immediately rained down on them again when they moved. "Nobody move!" Rain bellowed, still holding Therabus. Everyone stopped. Palam's health was critical already. Robin was also not in a good shape. He was staring at Rain. He didn't dare take another step. It was very easy for Rain to take the crown prince's life at this time. "You have lost. We will take Therabus captive. Lay down your arms, or we will end all of you here," Alonso warned. Therabus' army turned to Therabus, who was still held by Rain. Therabus, who heard that, laughed instead. "Ha ha ha. You are no prince, Alonso, and certainly not worthy of being a king. You showing mercy just goes to show that you don't have the mettle to sit on the throne." "I never want the throne," Alonso uttered. "Brother, stop this madness. Our people are dying needlessly due to this conflict." "Humph. What I do it for the sake of this kingdom. A little boy like you won't understand the burden of leading a country. You don't have what it takes to make the difficult choices. You can't even see the true enemies that stand right beside you. You let these invaders run freely in our world. You are the one that should stop your madness." "What enemies? You are just letting your fear of the unknown control you. And you let your ignorance blind you from seeing the face of danger." Jack, who stood beside Alonso, said, "Your Highness, where I came from, we have many evil people. The evilest ones all have one thing in common. They believe they are doing the right thing, that the sufferings and the casualties they caused are all necessary for the greater good. There is no point arguing with such people. Their point of view is so different that you might as well speak two different languages." I still have to try," Prince Alonso said. Therabus laughed again. "Do you think you can detain me, Alonso? My followers will fight till their last breath to free me. You won't hold me for long." "What he says makes sense, Your Highness," Jack said to Alonso. "If you don't end this here, this civil war will continue." I can't he is my flesh and blood Alonso uttered. Jack saw Alonso's undecided expression, but then he realized Alonso was also just a teenager, the same as him. He never had a sibling, but he imagined if he did, even one as awful as Therabus, would he be able to order a death sentence for that sibling? "Ha ha ha. You are worthless," Therabus mocked. "It is my destiny to be the king. This is just a hiccup in my ascent to the throne. I will ugh." Everyone turned to Therabus after hearing his groan, expecting Rain to have decided to ignore Alonso's order. Yet Rain wasn't moving. He was similarly displaying a surprised expression. Beside him, Red Death had appeared delivering a backstab to Therabus. She had used Vanish to turn invisible before jumping down and using Rogue's skill Finishing Blow. Aside from the increased damage from the skill, the stab was also boosted by backstab skill and ambush bonus. The resulting damage took out Therabus' already low health point. "This is for Remus," Red Death uttered. "Brother," Alonso shouted. "Your Highness." Therabus' soldiers lunged forward after seeing their prince's fallen body. "Stay back," Serpent Boss uttered and shot his rifle. The others also started shooting again, killing a score of Therabus' army. Robin, who was the fastest, managed to get to Therabus first. He checked the body, confirming the Crown Prince to be gone already. "You murderer!" Robin shouted in rage. He fired an arrow at Red Death, but the arrow was cut mid-flight. Rain was standing in front of Red Death, protecting her. Robin turned to his comrades. Only a few were left. Palom, who was in critical health, didn't join the others when they lunged. But they would all be annihilated if they didn't surrender. Robin looked at Therabus, who was laying on the ground under his feet. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop! We surrender!" Genie heard the declaration and ordered everyone to stop attacking. Once things calmed down, Genie demanded Therabus' surviving army to move away, close to the still-burning forest. Jack summoned Pandora again and said to Alonso, "Your Highness, do you wish to go down there?" "Yes, Euro," Alonso replied. Jack carried him down to where Therabus' body was. Alonso knelt beside the body and stayed silent for a long while. Jack went over to where the remnant of Therabus' army was standing and take Samuel's body. Therabus' army remained still and didn't do anything to Jack. They gave him hateful glares, though. Jack carried Samuel's body to where Alonso and Therabus were. He watched Alonso's mournful expression and then looked at Samuel's body. He asked Penuel in his mind, "Is there no healer in the army with a resurrection spell like Loron?" Resurrection spell is very rare. Loron has it because he used to be a prominent member of the Church of Creation, Penuel explained. "Perhaps there are a few in the army who has that spell, but I doubt they are here in this war. Can't we call Loron here? His resurrection spell has a 3-hour cooldown. By the time his spell is off cooldown, it has passed the 1-hour limit that Samuel can be resurrected. I'm assuming it is Samuel that you want to resurrect." "Yes, Euro," Jack sighed. Jack laid Samuel's body down gently. They didn't start off in the best way, but this old warrior had proven to be an honorable fighter and a loyal follower. It was a pity that he couldn't be saved. While Jack was lamenting Samuel's fate, Alonso stood up and said to Red Death, "You have committed a grave sin of murdering a prince." Hearing that, Jack came to her defense. "Your Highness, this is war. You shouldn't hold her responsible. Therabus was captured already. She assaulted a powerless man," Alonso uttered. "She fought for you in this war, Your Highness," Jack reminded. "She died Euro, but it can't absolve her from her crime. She will be banished. She will be escorted to this kingdom's border and will no longer be welcomed here. If she does, she will be hunted and put in prison." "Your Highness Euro," Jack shouted, attempting to argue, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned and saw it was Genie. He received a message from her then. "The prince is actually doing her a favor. If she stays in this country, she will be a target by Therabus loyalists who seek revenge." Boo to Euro. Jack didn't think it was fair. Maybe Red Death had dealt the finishing blow to Therabus to take revenge for Remus, but her action had also helped Alonso remove his predicament. Sparing the Crown Prince would inevitably prolong this civil war. It was unreasonable for Red Death to suffer for an action that had brought peace back to this kingdom. Red Death, however, didn't appear dissatisfied by the verdict. "I accept," she said. Jack came to her. "Are you sure? You can join our guild. You will be safe in our guild headquarters. You can teleport to any country and come back anytime you want." "I said already, I ain't going to join your guild," Red Death said. "I intend to leave anyway. I'm going to search for Black Death. Only after finding her that I will return and sort out Death Associates Guild." Jack sighed. Where will you be going then? Someplace where my Gyuro my ex-guild has not yet access till now. Either Hydrodon Dominion, Liguridium Realm, or the Republic of Palgrost. My guild has access to all those countries. Red Death gave Jack an annoyed stare, to which Jack just shrugged. Have you tried the Missing Outworlders Coordination Center? Jack asked. They probably have info about this Black Death you are searching for. I have. They don't have info about a person resembling her description, Red Death replied. By the way, what loots did you get from Therabus? Jack asked. Red Death didn't answer his question. Take care of yourself, okay? Jack said. I don't have any more recall plates, but if you need help, just holler. I will come running. Do you think I need a hero? Uhayuro, I guess not. Jack scratched his head. Don't worry, I will look after her, Rain said. Then to Red Death, she said, My lady, do you mind if I become your companion? Jack and Red Death turned to him with surprised expressions. My lord Remus, respected you a great deal, so am I. I am in your debt for exacting his vengeance when I hesitated for fearing the consequences. I will be depending on you then, Red Death said. Damn girl, you get yourself a rare elite companion that is higher level than mine, Jack complimented. He checked his status window to check Arlcard's situation. The vampire was still alive and still fighting. Arlcard had increased in level again, this time by 2 levels to level 58. All the enemies killed during the war as well as the partial EXP from killing Garland must have given him lots of EXP points. But even then, he still lost to Rain, who was a level 65 rare elite. The battle at Fort Garradhor was still ongoing. Genie had sent a message to the man in the front line to inform Commander Quintus that Therabus had fallen. Commander Quintus had his troops shout the news. Therabus' army didn't believe, of course, but it still lowered their morale. They looked at the burning forest in the distance. Some even broke away from the battle to head to that forest. Since Therabus had been defeated and Alonso was safe, Armstrong gave the command for the army to fight defensively. They tried breaking away from the enemies to minimize casualties, at the same time also marching to the burning forest. You are the one that leaked the information about the siege weapons, aren't you? Jack asked Rain. Rain nodded. Prince Remus gave me his last order before he dies. He asked me to pretend to submit to Prince Therabus and worked in the shadow against him. That if he couldn't be the king, then Therabus shouldn't be allowed to either. Now that I have carried out the order, my duty is fulfilled. I'm no longer part of the Themisphere Kingdom. I will go where I wish from now on. After Therabus' army saw the crown prince's body, most dropped down arms and surrendered. Several didn't know what to do. Alonso announced to them that this civil war had been a tragedy. Both sides had lost in this war. He won't hold anyone responsible. He would also not hold a grudge against the soldiers who had fought against him in this war. Everyone should return to their posts and resume their duties. Those that had fallen would receive proper burials, whether they fought for Therabus or Alonso. Alonso told them that he hoped this was the end of their squabble. Themisphere Kingdom had lost many capable soldiers today. They couldn't afford to be weakened further. They should now strive for the good of the kingdom. He urged those that were loyal to Prince Therabus to bring up their complaints and demands in the formal court. He would try to work them out as best as he could. He warned that any further act of violence would be considered an act of rebellion and would not be tolerated. There would be no more forgiveness for any transgression going forward. A few high-profile officers that were most loyal to Therabus and his ideals couldn't find themselves working for Alonso, so they resigned then and there. One of them was the mythical grade Lord Marshal Arthur Pendrake. Alonso thought it was a huge waste, but he didn't give them any trouble. From now on, the Themisphere Kingdom would only have 2 Lord Marshals. The reinforcement army marched back to the capital then, with Prince Alonso among them. Took them 2 weeks to return to the capital. But since the civil war was officially over, the Outworlders were free to return using the nearest zone portal inside the inward. All participating Outworlders on Alonso's side received notification that they had successfully completed the war summon quest. Everyone received EXP points, mana cores, coins, and war contribution points based on their contribution. Those that decided to participate in the war were greatly pleased by the rewards. Those that had followed the war from start to end easily increased 2 levels after the notification. Some who contributed more even increased 3 levels. Those that survived till the end were mostly at level 50. Those that lost 1 or 2 levels recovered their lost levels and then some. What they lost were the coins they had paid for the Amulet of Rebirth, but the rewarded coins compensated for the loss. They even gained mana cores and war contribution points. Prince Alonso announced that they could go to the Kingdom Representative Office in any city to exchange those points for goods. Those that had lost levels even gained a buff of 50% increase in gained EXP for 1 week. The other players who had learned about these rewards were now regretting not having participated in the war. There were also rumors about participants who didn't wear Amulet of Rebirth. These players fell back to level 1 and lost everything. These players gained extra EXP, cores, coins, and points from the reward and also receive a 200% EXP buff for 1 month, as well as a full set of level 10 rare grade set equipment to help them restart. No one thought falling back to level 1 was worth any reward, but still, the rewards were generous enough to help these players get back on their feet. Those who had no Amulet of Rebirth but were smart had already put their important belongings inside the bank's vault for safekeeping, so not all their belongings were lost when they fell back to level 1. In Jack's case, he received 19 million EXP points, 950 mana cores, 210 gold coins, and 3,326,257 war contribution points. The notification appeared as a projection in front of him and listed out his achievements that provided the war contribution points. Fight enemies troops equals 426,257 war contribution points. Participate throughout the war equals 100,000 war contribution points. Lead a regiment equals 300,000. War contribution points. Successfully carrying out a surprise attack on the encirclement army equals 500,000 war contribution points. Play a major role in destroying siege weapons equals 300,000 war contribution points. Kill a high-ranked officer equals 800,000 war contribution points. Ignite. The war fires equals 300,000 war contribution points. Save Prince Alonso from capture equals 600,000 war contribution points. The list only described the war contribution points granted for each achievement, but Jack was sure these achievements also affected the amount of EXP, cores, and coins that he received. The points from fight enemies troops were unique considering it was the only one with uneven numbers. He figured that these were the standard points that were calculated based on the damage dealt to the enemy's soldiers. The more enemies that were killed or damaged, the higher this point. Jack grinned after seeing the rewards. Combined with the EXP he gained from the final battle, he only left around 3 million EXP points out of the 30 million points needed to fill up his Lightning God blessings. This amount won't take him long to gather, which meant his level won't get hindered as before. He was also happy for the mana cores. He had burned half his stock to summon Ice Demon Fiend several times during the war. With this reward, his stock of mana cores had gone up to 1,310 mana cores. He was sure Genie was happy with this mana core reward. Almost all their members joined this war, meaning that many would be able to donate these mana cores soon. She would then be able to copy many items. For coins, the reward was generous, but he didn't think it a big deal. He had other avenues for coin income. Jack donated 500 mana cores and 200 gold coins to Genie to be used for guild purposes. He also informed her of the new material requirements for the final upgrade of his Lightning God blessing. He asked her to amass the Divine Gem and Magic Crystals whenever she had spare mana cores. ×2 because Leave Me Alone would need the same quantity as well. As for the war contribution points, he was not sure if the amount he gained was many or not. He would have to see the item list which he could exchange using these points first. John saw Jack's grin. He said, "You seem awfully satisfied. You must think that you get the most points out of this war, don't you?" "Why, of course. I am one of the leaders and I do many things that help in the war," Jack said, and then added loudly, "But since I'm not a boastful person, I wouldn't announce to everyone that I got more than 3 million war contribution points." Several people gasped hearing Jack's not-so-subtle words. Moore was annoyed. This was what you call not boastful. John, on the other hand, was snickering. Jack looked at him suspiciously. John then said loudly, since I am also not a boastful person. I also won't announce that I got more than 5 million war contribution points. What? You are lying. What did you do that gives you that many points? Bowler, who was with them, uttered. Why do I want to lie? Each of my strategies netted me more than 1 million points, John said. I have made 4 strategies throughout the war. The battle during the first day, the battle to destroy the siege weapons, the distraction during the last battle, and the burning forest tactic. I'm even wondering why anyone can get more than half my points, even if that person is Jack. I mean, I alone have influenced this war more than all of you combined. I should get points more than all of you combined. I am seriously getting underpaid here. Underpaid my ass, you self-important prick, Bowler scolded. Remind me to make a strategy to send you for a suicide task the next time, John returned. Jack ignored the two's bickering. He guessed John was right. John contributed more compared to the others, even him. John's strategies played a key role in this victory. Without John's plan, they would have lost the war for sure. Most of the players who supported Alonso traveled together to Theenward to use its zone portal. Their numbers caused a commotion on the street. They paraded themselves on the street like victors back from the field of battle, because they were. Several groups of players watched them with unfriendly scowls. When they used their inspect, they found out these groups of players were from the guilds that had supported Therabus. They threw a taunting face, which caused those players to fume even further. The players on the losing side didn't receive any reward when the war ended. That's why these players had been extremely unhappy with the war result. Not only that, a vast majority of them even lost levels in the war. They were trying their best to hold themselves from lunging at these parading fuckers on the street. But considering most of these parading fuckers were level 49 and 50, it was indeed best for them to stay put. Most of the guild leaders walked together at the front of this parade instead of grouping with their own members. Ah, it's nice to finally be a winner again. It feels good. I like it, Fat Gregory said. Mr. Stormwind, it was indeed a wise decision to join your side. Don't you say so, Mr. Josh? I guess it is acceptable, prideful Josh replied. Ha! Didn't you two keep on complaining that our chances don't look good yesterday? Beauty Beholder said. Ahaha. Don't listen to her, Mr. Stormwind. From now on, your guild is our big brother. We will listen to you. If you need anything, just holler, Fat Gregory said. Oh? Hey. In that case, how about we make a new coalition? With us here as the members, Jack proposed. That sounds like a splendid idea, Fat Gregory uttered. What does everyone say about this? Hold your horses, Jeannie uttered, then said to Jack. If you propose this, then you have to be the one settling all the management processes with these guilds. Perhaps we should rethink, Jack said. Although Jeannie said that to Jack, she was not entirely against the idea of forming a coalition with these guilds with whom they had worked together during the war. John also thought it was a good idea. They didn't need any solid purposes like doing a joint epic quest to band together like the previous coalition. Simply some mutual exchange of information was good, as well as a pact to help each other when one of them needed it. Hearing that, Jack said that he fully supported the idea and would let them have full authority over how to manage this cooperation with the other guilds. Jeannie and John gave him a hard stare as a result. Since everyone wanted to exchange their war contribution points, the Kingdom Representative Office was full to the brim with players. The office was a large building, only slightly smaller than the Adventure Associations, but since everyone wanted to exchange their points at the same time, it was still not big enough to cater to the needs. One city only had one such office. Due to the excessive queuing, those who had less patience ended up teleporting to other cities to use the office there. Many ended up following these players, allowing the space to get freed up. Jack didn't go to the other city since he didn't need to queue, because no one was brave enough to ask him to queue. The players even moved to the side when they saw him approach. They didn't know Jack approached with the intention to queue as well. Jack just saw these players as being extremely kind and friendly. He thanked them as he passed them by. He didn't notice Bowler and the others get blocked by these same players once he went ahead. When Jack reached the counter, the officer asked him to place a hand into some sort of a scanning device. The device took his information. A list then appeared in front of him, showing the goods he could exchange using his war contribution points. There were tons of items on the list, from mundane goods such as healing potions, common equipment, common ingredient and materials, to unusual goods such as gems, technique books, recipes, even divine gems and magic crystals. As he scrolled up, the rarity of the goods increased. He saw many super rare grade equipment. One of these equipment cost around 2 million war contribution points. There were also summoning crystals that could be used during guild wars. The guild higher-ups would want to get this since they had used theirs during the war. He left them alone and let Genie and the others get them. There were also elemental seeds to evolve one skill. Penuel informed him the seed of the 5 basic elements was the most common seed. Each of these seeds cost 2 million contribution points. He continued to scroll up and finally found unique equipment. One unique armor cost around 5 million contribution points, while a unique weapon cost around 6 million contribution points. Jack was dejected. He thought his points were high enough already. Turned out it was still not enough to be worth a unique equipment. If the war prolongs a little bit longer, perhaps I will have enough to get unique equipment, he commented. The officer behind the counter lifted his brows after hearing Jack's comment. You wish this country to suffer a longer war? His face said. Jack realized he shouldn't have said that out loud. He awkwardly gave an apologetic expression to the officer. I guess I just have to choose other things to use my war contribution points on, Jack said and scrolled back down. If you want to get the unique equipment, you can just save your points for next time, Penuel informed. Oh? I can save them? Jack asked. He was just about to use his points to get one of the elemental seeds. He thought at first this was like the points from the ancient battleground where the points would be forfeited if he didn't spend them now. Jack asked the officer behind the counter for confirmation, to which the officer confirmed Penuel's words. Penuel hit Jack in the head. You don't believe me? Jack thought about this option. He preferred to just save his points for later, but when could he expect another country war to happen? Would it be wrong if he hoped for one to happen? If this was a real game, he would expect war events to happen regularly, just for the thrill of it. But this was the real world. Even though players didn't die for real, the natives did. It would be heartless for him to hope for a war to occur. Well, if it happens, it happens, Jack thought. He decided to just save the points rather than using his points now to get things that he didn't truly need. If he wasted his points now and the next war scored him below 5 million points again, he would truly regret not having saved his current points. He used 900,000 war contribution points to get 3 unique amethysts. He didn't exchange any other items after that. His war contribution points went down to 2,426,257 war contribution points after the exchange. He left the counter and immediately used the 3 unique amethysts for his runestone of luck. The 3 unique amethysts provided 7,500 energies of the lightning element. This leveled up his runestone of luck from the super rare grade to a unique grade. Runestone of luck, unique runestone, increases luck by approximate 15 points for 10 seconds. Elemental energy required for upgrade, 2, 350/100, 000, 100,000 elemental energy? Jack thought after reading the requirement to upgrade the runestone to the next level. That would mean he needed 40 unique amethysts or diamonds for that. Was it even possible to get that many? But then again, the next level up would be the maximum already. He thought it made sense to have this difficulty spike to get a legendary runestone. Otherwise, everyone would have it. He didn't think too much about it. He chose to upgrade this runestone of luck because he would need it to do something for the guild soon. After the war was over, it was not just the players that received rewards. Guilds also received separate rewards. Especially guilds that had guild headquarters. Since they sent their guild armies, their contribution was more, hence higher rewards. Guilds received rewards in the form of reputation points and coins, while guilds who had guild headquarters received additional rewards in the form of resources such as food, minerals, woods, and mana. Of course, the resources a guild could keep depend on their warehouse. The higher the warehouse's level, the more resources the guild could store. If one's warehouse was filled up already, it didn't mean the excess from the reward was gone. These excess resources were kept by the kingdom. The guild could request the resources to be transferred at any time once their warehouses had enough space. The guilds that received the most rewards were Everlasting Heavenly Legends and Crowd of Sins. The former because they had the most members fighting in the war and also the most members with the highest contribution during the war. The latter was because they provided the war fires that had been integral to the victory. Other guilds that had provided materials and alchemists to produce the war fires also receive increased rewards for that. This caused those guilds who had held back in providing materials to regret it now. They didn't expect the world system to be all-knowing and could reward every guild fairly based on their contribution. The reputation reward that Everlasting Heavenly Legends received was enough to boost them to level 4. They were the first guild to reach this level amongst the other guilds inside Themisphere. This cemented their position as the number 1 guild again inside Themisphere's guild chart list. Now their guild could construct more structures. The limit of members they could recruit had also increased tremendously. Now they could have 5,000 members, more than double their previous limit. Genie immediately put recruiting process in gear. They still had many candidates that they couldn't accept due to their membership limits in the past. Now she had everyone send those candidates with the best prospect an offer to join. Those candidates immediately jumped at the opportunity. Who didn't want to be a part of the number 1 guild in the country? Jack informed John that he would return to Heavenly Citadel to use that item. John replied that he would return in a moment. John said that he was still admiring the unique summoner robe he had just acquired. John was the only one with enough war contribution points to exchange for a unique armor. The dude even bragged about it in the guild channel. Jack wondered if he should show the guy his new unique grade magic staff, which was one of the loots he had gained after defeating Garland. Jack ignored the guy. Since he was waiting for John to return, he decided to go to Commander Quintus Tower to hand in his completed Kingdom Faction Chain quest. Help Prince Alonso to survive the Civil War. While he was on his way, he checked his titles. Aside from the rewards after the notification, every player that participated in the war from start to end, even one on the losing side, also received a title. The title was called War Veteran. If equipped, this title gave a 10% damage reduction when the player was participating in a country war or a guild war. Jack received an additional title aside from that standard one, War General. He had gotten this title for commanding more than 5,000 native soldiers during a war scenario. When equipped, all native soldiers under his command received 10% additional damage reduction, health point, stamina, and mana. John also received a second title, War Tactician. When John equipped this title during a war situation, all native soldiers that moved following his strategies would receive a 30% increase in attributes and movement speed. After submitting the report of his Kingdom Faction Chain quest, Jack received 4 million EXP points, 80 gold coins, and 30,000 merit points. The EXP points he received immediately filled up the EXP bar for his Lightning God blessing. Now, if Genie could copy the divine gems and magic crystals, all he needed to upgrade this divine skill to the final form was a divine crystal. Peniel had told him that she didn't know of a sure way to get this material, but Jack knew where he could find at least one because he had seen this legendary material in the past. He was just not sure if the owner would let him borrow the divine crystal to be copied. He might try asking later. Since he could now level up his classes again, he made sure to change his EXP setting back to 35 hours 35 minutes and 30 seconds for Blade Dancer, Archmage, and Beastmaster respectively. The Kingdom Faction Chain quest in his quest list was now updated to Wait for Prince Alonso's Coronation. That's weird, Jack said. To which Peniel responded, About what? This Kingdom Faction Chain quest, Jack said. Its main difficulty is stated as SSS. We are at the end of the quest already, but there is not yet any part of its quest with SSS difficulty. The one we submitted just now with the Civil War is only categorized as SS difficulty. How do you know it's the end of the chain quest already? Peniel asked. Look at the current update. Said wait for Prince Alonso's coronation. What happens after that? He becomes a king. The quest's objective is to help him become a king. Won't it end then? I guess it is weird. Perhaps some other thing will happen before that. €1 maybe. Whatever. We'll deal with it when it happens. Now €1, let's see what I can get for being a Marquis. After receiving 30,000 merit points, Jack's nobility rank had increased to Marquis. A Marquis rank required one to have total merit points of 50,000. Jack's nobility badge now contained 60,970 merit points. The next rank was Duke, which required total merit points of 250,000. He couldn't wait for that to happen. At that time, he would see Duke Alfredo as an equal. His available merit points for exchange were 49,540. He was now checking the list to see if anything caught his fancy. Marquis individual comma, hire a special elite companion equals 2000/week. Use gold mining cave equals 200/3 hours. Use training cave, level 50 to 60, equals 300/5 hours. Use training cave, level 60 to 70, equals 600/5 hours. Marquis guild comma, Royal Hounds equals hire a pack of 100 level 70 Royal Hounds that roamed around guild headquarters for 1 week. Cannot be controlled. Will attack those that are considered hostile. Can detect invisible intruders, only 1 pack can be hired at a time. Equals 3,000 merit. Armored cavalry insignia limit 1. Equals convert trained cavalry unit to armored cavalry unit equals 6,000 merit. Mana boost, cooldown. 1 week, equals boost mana production speed for the next 3 days equals 500 merit. War boost, cooldown. 1 month, equals boost guild soldiers attributes by 100% for the next war summon. Only 1 boost can be bought at a time. Equals 5,000 merit. Jack didn't see anything that he wanted from the individual section. His Arl card was already a better companion than the one offered here. The gold mining cave provided a high chance of getting high-grade blacksmith materials, but he already had the transformation prism for that. With their guild now at level 4, they would be able to upgrade their guild training cave to cater to those of level 50 and above. The Royal Hounds sounded like perfect guards to watch their headquarters since they could detect invisible trespassers, but he didn't think these Royal Hounds were urgent. They got their mascot, Captain Whitebeard, guarding their guild core anyway. Any invisible enemy would still need to become visible once they started attacking the barrier protecting their guild hall. This war boost, does it have an expiry date? Jack asked. I mean, if I buy it now and the next war only happens 5 months from now, will it still take effect? It will still take effect, the officer behind the desk answered. Then what about this cooldown? Jack asked. The cooldown will start from when the guild army is summoned for war, not from when you buy the boost. I see €1 in that case. I want to use my merit points for these 3, Jack said. He clicked the options for the armored cavalry insignia, mana boost and war boost. He spent 11,500 merit points for those 3. With their guild at level 4, they would require many resources to build the new structures, which included mana. Not to mention, they already had a few things that possessed daily mana upkeep, which reduced their mana income. He also spent another 2,500 merit points for the building boost and training boost from the Earl section to improve the construction speed of new structures and retrain their lost guild soldiers. Jack returned to Heavenly Citadel afterward. John and Jeannie were already back as well. They met inside the guild hall. Doman, Leave Me Alone, Jet, and Grace were also there. Grace was chatting with Captain Whitebeard. Yo, Captain, I am curious. Do you mind showing me your true form? Jack said after he arrived. Sure, no problem, the mouse said, and he transformed abruptly into a hulking rat-like giant with shark-like teeth. Captain Whitebeard's true form's head was right above Jack. His savage red eyes were looking down at Jack with what appeared to be a smile. A weird, scary smile. What do you think? He asked. €1, maybe it's better if you turn back, Jack replied. His monocle confirmed that Captain Whitebeard's true form was indeed level 68 rare elite beast. The rat reverted to its tiny cute self. It's truly liberating here. I won't be able to turn into this form as I like in the Village of Peace. I'm truly enjoying my time here, the rat said. Yeah, good for you, Jack said. He then asked John, how long would it take to upgrade the hero altar? With the building boost that you have just bought, 1 day, John answered. I originally wanted to build the vault which is available after our headquarters reached level 4. Vault? It is a guild facility functioned like the city's bank. Guild members can store their belongings inside this vault, including their gold coins. My intuition tells me that there will be more wars coming in the future. Those that continue to die will find Amulet of Rebirth's cost to be beyond their wealth. The smart players who can't afford an Amulet of Rebirth are already placing their valuables inside the bank. So if they die, the ones they lost are only their levels and the equipment they wore at the time. If it's the same, why waste our resources to build one? Our members can just use the bank in the city. Although the function is the same, there are also differences. Unlike our real-world bank, this game world's bank charges people a fee to use its facility. The more items you put into the bank, the higher the fees. Our guild vault is free for members, but the space is limited. Level 1 vault gave every member a storage space the size of their inventory bag. If we upgrade the vault's level, the storage space will increase. I see. It will be a great service for our members if we build that vault. More players will flock to us if they know we got this kind of facility. I need to tell you people something about Guild's vault though, Penuel said. If you get invaded by other guilds and your guild core is destroyed, aside from losing a portion of your resources and guild hostage token, all the items inside your vault will also be taken by the winning guild. Ohayuro, Jack, John, and Jeannie uttered at the same time. Well, as long as we don't lose, it won't matter, right? Jet said. Yeah, right. There is no way we lose, Jack exclaimed. Well, whatever. Anyway, I will prioritize the hero altar first, John said. I assume you want to use the hero token, right? The upgrade should be completed by tomorrow morning. Yes, Jack replied. In that case, I will stay here till tomorrow to use that token. After that, I have to leave again. Figures, John remarked. Where are you going? Grace asked. The Valley of Tempest, Jack answered. That place with warp time? Doman asked. He had been to that valley before. Why are you going back there? There is a special class trial for Archmage class at that place, Jack answered. Special class? The ones who were still unaware asked. Jack and Penuel then explained to them about the special class. I should arrange to send our core members Archmages to that place as well, Jeannie said. Don't. Let me make sure about this special class first, Jack said. Only I can go in and out freely from that place using Pandora. For others, they might get stuck inside the valley without a way out. I can't stay there and ferry people in and out just so they can get their special class. We will see what this special class does and how its trial goes first, then we think about having others take it as well. I don't think it will be that simple. Special class is usually random occurrences, Penuel said. If it is fixed at one place like this, then most likely it is a one-time deal. If you successfully get this special class, I don't think it will be available for others anymore. So, there is nothing we can do to increase our chance of getting a special class? Jeannie asked. Every League faction has the chance to offer a special class to its members. But as I said, it is random. It is not something that you can exchange with your faction points. This is usually bestowed by the higher-ups of the faction. Perhaps if you improve your standing in the faction and get friendly with one of the higher-ups, you might get an offer for a special class. Higher-ups of a faction? Jack's thought went to Gruff and Janice. But since he was trying his Archmage special class in the Valley of Tempest, he could forget about Janice. Maybe I can try asking Gruff the next time I visit the League of Champions, he said. Penuel, who heard that, said, I said offered. If Gruff hasn't offered you, it is unlikely he will give it to you even if you ask. You can only wait as you improve your standing in that faction. All right then, I will just spend today grinding inside Training Cave and the Ice Throne Legacy Dungeon while waiting for the Hero Altar's upgrade, Jack said. You are going to the dungeon? Count me in, Jet said. Me too, Grace said as well. Sure, Euro, but before that, let me sleep first. You guys aren't exhausted? We just spend the whole night fighting in a war. Now that you mention it. Yeah, I think I will go have some shut-eyes as well, Jet said. Me to a Euro, Grace repeated her words. After waking up at the noon, Jack spent the rest of the day inside Ice Throne Legacy Dungeon and Training Cave. In the evening, after spending the whole afternoon grinding, he tallied the souls inside his container of souls. He had reaped another round of an astronomical number of souls from the last battle, even more than the first 2 battles. Maybe because this last battle was a direct all-out battle. There were more casualties. If he went and walked around the flaming forest, he would have reaped more. Not to mention the souls from killing Garland. That one single kill amounted to more than 10% of the souls currently inside his container, which had 5,724,000 souls. This was definitely a new record for him. He had expected that he would score big in this war, but this was still more than what he had hoped for. He could upgrade an elite skill 57 times. He could fully max 3 elite skills from level 1 with this number of souls. After studying his large library of skills, Jack decided to first max out his new Beastmaster skill, Ultimate Beast. He still had 12 Beastmaster's free skill points available after saving them from all the levels up. He used those free skill points and added 700,000 souls to max the skill level. Ultimate Beast level 2020 active skill requires pet, release the secret power of the pet. Plus 500% to pet's attributes, plus 20% to pet's damage. Damage received by the pet is reduced by 30%. Certain pets might display unique abilities during the skill. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 6 hours. The increase in levels increased the attribute bonus and the duration time. Jack was happy that the duration time was increased. This meant his Thurass could stay in its sovereign mode for a longer period of time. Jack then used 5 million souls to max his various skills and spells. Spirit Weapon, active skill, requires melee weapons, level 2020, summon a spirit avatar of the equipped melee weapon. The power of the summoned spirit is determined by the weapon. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 3 hours, whirlwind slash, active skill, melee, requires dual-wield swords, level 2020, star 2, strike everyone within a radius of 3.4 meters, dealing 500% physical damage. Cooldown, 1 minute, stamina, 90, wind slash, active skill, range, requires melee weapon. Level 2020th star 1, sent 5 cutting energy that travels in an arc, dealing 500% wind damage to all in the path, 30% added critical chance. Range 32 meters, cooldown 3 minutes, stamina, 150, 100 shadow strikes, active skill, range requires melee weapon, level 2020, split into 20 shadows. Each shadow deals 300% darkness damage. 10% added critical chance. 30% chance to cause cursed. Range, 10 meters, cooldown, 2 hours, stamina, 200, magic wall, active skill, requires magic weapons, level 2020, star 2. Create a 20-meter wide wall of light in front of the caster, withstand damages of 500% from the caster's maximum health point, reduces all damage by 34%. Duration, 5 seconds, cooldown, 4 minutes 24 seconds, mana, 120. He also had the 3 free attribute points from the Beastmaster level up in the middle of the war. He invested them to his intelligence stat. Added with other bonuses, his intelligence was now at 724 points. Jack then teleported to Therath. He had received a message from Red Death that she was leaving. Jack had asked her to wait. He wanted to say his goodbye in person. Prince Alonso had granted her 1 day in Therath to exchange her war contribution points and also to take care of her affairs before leaving. She would be escorted by a garrison to the kingdom's border of her choosing. Jack understood the garrison would also be for her protection. She couldn't teleport to any of the other cities that were closer to the border or cities in other countries because she had been a Death Associates member since before anyone could venture out to other cities. All those zone portal links were also established by the guild members, not by her personally. So, when she was cast out from the guild, the links were also gone. She had to go back to each of those cities and re-establish the links again before she could use the teleportation service. She was now by the city gate. The garrison that was supposed to escort her was nearby. Blackjack was also there with her. This guy is getting more clingy ever since she left the guild. Jack thought of Blackjack. Let me guess. You will be accompanying her on her journey? Jack asked Blackjack. What? Do you want to join too? Blackjack asked back. Can't. Still have matters to take care of, Jack replied. Just take care of her, all right? That goes without saying. I don't need anyone's care, Red Death uttered. Of course. Where is Rain? Jack asked. He has gone on his own journey. He is no longer part of Themisphere's army. I can call him using his companion token when necessary, Red Death replied. Do you have to leave tonight? You are allowed till tomorrow morning, right? There's nothing left to do. I don't see a reason to delay any longer. In that case, I wish you luck. I hope you find the one you are looking for. Red Death nodded. Don't hesitate to ask for help, okay? I will head over whenever you need me. Just let me know. Goodbye, Red Death said and turned away. Still so cold, Jack sighed. He watched them leave. The garrison followed the two as they galloped off with their steeds. The next morning, almost half of the Everlasting Heavenly Legends core members gathered in front of the hero altar. The place was rather crowded due to that. Here, John said and handed the hero token to Jack. Jack used his inspect on the token. Hero token, super rare consumable. Summon a random hero, restriction. Usable only with hero altar, Penul. You mentioned before that the grade of the heroes is affected by the rarity of the hero token, correct? Jack asked. Yes. A super rare grade hero token has a 60% chance of producing an elite grade hero, 25% chance for a special elite, 10% rare elite, and 5% mythical hero, Penul answered, only 5% for a mythical hero. Jack commented, damn. The probability of getting the weakest elite grade hero is 60%. That's more than half. Won't we be screwed if it turns out to be just an elite hero? After all the trouble to get that token, you've better not screw this up, Jack boy, Jet said. You are not even the one who got this token, you old shit, Jack returned. If you have a unique grade hero token, it will provide a better chance. The weakest that token summons is a special elite grade, while it has a 10% chance to get a mythical grade. It even has a 2% chance of getting an eternal grade hero, Penul informed. No use dreaming about things we don't have. We can only make do with this super rare hero token, Jack said. Okay. Everyone starts praying while I use this token. To which god? John asked. Whichever one you find comfortable with, Jack replied. There is none that makes me comfortable, John said. Jack gave him an irritated stare. He shouldn't have answered this guy's question from the start. Jack summoned his runestone of luck. Part of his consciousness concentrated to boost his luck points to the maximum using the runestone, while the other part worked the interface to link the hero token to the hero altar. Everyone was silent as they watched tendrils of light come out from the hero altar and wrapped around the token. The token floated out of Jack's hand. It started shining with soft light before getting stronger by the second. It flared a blinding flash before disappearing. The tendrils of light were also gone. Huh? Nothing happens. Did we get a new guild hero already? The man asked. Let me check the hero altar's interface, Genie said. I think you screw this up, Jack boy, Jet said. Before Jack returned Jet's comment, Grace pointed up and said, Look! Everyone looked up and saw a humanoid figure enveloped by light slowly floating down. Everyone moved to allow this figure some space to land. With how cramped the place was, everyone ended up pressing their bodies to the ones behind them. The figure landed and the enveloping light slowly dissipated. They finally could see the figure clearly, who was a woman, wearing simple cloth armor and a rusty staff. Despite her humble apparel, her demeanor exhibited aloofness, as if the ones before her weren't worth her attention. Even for the wild Uruk, the unruly barbarian turned obedient at once when he was transformed into a guild hero. This one, although didn't show disobedience, she also didn't say anything or ask for a command. She just stood there and gazed elsewhere. Contempt was shown on her face. Everyone used inspect at the same time and gasped. Jack boy, I take my words back, Jet said. Damn. You actually score that 5% chance. Nilrem, mythical hero, elf, level 50, health point, 760,000. While everyone was marveling at the grade of their new guild hero, Genie went to the hero altar and inserted mana cores to use the level up feature. Nilrem's level was increased by 5 levels. Nilrem, mythical hero, elf, level 55, health point, 940,000. Now they had 2 mythical beings protecting their guild, a guild hero and Penny, the lava dragonet. Although Nilrem was lower level than the guild pet, she provided bonus effects to all their guild soldiers for her status as a guild hero. Genie was now checking the bonus effects. With Nilrem registered as their guild hero, every guild soldier of Everlasting Heavenly Legends received a boost of 20% boost to their intelligence and magical damage. Additionally, all soldiers would also receive stamina/mana recovery during battle, which was a significant improvement for native soldiers because natives had a high pool of stamina or mana, but they only recover them when out of combat. To be able to do that during combat, similar to players, would allow them a longer period of fighting without a need for rest. That was a boost given to all Everlasting Heavenly Legends whether or not Nilrem was fighting alongside them. In the case that she did, all the friendly soldiers within a 30-meter radius from her would receive double the boost, with Uruk enhancing their physical soldiers and Nilrem their magical ones. Their guild force's overall capability had been augmented. While the others were checking Nilrem's buff, Jack was already sitting on the floor working with his blacksmith tools. As before with Uruk, Jack had been able to strengthen the hero further by giving him better equipment. After seeing Nilrem's appearance, Jack knew her equipment was not much to write about. He was glad that he had made preparation. Jack had fused beforehand a set of super rare armors from all 4 categories. He had cleaned out the guild warehouse's stock of mundane common grade armors. He had also collected and bought lots of common grade armors when he could, so he had no problem preparing the sets. After seeing Nilrem, Jack took out the cloth armor set and leveled them up. He had also cleaned out the guild warehouse's stock of ores. If it was his old self, he wouldn't be able to level up the equipment to the max that Nilrem could wear, which was level 65. Even with his basic master-grade blacksmith, his chance of leveling up equipment had hit 0% when he was leveling up equipment from level 59 to 60. But with help of his master-grade blacksmith tools, which increased the success chance by 30%, and his super rare runestone of probability, which increased another 40% success chance, he had a 70% success chance to level up equipment to level 60. With his intermediate expert runecrafting skill, he could further boost the runestone's 40% success chance to around 49% or 52%, giving him an 82% success chance at his best effort. When he hit the maximum equipment level he targeted, which was level 64 to level 65, his best success chance was 52%. This was still a very good chance. Hence, he didn't waste too many ores on his effort. Jack also prepared a super rare grade magic staff and leveled it up to level 65 as well. After finishing his blacksmithing work, Jack brought the equipment to the hero altar and used the interface there to equip Nilrem. Nilrem's appearance changed before everyone's eyes. Her aura was already impressive when she was still wearing junk equipment. Now that her equipment was upgraded, she was even more intimidating. She was now adorned with a long green dress that had glowing runes floating around its fabric. On her head was a silver tiara with various gemstones. The long staff he held appeared to be made of wood, with a black skeleton of a bird at its crown. The skeletal bird was holding a large gem that glowed a soft green light. Nilrem seemed to study her gears after they appeared. She flashed Jack a brief glance before returning to her indifferent attitude. Jack thought that perhaps she was saying thank you with that glance? He couldn't be sure. Genie used their guild interface to send Nilrem to the training hall for her to train her level until further notice. Upon receiving instruction, she just vanished from their sight with a blink of light. That's teleportation, Penuel informed while pointing somewhere. A rather high-level one considering the distance she could teleport to. Everyone looked at where she was pointing and saw Nilrem in the distance. She was currently floating down to the structure where the training hall was located. I kind of wish we can have another war coming just so we can see what she is capable of, Bowler said. Me too, the man uttered. We can always invade other guilds for that, John proposed. We don't have time to play war. We still need to restore the army we lost, Genie reminded. Yeah, don't waste our force on trivial things. We don't know when another conflict might appear. We need to keep our force in tip-top condition when that happens, Jack said. Invading others are trivial things, he said. Jet commented. Jack ignored the remark. He turned to his grandfather. Gramps, I have a job for you. Grace's companion had given me an idea. Oh, Grace uttered after hearing Jack's words. It is possible to teach natives martial arts and mana ability, Jack said. Aside from teaching our core members, I would like you to train our guild soldiers as well. Give them a basic drill or something like that. Our training hall is limited, so not every soldier can be stationed there to increase their levels. The rest who are not on patrol should be given a martial art training program to increase their battle capability. Hey, you actually thought of something good for once, John complimented. What the hell do you mean for once? Jack said. I will see what I can do, Doman said. I will lend a hand. I have experience training the mass when I taught the police force, Jet said. So, will you be leaving now? Genie asked Jack. Yeah. I shouldn't put the matter on hold any longer. My level wasn't hindered by my divine skill anymore, so it's better if I get that special skill before I level up again. A special class will give me a better attribute increase, correct? Jack asked Penuel. Yes, Penuel confirmed. Now, too bad there is no certain way to get a special class for my other two classes, Jack lamented. Are you going to stop your other classes' progression until you get their special classes? Genie asked. No way. I don't even know where to look for them except for Archmage's one, Jack answered. I will just leave it to fate. If I get one, then it's good. If not, I won't force it. I will continue to level up as usual. I'm already glad I got a clue on where to find one for the Archmage class. I wish you luck then, Genie said. I really can't come? Grace asked. There is no monster to grind there after you passed level 30. The only advantage there is the time warp. You can get a better one here from our time chamber. That place is also too mysterious. There might be something down there that is dangerous. Only Pandora and I can escape as we wish, so it's better if I go by myself. All right, Grace said. Before you leave, can you donate more gold coins? John asked Jack. Dude, you are truly shameless. I have just donated 200 gold coins after the war. Didn't the guild receive a large gold reward for winning the war? Also, didn't you brag about getting more war contribution points? Then you should get more coins than me. Donate your own bloody coins. I have. The thing is, these units that we get from the unique grade insignias required expensive upkeep. The coin reward from winning the war can help us fund the construction of new guild structures. But we won't be able to train more of these high-class units if we don't have a steady income of coins to pay for their upkeep. How are Dylan and his traders doing in that department? Jack asked. They provided good income of coins. But from the way I see it, we can probably train around triple the number we have right now for those special units. Afterward, we might need to stop training more. Otherwise, we won't have enough coins to pay for the upkeep. I see. I will try to donate again when I can, Jack said. Jack still had plenty of ores left after leveling up the equipment for Nilrem, so he offered to level up the equipment of those who gathered there. He himself had leveled up all his equipment the night before to level 60. His Sword Fiend's gear set now gave him a total of 1896 physical defense and 1716 magical defense. His Stormbreaker at level 60 possessed physical damage of 510. As for his magic staff, he had gained a new unique grade staff from Garland. Garland, being a special native, had dropped lots of valuable items when he died. A few rare and super rare equipment, some materials and ingredients which he donated to the guild, then 4 items that were obviously a league above the others. One of these 4 was a unique grade magic staff called Mana Leech Staff. The second was a blueprint for the Lightning Tower, which he had given to John. The Lightning Tower was a similar defensive structure to the Ice Tower. While their current Ice Tower dealt high damage in a linear line and inflicted slow and freeze, the Lightning Tower could attack 10 targets at the same time and inflict paralyze. The third was a technique book, containing the spell Perpetual Lightning Judgment, Garland's signature spell requiring 7 runes to cast. When Jack checked this book after the end of the Civil War, he was disappointed to find that the requirement for learning this spell was the Elementalist class and to be at least level 50. However, Jack detected some kind of connection with the book from his mana sense. So, he attempted to learn it despite not being an Elementalist. The interface appeared asking if he wanted to learn the spell. Although he was confused by it, he was also happy about it. He immediately learned the spell without delay. Penuel also didn't understand the reason why Jack could learn the spell. The only way Jack might explain it was because he was a magic user who had the lightning god blessing. Maybe this allowed him to learn lightning-based spells despite not being the proper class. To test this theory, he would need to find another lightning spell technique book again. The fourth one was something that he put back into his inventory for later use since Penuel informed him that he needed to go to a facility for that item. He didn't want to put his plan for the special class on hold again. He would deal with this item after. For his new magic staff, he had leveled it up to level 60 the night before. This magic staff now had a higher damage output compared to his Stormbreaker, which was still at a super rare grade. Mana Leech Staff, level 60 out of 90, unique magic weapon, magical damage, 550, range, 60 meters, attack speed, 1, energy, 300, intelligence plus 20, mana point plus 200, standard attacks convert 1% of inflicted damage into mana point, mana steal aura, all hostiles within a 5-meter radius lose 30 mana point every second, and the lost mana point is transferred to the staff's owner. Duration 2 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. He couldn't level up everyone's gears to the max. Although he had lots of ores, they were still not enough. He leveled them up to around levels 50 and 55, with priority given to Genie, John, Doman, Leave Me Alone, Fierce Flame, Trinity Dawn, and the Man Jet's and Grace's gears were already high level since Jack had improved them during their time in the Village of Peace. After finishing his work, Jack left and headed to the Valley of Tempest. Jack teleported to the city, Themitis, which was the closest city to the Valley of Tempest. He then rode Pandora from there to the Buscala Plateau. The valley was one long gorge along the plateau. Jack didn't remember which spot when he first escaped the valley using Pandora. He was too glad at the time for being able to leave the valley. Hence, he didn't bother paying attention to where he was. Now, he simply picked a spot and went down. He would do it like before, traveling along the cliff wall until he found the opening that was guarded by the Thuras beast. He did not worry about getting past the Thuras beast. The beast was a level 45 rare elite. He could easily take care of it. Heck, he could summon his own Thuras beast and let it trash that guardian beast. Jack reached the bottom and started going following the cliff wall. He still rode Pandora, it was faster this way. As he did, he noticed something on his radar. Lots of red dots. Heh? I thought these things here stop appearing when one passes level 30. Jack said. There are even so many. He then found the answer. The red dots were not heading his way. They were heading somewhere else. Jack followed them. At the place they were heading, some blue dots appeared at the edge of his radar. Players, Jack said in surprise. After he thought about it, he figured that this shouldn't be surprising. Unlike before when he first came to this valley, now more players were able to brave the wilderness. 1 or 2 players falling into this valley was not out of the question. If those players found no way to escape this place, their numbers might build up. These were probably the players that had been trapped here for some time. He unsummoned Pandora and approached them on foot. The valley had some kind of mysterious fog that hindered one's vision, but his dragon eye was still able to perceive further than normal players. So, when these players came into view, they weren't aware of him. He saw about 10 players who were fighting the shadow monsters. From his radar, he could see a couple more groups further away. 2 of the players were level 47 while the rest were below level 30. He studied these groups. This feels a bit too coordinated, he said. If they have been here for some time, it is not strange for them to develop a system to fight against these shadows. Penuel offered her opinion. What about those level 47? Their levels are way ahead of the others. Those 2 might be the ones who have been here the longest. So, they get EXP little by little despite fighting much weaker enemies. You know what? This looks like power leveling to me. They probably just want these weaker players to hurriedly get past level 30, so they won't be bothered by the shadows again. HMEuro, let's wait for them to finish. Jack waited until they finished all the shadows. After they did, the groups laughed and high-fived one another. They don't look like people who are worried about getting trapped here with no way out, Jack thought. The shadows had an interval of 3 hours, so there were more than 2 hours before the next wave. Jack saw the players sitting on the ground and chatting among themselves. Yep, not like people who are trapped. Jack decided to approach them then. One of the sitting players noticed him and informed the others. One of the 2 level 47 players approached him. The guy was displaying a wide grin. Ahoy, friend. Did you fall into this valley? Have no worry. We of the Growth Aid Agency will be happy to help, the player uttered. Growth Aid Agency Euro? Jack used inspect on the guy. His name was Sunny, a level 47 blade dancer. As he had mentioned, he was registered as a member of a guild called Growth Aid Agency. Seeing Jack's confused face, Sunny continued explaining, "There is no need to be confused. This place is indeed mysterious and scary, but with us as your guide, this place is a haven for fast leveling for those who have just died and reverted to level 1. Ahayuro, but I see you still have all your equipment. You must have worn an amulet of rebirth when you fell. I guess you are only looking for a way out. Do not worry, we also have that covered. All you need to do is pay a little fee and sign this NDA." Sunny produced a stack of papers and a pen. "Na euro nda euro?" Jack said. He didn't know what to make of this. "NDA. Non-disclosure agreement," Sunny explained. "I can't tell you the way to exit this place if you don't sign. You have to understand, we can't have you tell everyone about this place. This valley is under the management of the Growth Aid Agency. We can help you exit this valley, and we can also help you to fast level back to level 30 if you happen to fall to level 1. By the way, brother, I can't inspect your level." "What is your level?" 50, Jack answered. "Ha ha ha. You are funny." Sunny slapped Jack's shoulder. "So, these people all pay you for your service?" Jack asked. "Yes. They are unfortunate people who lost all their levels. But with our help, they can get back to level 30 in no time and get back to their elite classes. This place threw monsters of their levels every 3 hours for them to grind for EXP points. Do you also know that the time in this valley is slower? 1 week we spent here is only 1 day outside the valley. What exactly are the services you provide?" "Why, speedy level up, of course. We help them get down to this valley safely, then help them fight the monsters this valley threw at them. Our average speed of leveling up people in this place from level 1 to 30 is around 14 weeks. In the outside world, it is only 2 days. You won't find such express speed anywhere else. After they reached level 30, we end our service by guiding them on how to leave this place. So, there is truly another way of leaving this place," Jack thought. To Sunny, he said, "How do you learn of this place and its exit?" "Our leader fell into this valley unintentionally when he started to brave the wilderness," Sunny answered. "He spent 1 year roaming inside this valley. That is 52 days in the outside world. Until finally he found the way out. Damn, 1 year inside here. That's rough. So, how did he get out of here?" "He went to a euro." "Hey man, are you trying to trick me? Pay the fee and sign the NDA and I will tell you all about it," Sunny uttered. "What's the fee?" 5 gold coins, Sunny answered. "That's cheap," Jack thought. But then he looked at the low-level players who were resting. For them, probably 5 gold coins were expensive. They might have saved their coins in the bank before dying or borrowed the coins from their friends for this service. "How many customers do you get normally?" Jack asked. "Well, we usually help 50 people level up in an average of 2 weeks. That's 2 days outside." "Wow, that means they got an income of 250 gold coins in 2 days. Damn, this Growth Aid Agency produced even more coins than my 2 food service businesses," Jack thought in wonderment. "Dude, I admire your guild's creativity in turning this into business practice. Your leader must be a business genius in our past world. Here, these 5 gold coins are a show of my admiration. Jack said and handed him 5 gold coins. Thank you. Sunny accepted the coins with a wide grin. Now, all you need is just sign this NDA and I can help you level up. I told you already I'm level 50. I don't need to level up. That coins are just a show of my admiration. Although I don't need to know the way out of this valley, I'm curious about it. If I sign this NDA, will you let me know? Sure. Sign it. This NDA prohibits you from telling others about the secrets of this valley. Once you sign it, then I can tell you the secret of exiting this valley without worry. Jack took the stack of paper. My inspect tells me it's just common papers. I also don't feel any mana. How exactly do these papers prevent people from keeping this valley a secret? It's common sense, right? People who sign an NDA are obligated to obey the rules stipulated in the papers. Sunny replied. Then how do you enforce the law if someone broke your NDA? We will take these papers to the authority and demand justice. Have you tried that? Why? No one has broken the NDA yet. How do you know the authority will give a shit about these papers? It's common sense, right? They got the person's signature, that means something. I take my admiration back, Jack said. Here, my signature. Jack signed the papers and handed them back to Sunny. Tell me the way to exit this valley, please. Sure, follow me. We have a couple of hours before those shadow monsters are back, Sunny said and gestured for Jack to follow. On the way, Jack asked, how long has your service been going on exactly? We started around 1 month ago, but only during these last 2 weeks that our business picks up. We have other members go around the cities to offer our services to those who had died and fallen to level 1. In that case, you should be ready, Jack said. Ready for what? Sunny asked. For competition. I doubt that NDA does any shit. Someone will learn about what you are doing sooner or later. If powerful guilds learn of what your guild is doing, they will come and try to take a piece of the pie as well, or maybe even the whole pie. How can you say that? We come from a law-abiding civilization. Contracts and signatures mean something. Whatever strikes your fancy, man, Jack said, not interested to argue. After walking for a while, they came to an opening on the cliff wall. It was more like a door. The opening was a rectangular shape with a size that allowed 2 people to pass through at the same time. When Jack went through the door, he came to a rather huge hall. The inside was rather lively. We separate the people who want to level up into 2 batches. While one batch is outside fighting, the other batch is resting inside the hub here, Sunny informed. Good system. Hey, is Theta Jack looked at one side of the hall. There were 6 giant panels with similar symbols on them. Under them was a door. Those are the symbols of advanced class academies, Penuel said. Hey, your familiar can talk, Sunny remarked. Yes, people who had reached level 15 can just take their advanced class trials here. There is no need to go back up there. I see. This place is designed to keep throwing shadows for players to grind until level 30. It will be frustrating if they have to keep on leveling up without being able to change to an advanced class. Yeah, our leader was very happy after finding this hub. He had died and revert to level 1 multiple times. Only after entering this hub that the shadows stopped chasing him. He used this place to rest and worked his level back up then. Still, he only found it after 1 year of wandering. He said the further away we are from this hub, the more distorted the space. That's why he had marked this hub's location with the plateau up there. We always drop down close to this place. We don't dare to wander too far away, afraid of getting lost. Jack remembered the time he spent wandering around this valley for the first time. He only spent 1 week before encountering the place that housed Pandora. He could consider himself very lucky if compared to this guy's leader. Sunny took him to a stall that showcased various types of armor and weapons. We also open a shop to sell level 15 and level 30 uncommon equipment there, to help them increase their odds of succeeding in the trials. The shadows here drop no loots after all. Damn, man. Your guild truly turns everything into a business. You people must be real businessmen in our past world. I have a friend named Dylan who is sure to be eager to make acquaintance with you lot. By the way, what is the level 30 equipment for? Don't tell me you can do elite trials in here as well. No, you have to go back to the cities for elite trials, Sunny chuckled. The level 30 equipment is to help for exiting this valley. See those red and blue doors? They had been crossing over the hall from where they entered. At the further wall from the entrance were the two doors Sunny indicated. The two doors were very large, one was red, the other was blue. These two doors provided different tests. If you pass the test, you will find yourself back up there in the Buscula Plateau. What's the tests? Jack asked. The red door has you solo a level 30 special elite boss, Sunny answered. The blue door has a series of puzzles. Both are harmless regardless of the result. If you die fighting the special elite or fail to solve the puzzle within the time limit, you will just be sent back here without losing a level. But you will have to wait another day before you can try again. How do you help them pass these tests? We let them know about the special elite's fighting pattern. For those who prefer puzzles, we give them pointers before they enter. Most are able to pass after that. Now, these are the summary of how to fight the boss or the puzzle. Which one do you want to choose? Sunny had two thick books in his hands. Uhayuro, as I said, I'm just curious. I have no intention of leaving this valley. I come here for another reason. Haha. You say it as if you come here intentionally. Sunny again slapped Jack's shoulder. Jack didn't try to convince the guy, he continued. It's impressive what you people do here. One more thing. You said something about helping these people come down here safely. How do you do that? We have magic class players for that. They have the float spell. They cast it before they hit the ground. One person can carry two people with that method. But this method is only good for coming down. There is a magical layer that prevented us from floating back up or even climbing. As I said, you people are very creative. You have my admiration. All right, I wish you luck. I will go do my own things now, Jack said. Your own things, Sayuro? Wait, you are not joking about coming to this valley intentionally? Sunny asked. Jack gave him an exasperated expression. Didn't I say that a few times already? Suddenly they heard a commotion from outside. Someone came running to them and asked, Sunny, where is Leader Tim? He is not here, Sunny answered. He went back to the city for some matters. Shit, then you have to come with me. You are the second in command. What's wrong? There are a group of people suddenly appearing outside. They said they are from Corporate United. They demand that we hand over the operation in this valley to them. What? How did they find out about our operation? Duh, dude, Jack uttered in his mind, but he was also grinning inside despite showing a flat expression outside. Penuel sensed his excitement and asked, Why are you so happy? Because this happens earlier than I expected. Must be my luck stat at work to have them come when I'm here. I thought I still need to wait some while before this happens. What happens? You expected the Corporate United members to come looking for trouble? I expect someone to come sooner or later. Now that they come, these people who have developed the business here will see how vulnerable they are. I can then start negotiating with them. Negotiate about what? Penuel asked. You'll see. Let's follow them first, Jack said. Sunny had gone with his friend outside. Jack followed after them. Outside, the group of low-level players who had been relaxing while waiting for the next wave of shadow monsters now stood on alert as they watched another group of well-armored players. Who is the person in charge here? The leader of these well-armored players bellowed. Jack actually knew the person. He was Manager Straightpole, the expert that Jack had killed when Jack invaded Corporate United's headquarters. Jack stood behind the low-level players so the Corporate United members didn't see him. Jack used his inspect on the Corporate United group. There were 30 of them. Most of them were level 48. Manager Straightpole was level 43. He was probably still trying to catch up on his level after getting killed by Jack. On the ground before Manager Straightpole was the other level 47 who was Sunny's partner when he power-leveled the low-level players. He was lying on the ground in pain, his health point was critical. Ben, are you okay? Sunny hurriedly came and helped his friend up. Are you the person in charge? Straightpole asked. What do you want? Sunny asked back. You can have your people pack and leave. From now on, This place is under the management of Corporate United, Straight Pole said. Butayuro, we are here first, Sunny demanded. And we are here second. So what? Do you want to leave or do you want to die? I think that will be a good idea. You people can be our first customers once you die. We will help you level up back to level 30 in no time. You just need to pay 10 gold coins. 10? But it was 5 gold coins before. What about us that have paid? One of the low-level players there asked. That's your problem with the old management. Ask for a refund if you like. But if you want to continue the service, pay us 10 gold coins. Otherwise, go fight the shadows by yourself. And look for the exit elsewhere, because you still have to pay if you want to use the exit here. This is harassment. I will report you, Sunny yelled. Hee hee, you are funny. Straight Pole laughed mockingly. Who are you going to report to? The kingdom? Like they give a shit about what happens in the wilderness. I can kill you now and there won't be any consequence. Straight Pole thrust his trident forward. Sunny was caught unaware by this sudden attack. The trident stabbed into Sunny's stomach. Straight Pole then performed a roundhouse kick. Sunny and his friend were struck by the kick and fell to the ground. Aren't you going to help? Penuel sent her thoughts to Jack, who was still hiding behind the crowds. Wait, it will be more dramatic if we let these villains rough them up a bit longer. This way I will have better leverage when negotiating later, Jack replied. You are the villain here, Penuel remarked. You a Euro. How can you be so uncivilized? Sunny scolded. You people are acting like gangsters. Oh? You only realized it now? You are unbelievably dense. Yeah, we are gangsters who claim this territory now. Do you want to leave, or do you want to fight us? Straight Pole asked. He aimed his trident menacingly at Sunny, who was still on the ground. This goes for all you Growth Aid Agency people. Pack up now or face the wrath of Corporate United. Straight Pole bellowed. As for you who are looking for service, you are welcome to stay, but please prepare 10 gold coins for payment. This is a robbery. I don't have that many coins, one of the low-level players uttered. I don't care, Straight Pole said. You can stay here forever then. We can take them. There are only 30 of them, another low-level player uttered. An arrow soon flew and struck his head, resulting in a critical hit. He was only level 10. The hit killed him immediately. He came back to life soon on the same spot, but he was back to level 1 now. Even if you are more, you are just ants to us. We can crush you easily, Straight Pole uttered. The only high-level players opposite the Corporate United group were just the Growth Aid Agency members, but they only numbered 16. Only 12 were decent fighters to power level the low-level players. The other 4 were there for management purposes. Additionally, their equipment was not as good as the Corporate United people. It was evident from a single glance. Sunny looked at his comrades. They were never fighters. Jack had been correct about them being businessmen in the past world. Legitimate ones. Their fight was mostly in court or, in the worst situation, paying someone to fight for them. They only learned how to fight personally after coming to this world. They won't stand a chance against these brutes. So, how will it be? Straight Pole asked. I will count to 10. If you Growth Aid people have not yet scrammed by the count of 10, then don't blame us for being mean. Oni Euro. No need to count. Jack slipped out from the crowd. He gave Straight Pole a wide grin. Yo a Euro, you a Euro. Straight Pole stammered. Surprise? Jack asked, still flashing his grin. You a Euro, what are you doing here? Straight Pole uttered. A member of his group sent a message in the party chat. Sir Straight Pole? Who is that? We can't inspect him. Another member answered him. You stupid. You don't recognize him? Hurry and wear your amulet of rebirth. That member turned to the one who had just answered with a questioning expression. Straight Pole took a deep breath. His expression then turned calm again. You, he said to Jack. The last time you used a cheap trick to render me unable to move. I have been looking for the chance to return this shame. Now I finally get the chance. Come. Face me one-on-one. Looking for a chance for a one-on-one? Are you serious? Jack could hardly believe his ears. After pondering, he said, All right, if you want a one-on-one, I think I can give you some leniency. I won't use any weapons. How about that? How dare you? I will kill you. Straight Pole rushed out. His trident thrust and created multiple images. Jack's feet moved with 8 diagram illusory steps. Although Straight Pole's trident was fast, it failed to hit Jack. With little movement, Jack moved out of the way just before the trident hit. All the weapon managed to catch was his afterimages. Straight Pole was frustrated. He used Key Strike. The energy blast covered a wide area in melee range, so Jack's footwork would be useless in this case. Although Jack could have tanked this attack, he didn't give his opponent the satisfaction of hitting him. He used Shooting Dash to dodge the attack before dashing back to Straight Pole's back. He then used his fist and struck Straight Pole's open back. Damage number of 200 appeared above Straight Pole's head. Straight Pole was alarmed. Did Jack have a Battle Monk class as well? He summoned his spirit weapon. Both he and his spirit weapon attacked Jack together, but none of their stabs landed. Both Jack's 8 diagram illusory steps and inhuman speed allowed him to dodge all attacks. While doing so, he threw a fist now and then. Every fist landed on Straight Pole's body. Out of 4 punches, 3 produced damage numbers. Jack had incorporated mana manipulation in his punches. Although he could not yet have perfect control during a real fight, using mana manipulation on his fists compared to weapons was much easier. The mana inside this valley was also denser compared to the outside world. Hence, he saw this fight as training to further his mana control. The other Corporate United members were unsure. Should they help? Straight Pole had expressed a desire for a one-on-one. Would they be scolded if they help? But Straight Pole appeared to be in trouble. One of them was about to help, but he was stopped by his friend. He turned and saw the one who stopped him was the one who had warned them to wear the Amulet of Rebirth. Jack's punches had reduced Straight Pole's health point to half. In his rage, Straight Pole didn't seem to be aware. He continued to strike with his trident, determined to land a hit. Jack took an opportunity and slid to Straight Pole's side when Straight Pole was doing a strong thrust. That side was completely open. Straight Pole's spirit weapon was on the other side, blocked by Straight Pole's own body. Jack took a stance. He aimed his palm with its fingers facing forward, forming a makeshift sword. He then thrust forward. A trail of light followed his thrust. His 4 fingers stabbed into Straight Pole's waist. Jack had thrust his fingers using the martial art one-word thrust and strengthened by mana manipulation. Straight Pole felt as if he had been stabbed by a real sword. Damage number of 2000 floated above his head, devouring his remaining health point. His body fell lifelessly to the ground, only to be revived back on the spot. He was now level 1 and was wearing common equipment. "Dude, you never learn, do you?" Jack said to him. Straight Pole was having a complicated expression. He was indeed regretting not equipping the Amulet of Rebirth. Jack then turned to the rest of the Corporate United members. "You people want to fight as well?" he asked. "No, we don't want any trouble. We will leave." The one who had held his friend from interfering said. Jack used Inspect on him. He was named Associate Clearhead. "Some of you look unhappy, though," Jack said after observing the others. "Come at me however you like. You can go at me together." "Get him," one of those with unhappy faces uttered. 22 Corporate United members rushed at Jack at the same time. "Wait, don't," Clearhead called out. Jack just watched his incoming opponents with a grin. His sword and staff appeared. Spell formation was formed rapidly. 15 large vipers burst out and bound more than half of the rushing players. Jack then used Whirlwind Slash, hitting everyone, bound or unbound. He then activated Azura and Magic Weapon. With 6 swords, he went around slicing everyone, prioritizing the ones that were not caught by his myriad venomous vipers. In a short time, all 22 players died. Those that were wearing Amulet of Rebirth returned to life in the same place. Jack then killed them again, causing them to waste the amulets. Straight Pole watched with a blank face. If Jack had used weapons, he would have died in a shorter time. Only 7 remaining members of Corporate United, who didn't attack Jack, remained at level 48. Jack looked at them. Clearhead gulped and again said, "We don't wish to fight." "Okay." Jack nodded and stored his weapons. Clearhead was cursing in his mind. He was also spamming the party chat, scolding those who didn't heed his warning. He had been amongst those that had seen Jack in action when they attacked Heavenly Citadel the first time. These 22 morons did not. "You can go," Jack said. Clearhead helped the others get up. They were heading to the hub with the valley's exit when Jack stopped them. "Halt!" Jack stood in their way. Butayuro, you said you let us go." Clearhead stammered. He was worried this demon only toyed with them, that he would still slay them, after all. "I said you can go, but not through here. This place is managed by Everlasting Heavenly Legends partner. If you want to use the exit here, you have to pay," Jack uttered. Sunny looked at Jack. "Partner? Everlasting Heavenly Legends? Wasn't that the #1 guild in this country? Ugh. No wonder this demon is here. So this place is already taken by a powerful group," Clearhead thought with regret. Their informant told them that this place was only run by a third-rate guild. He swore he would go and look for this informant after he returned and beat the shit out of him. "Fine, here is 5 gold coins," Clearhead said. "What 5 gold coins? For you people, the fee is 10 gold coins for each. So that will be 300 gold coins. Those that cannot pay just stay here and wait for your friends to come back with coins," Jack said. "That is a euro, that's a robbery," Clearhead uttered. "It is," Jack said. The table had turned on them. In the end, Clearhead and the other 6 collected their coins and managed to pay 300 gold coins for all of them. Jack was surprised. These corporate United members were rather wealthy. Clearhead again cursed the others who had lost their lives. They had also lost their belongings when they died, forcing Clearhead and the others to fork out the coins. He told them that he expected them to return the coins with interest. Straight Pole followed the others with an empty gaze. His spirit had been utterly crushed. Jack felt bad when he saw it. He thought about going and giving the guy some encouraging words, but after further thought, he concluded it would just do more harm than good. After the corporate United people left, Jack turned to Sunny, who was eyeing him with suspicion. "So, you are also from a powerful guild? Your intention of coming here is the same as theirs? You want to take over our operation?" Sunny asked. "I honestly only find out about your operation today," Jack said. "But as you see, there is no way for you to keep this operation a secret. The words are out already. One of the sharks has come. There will be more. So, are you saying it is better to hand over this place to your guild then? After all the hard work we did here?" "No, I think your guild has done a bang-up job managing this place. I doubt my guild can do it better. What I'm proposing is cooperation." "Cooperation?" Jack nodded. "We provide protection and trainers. No offense to you people, but we have better fighters. We can better power level these trainees. We will also station people up there at the plateau, keeping unwanted intruders away. We can also protect the trainees that are being chaperoned here. All you need to do is continue the management inside the hub and also look for clients in cities." "And how do you propose we share the profits?" "Half-half," Jack said. "I think that is a fair offer. With our channels, we can open access to other countries for you. That way, we can easily increase our client counts by many folds. Even with 50% profits, I believe you will see more coins than you currently enjoy." Sunny seemed to seriously consider the proposal. Jack added, "The most important thing is, you don't have to worry about getting attacked like just now again." That seemed to hammer in the point. If Growth Aid Agency insisted on keeping this operation to themselves, they risked losing it altogether. They had no choice but to partner up with a strong guild. What better choice than the #1 guild in the country? I will talk with our leader," Sunny said. Jack nodded. From Sunny's expression, Jack saw that he knew partnering up was the only solution. Jack sent him a friend request. You are Stormwind? The so-called strongest player in this country," Sunny said after seeing Jack's name from his friend request. "I am called that? That's flattering," Jack said. "Message service is blocked down here. Come with me up there. I will connect you to my associates." Our two guilds can talk it out on the details of our cooperation. All right, let's use the exit. Which one do you prefer? Fighting or puzzle? Sunny asked. Too time-consuming. I will carry you up there directly, Jack said. Carry me up? How do a euro? Sunny's words were interrupted when Jack blew a red whistle and a raging flame appeared beside them. A scary-looking fiery horse emerged from the flame. Jack climbed Pandora and offered Sunny to climb behind him. Sunny was hesitant. The fire horse looked truly scary. But he steeled himself and dismissed the fear in his heart. He climbed behind Jack. Hold tight. Hold really tight, Jack advised. Sunny didn't understand, but he did as he was told. When Jack felt Sunny's firm hold on his waist, he gave Pandora the go signal. Pandora rushed to the cliff wall with speed. Sunny, who saw that they were about to crash into the wall at high speed, was screaming his heart out. Not only he, but some among the crowds that were still there also screamed when they saw the scene. But Pandora didn't crush into the wall. She jumped to the wall and started running vertically. The people who watched on the ground no longer utter any noise. They just looked at the incredible scene as Pandora ran through the straight wall as if it was flat ground. Sunny was still screaming, though. His scream continued to echo as he and Jack slowly went out of sight. Pandora jumped out from the valley and landed on the plateau above. Sunny was all white. Jack just left him be. It took him almost a full minute before he could speak again. The two then came down from Pandora and Jack started to send messages to John and Jeannie. Sunny did the same with his leader. The messaging went on for quite some time. Jack explained to his two fellow guild leaders about the situation. John was very happy because if this operation worked out, they would settle the coin upkeep problem needed to support building a large army of high-class units. John reprimanded Jack for not asking for a larger portion of the profit. Jack scolded him back and threatened the guy to not try to extort the other party for more than the 50% share Jack had promised. After this long-range discussion, it was agreed that Jeannie and John would arrange a meeting with Tim, the leader of the Growth Aid Agency, tomorrow in their wrath. Sunny would be joining the meeting since he had first-hand experience of when Corporate United came invading. He thought that he needed to be there to convince his leader into accepting this cooperation. In the meantime, Jeannie sent a group of players to secure the place as a show of goodwill. They already had several magic class players who also possessed float spells, so they could get into the valley safely. Jack gave her his current coordinates so those players could go into the valley from this spot. Hence, they would arrive right next to the hub. What are you planning to do inside the valley anyway? Sunny asked. After seeing how Pandora could exit the valley easily, he now believed Jack's story. I'm looking for a place inside the valley guarded by this beast, Jack said while summoning their ass. Holy balsa euro! Sunny had a jump when their ass appeared. You truly have multiple classes, as the rumors say. I still can hardly believe it. Have you seen a beast like this during your time down there? I told you already that we don't wander far from the hub, right? But now that you mention it, I remember my leader told me a story about how he saw a cave guarded by a fearsome beast. He tried entering the cave a few times because he thought that cave might be an exit, but he was always killed in his attempts. He then gave up and went to look for another way. He didn't tell you the way to that place? Jack asked. After hearing Sunny's story about his leader wandering for 1 year inside the valley, Jack was not eager to go back down without a direction. Pandora neighed loudly when they were talking. She said, "Is that why you come back to the valley?" She asked you why you want to go back there. Penuel translated. Oh, right. Madam Pandora, you are from there, right? That means you know the way, don't you? Jack asked. Pandora huffed and neighed again. She said of course she knows, but she doesn't like the place. Great. Please take me there. Don't worry. I won't let you get imprisoned again. Sunny felt weird seeing Jack talk to the flaming horse. But then again, everything about Jack was unusual. He said goodbye to Jack and used his town return scroll. He wanted to discuss the matter with his leader before tomorrow's meeting. After Sunny was gone, Jack climbed back to Pandora and returned to the valley. He saw the players have returned to grinding the shadows after arriving down there. He didn't pay them any more heed and resumed his journey. This time, he let Pandora lead the way. Pandora didn't follow the cliff wall. She just rushed into the abyss, which concerned Jack. He worried they might get lost. He was not keen on spending 1 year down here. Pandora couldn't escape this valley if there was no cliff for her to climb. Penuel sensed Jack's worry. She told him not to worry. A nightmare was a steed that could pass through plains. So the space irregularity in this valley won't hinder her. True to her words, Jack soon saw a cliff wall ahead of them. Not only that, he saw the familiar opening on the wall and the Thuras beast who was lazing on the ground near it. Jack jumped down and unsummoned Pandora. He walked brazenly towards the Thuras beast. The beast noticed his approach and stood up. Jack readied his weapons and walked toward the beast with confidence. But when he was near, he sensed the mana surrounding this Thuras beast was not one that was weak. He used his inspect. Thuras beast, rare elite monster. Beast, level 70, health point 750.000, sweet mother of the Lord Euro. Jack jumped back and readied himself for a battle. He was already very close to the Thuras beast. However, the Thuras beast just stared at him without moving an inch. He looked again to make sure. His distance from the beast was less than the first time when he met this beast. Was the beast looked down on him again? Last time it did some stretching before it came charging, but now it stood unmoving and just stared at Jack. Jack moved sideways with his attention fully on the Thuras beast, towards the direction of the cave. He expected the Thuras beast to attack him at any moment, but it never did. It even lost attention after Jack circled to his back. Its head stopped looking at Jack and turned back to the front. It then lay back on the ground in its previous lazing position. Huh! Jack watched the beast with confusion. He glanced to his back. The cave was just a few meters away. With his eyes still on the Thuras beast, he slowly walked backward until he passed the opening into the cave. It truly didn't attack a Euro. What's wrong? Jack asked. The Thuras beast won't be able to attack anymore once he went inside the cave. There was an invisible layer that prevented the beast from entering. Don't know a Euro, Penuel replied. Why is its level increased so much? I thought only Outworlders can level that fast. Jack asked again. Don't know, Penuel replied with a louder tone. Jack observed the Thuras beast for a while before saying, I don't know why it didn't attack, but I think I can hazard a guess as to why its level increases. Why? Wilted said this place is one of his partner's secret spots, right? However, as time passed, more and more players will stumble into this place, such as those Growth Aid Agency people. If high-level players come and this Thuras beast's level is constant at level 45, then everyone will have no trouble taking the trials inside. This special class here won't be that special anymore. Since this Thuras beast improved in level following players' progression, it will always keep the special class inside here out of reach, until maybe when players hit the level cap. Which means whatever special class is inside here, it is meant for end-game content. I seriously have no idea what you are talking about, Penuel said. Game terminology, don't worry about it. Just know that this proves the special skill inside here is something unusual. I'm truly looking forward to it now. Jack didn't pay attention to the Thuras beast outside any longer. He turned around and headed inside. Since he already knew that there were no monsters or traps inside, he ran at full speed without worry. Last time it took him an hour of walking to reach the large cave hall. With his running speed this time, he arrived in less than 15 minutes. The hole he had broken through into Pandora's containment room was still there. He looked around. This large cave hall only had that single window opening and the hole into Pandora's room. He had no idea what to do here. Last time the test of courage just activated by itself after he went to sleep. He didn't feel sleepy this time. He also didn't wish the trial to be the same horror experience as the last time. Hey! The old man who enjoys scaring people. Are you around? Jack yelled. You are still as impolite as before. A voice came up behind Jack. Jack jumped because the voice appeared directly behind him. He turned back and saw Magus in his illusory form. And you still enjoy scaring people? Jack returned. Can't you appear in front of me instead of my back? And so close even. Don't you know about personal space? Well, never mind that. I'm here to take on that special class trial. Oh, you are an Archmage and level 50 already? Magus asked. But before Jack could answer, Magus had added, You truly are. That is quite fast. Good, good. You seem awfully happy. I take it you don't get many test takers here. Do you? You still dare to say that you have taken the nightmare. I can't give anyone the first test even if I want to. Now only you have the chance for passing this test. If you fail, then no one can get the special class here and my duty will never be fulfilled. So you have better not fail, you rude and impolite youngster. Whoa. Whoa, Euro, why suddenly get so agitated? Jack said. You said you need the nightmare to give someone that horror test? Yeah. Do you know where that nightmare has gone to? Can you capture it back for me? I will reward you, Magus said. Jack received a quest notification. No, Euro, I have no idea where that nightmare is now. Jack lied. He promptly rejected the quest request. Magus eyed Jack suspiciously, which caused Jack to smile wryly. Euro, then you have better not fail this trial, kid. I won't forgive you if you do, Magus warned. Then give me info and tips about the trial. Help me increase my odds of succeeding, Jack said. I can't. I'm duty-bound to be impartial and not provide aids to the candidates. Not even info of what the trial is about and what I need to do to pass it? Nope. What about the consequences of failing? Are you not allowed to tell me that as well? Will I die if I fail or something like that? I suppose I can tell you that. If you fail, you won't be able to retake the trial anymore. This is a one-time attempt. So do not fuck this up. If you fail, there will be no more candidates because the nightmare is missing and I will be a haunted ghost forever. I will make it my mission to haunt you forever if that happens. Even if you die, I will still haunt you. Damn, old man. I'm more scared by your threat than going against that level 70 thurass beast down there, Jack said. Speaking of which, why does that thurass beast down there not attack me? Because you have passed the first trial, the test of courage. That gives you the privilege of entering this place freely. Aha, Euro, Jack remarked with a nod. Are you done with your questioning? Are you ready to begin the trial, or do you still have questions? I have lots of questions about the trial, but since you are not allowed to answer me, then there is no point for me to ask. Just begin the goddamn trial. I half wish you to succeed because I'm not keen on being a haunted ghost forever. But I also half wish you to fail because of your foul mouth, Magus said. Well, anyway, here comes the trial. Jack waited for something to happen, but everything is quiet. Nothing seemed to change. Old man, this is a letdown. Have you lost your juice? Or do you need the nightmare for this second trial as well? Jack asked. Magus didn't reply. He just stood still and stared at Jack. Euro? Now that Jack paid attention. The ghostly old man had actually stayed exactly the same after declaring the start of the trial. Hey, old man. What's wrong? Jack snapped his fingers in front of Magus. No reaction. The heck? Is he messing with me? Jack thought. He decided to throw caution to the wind and slap the man. His hand went past the man as if air. Oh, right. He is just a ghost. Penuel, what do you make of this? Jack asked. His hands were flicking around Magus' ghostly face. The old ghost's eyes just stared blankly ahead. Jack chuckled from his own mischief. He had been expecting Penuel to scold him by now. Hey, Penuel. Why are you so Euro? Jack's words stopped when he saw Penuel, who was completely still in the air beside him. She was wearing the same blank look as Magus. Jack knew then that something was not right. He waved his hands in front of his fairy companion. No response. Both Penuel and Magus had seemingly turned into statues. Jack moved away and looked at the two. It was like looking at a still picture. Euro, he uttered. It looked like the trial had already started. Jack wandered around the large cave hall. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. He checked every nook and cranny in that place. Nothing. He got tired and just sat in a corner and looked at the two still beings at the center of the hall. He stayed there for a long while until he decided that he won't find any solution here. He needed to get out of here. It's too depressing here inside this hall with nothing but the two statues of Penuel and Magus. He looked outside the window opening. Euro, he thought. There was light. Sunlight usually couldn't come into this valley. However, another strange thing. When he came back down to the valley, it was almost noon. He estimated he already spent a great deal of time since then. It should be close to the evening already, but the sunlight from outside seemed like it was still noon. He then walked down. He came out into the valley again, expecting to see a still there's beast. Instead, he saw no beast. In front of him, after he came out of the cave, was a large expanse of land and a clear sky, which made no sense because he was supposed to be in a valley. He looked back and saw that there was still the tall cliff behind him. He decided to summon Pandora and ran up the cliff, back to the plateau above before trying to think about anything. Nothing came out. In his panic, he tried to summon other things. There's spirit weapon, his wolf pack. Nothing appeared. He even tried to call his weapons out, but no response. He tried to send his consciousness into his inventory, but it was like he had no inventory at all. This is like the first trial, Jack thought. The difference was he still wore his equipment this time. Other than that, it seemed that every other game feature had vanished. He could also sense no mana at all. Is this a dream again? Jack asked. He pinched himself. It hurt. No, Euro can't be a dream, Jack muttered. Last time, he went into the trial after he fell asleep. He didn't remember going to sleep this time. The trial simply started in the middle of his conversation with Magus. If this was a trial at all to begin with, he looked up at the sky. The fog that usually covered this valley was no more. He could see the sky clearly. The sun was at its peak. It's noon, all right. Did he spend one complete day inside without realizing it? He walked around nearby. He didn't dare to go far, trying to see if there was any clue. He couldn't find any. He looked at the large expanse of land ahead of him. There was nothing, not even any tree or mountain. He felt the urge to cross that land. He resisted the urge. He then looked up again at the sun and frowned. He sat down on the ground, leaning on the cliff wall, and waited. After what he estimated as 3 or 4 hours, he looked up again. It was true, the sun was still at the same spot. It didn't move at all. What did this mean? The sun didn't move. Penuel and Magus didn't move. Eurotime had stopped. He was the only one unaffected by this phenomenon. However, he also didn't think they were still in the normal game world. Otherwise, he would see a valley instead of this large expanse of land. He looked back at the cliff wall. There was no longer a fog that covered its height. The cliff was very tall. Its wall was completely flat, with no handhold for climbing. It would be impossible for him to scale this wall without Pandora. He returned his attention to the vast expanse before him. Ah, screw it, he uttered and started walking. Staying in one place won't solve anything. He walked and walked. He didn't know how long since he started walking, but it was a long time. Since the sun remained at the same place, he had no reference to gauge time. He rested when he was tired. Then he continued walking again. He tried to walk in a straight line, but he was not sure if he did. There was no reference, no landscape. The only notable landscape was the high cliff wall that he had left behind. He used that cliff wall as a reference at first. As long as the cliff was behind him, it meant that he didn't veer off course. But the cliff was not visible anymore, which meant he had walked a very long distance. He estimated that he might have been walking for days under normal time. He felt hungry and thirsty, but his body seemed to still be able to function properly. This proved that players' game bodies needed no nutritional intake. They were just doing it out of habit. When he rested and slept, he drew an arrow sign on the ground to make sure he resumed traveling in the same direction again after waking up. He assumed as long as he went in a straight line, he should find something. He continued, for how long he couldn't tell. He thought it might have been days? He was unsure. Then one thing caught his attention. A tree. He ran towards it. It was a dead tree. There was no leaf, just a large trunk with many branches. Even so, it was the one distinct thing in this otherwise empty landscape. Jack scrutinized each of its parts but found nothing special. He even touched every inch of the trees, but nothing happened. He then sat laying on that tree, tired and beat up and confused. He stayed there for a long time. At one moment, he looked up at the sky and felt that something was different. The sun's position had changed. Was it that the time didn't stop, it only slowed? He decided to stay longer and watched the sun. After hours of waiting, there was no noticeable difference. Perhaps because the time moved so slow that he couldn't perceive the changes with just a few hours of observation. So, he decided to resume his journey rather than wasting time here. He walked and walked and walked. He had grown a beard. He only realized it when he was unintentionally touching his face. "How long have I been walking?" he said with worry. The beard felt more than half an inch. There was one time during his college that he let his beard grow. It took more than a month for it to grow this long. Had he been walking for that long? His mind wandered to his friends, the guild, Prince Alonso, and the other natives. What could have happened in this 1 month? He couldn't send messages. Did the time outside continue normally? Or was it also slowed? He hoped it was the latter. Otherwise, if he came out of this trial, everyone might be many levels ahead of him already. He stopped. Why did he use if? He would finish this trial for sure. No way he was trapped in this trial forever. There should be a way out. Even if it meant failing the trial. He should be sent back into the game world again after failing. Without realizing it, Jack no longer cared about completing this trial. He just wanted to go back out to the game world. He continued his walk. He saw more dead trees as he proceeded. That first tree he encountered didn't feel that much special now. Additionally, the landscape wasn't entirely flat anymore. Sometimes it went up, sometimes it's down, but still mostly flat. Jack didn't trim his beard. He had nothing to use for a time reference, so this beard had become that. He tried not to think too much about it as he walked, until his beard was half a foot long. "Shida euro," he muttered. Had he walked for a year? He sat down. He had long stopped bothering to draw a line to indicate his direction while resting. It would be okay if he ended up returning to the cliff wall again. Then he at least had something to look at, not just this empty expanse of land. He no longer worried about the outside world. He didn't care if his guild was attacked. He didn't care whether Prince Alonso had been crowned king or not. He didn't care if Worldmaker successfully overthrew the Liguritim's rightful ruler and was now invading others. All he cared about was getting out of this blasted empty world. He looked up at the sky again. The sun had moved lower. He just sat there and watched the sun. "Hey Euro, it is moving," Jack thought. He couldn't be sure though. If it moved, it did so very slowly. Jack decided to just lay there on the ground and watch the sky. After what might be hours of waiting, he was sure the sun was moving. His position was now around late afternoon. That's weird. The last time he waited for hours while watching the sun, it didn't move at all. After some pondering, he thought maybe the time stopped around that cliff wall. As he proceeded further, whatever affecting the time might have become weaker. So, the time was closer to running at a normal speed here. With that train of thought, he stood back up and continued his walk. Perhaps once he arrived at the spot where time flowed normally, he could get back to the normal game world. Fueled by hope, he walked faster than he had walked for a long time, even running at first. After what he thought were more days of journey, a euro or months, he noticed the sky was getting darker. It was what the sky looked like when it was dusk. The sun was very low on the horizon. Jack continued. He couldn't afford to stop. There must be something happening once time flowed normally. So he walked and walked and walked. The sky finally reached its nighttime. Jack continued to walk until it was dawn and eventually morning again. The land also became more irregular. There were low hills all around. The frequency of dead trees also increased. He now saw 2 or 3 trees at any one time. Day came and went. Night came and went. His beard was now 3 feet long. He made a calculation. Was it 6 years already? He thought in consternation. He couldn't be sure. He felt that his beard had stopped growing for quite some while. Does that mean it was even longer than 6 years then? He sat down and rested at one of the dead trees at the top of one low hill. He watched the sky. He could easily see the movement of the sun. It was fast. He had felt it to be so for some time. Now that he stopped and paid attention, he was sure now. The sun had passed moving at a normal speed. It was faster than normal now. In what felt like a couple of hours, the sun had moved from its highest position to the horizon. Nothing happened when he reached the point where time was flowing normally. Now that he had passed that point, he continued to walk. Because he didn't know what else to do. Jack didn't know how long he walked. Years? Decades? He had been walking in auto mode. Day and night were now alternating between one another at a more rapid pace. He felt his body getting weaker. He looked at his hand. His hands seemed thinner than usual. His skin had wrinkles. Felt like he had seen them for the first time. Perhaps it didn't register to him all this time, or he just ignored them. He touched his face. There were wrinkles as well. He was getting older. He looked at the sky, which looked to be in a fast-forward mode. Was my body affected by the increased time flow as well? There were more hills and dead trees. The land seemed like a chaotic mess. A far cry from what it was near the cliff wall where he started. He could hardly remember that time anymore. It seemed like ages ago. How was everyone doing? He tried to remember his friends' names. Nothing came into mind. Did he forget them? Did they forget him? His legs finally felt like they couldn't move anymore. He fell to the ground. He turned around and laid on his back, looking up at the sky that was exchanging rapidly. Sun, moon, repeat. Was this the end? He remembered when he talked with a woman, her name also eluded him, that players could still die a real death. Death by old age. He was old now. He admitted that this was a completely unexpected way to die. Alone. On an alien land that he didn't even sure where. He decided this was the end of his journey. He was done walking. There seemed to be no end to this journey. His body also didn't seem to agree with continuing the walk anymore. Now all he could do was just contemplate all this. He was done thinking about how to clear this trial or find a way out. He was past that now. He didn't even feel regret to have decided to take the trial that caused all this. He didn't feel the unwillingness due to still having many things that he should have done and planned to do. He didn't feel the fear of dying a useless and lonely death. He might feel all that during his journey, but now that he was lying down here, spent, those seemed unimportant. All he had now was just his curiosity. What's the deal with all this? What exactly was the point? Jack closed his eyes. All he could think about this place now was its distortion of time. Time appeared to completely stop where he left Penuel and Magus. As he went on his journey, time seemed to start flowing. As he moved forward, its speed picked up. There were times when he had considered turning back to where Penuel and Magus had been frozen in time. Though it won't solve anything, at least he won't die alone. He would have died accompanied by two statues. Now that he thought about it, why didn't he? He thought back to those times. He felt compelled to go forward. There was no return, no going back. All he had to do was move forward. Like time. Time was one direction. You could only go forward, not backward. You could only go to the future, not the past. You could remember the past, not the future. You could influence the future, but not the past. Time in its actuality was irreversible. It went consistently in one direction, as if an arrow. Disorders and complexities also escalated in relation to time. This was expressed by the landscapes he had passed through. It was neat and empty at the start of his journey. As he journeyed further, the landscapes got more uneven with various trees in a chaotic arrangement. As time passed, a building without maintenance would fall apart by itself. It would not happen the other way around. The building would not repair itself with time. So did the human body. Just as how age was breaking his body down now with the passage of time. This was irreversible. It's the same with complexities. A story in its infancy was most simple. As time passed, more plots were added, more characters were included, and more rules were incorporated. The story would become more complex as time passed. So complex that it was easy for the author to make mistakes and inconsistencies. Hence, amendments and retcons were sometimes implemented, which in turn enhanced the complexities even more. The same thing happened with society, knowledge, technology, etc. They became more complex as time passed. This was irreversible. So, time in reality was irreversible. There was no do-over. There was no loading previous save file. There was no replaying new game plus. Wait, but he was not in the reality. He was in a world that had its entire underlying laws rewritten based on a game system. HM? He felt something. He sensed something. Something that he had not sensed for a very, very long time. Mana. Free Webnovel C. M. He opened his eyes. Tendrils of light filled his sight. It was mana. He saw it visually. The tendrils of mana formed a river of light, flowing in one direction. He didn't know how he knew it, but he was certain that this mana river represented the time that existed within this place. He extended his frail hand up, trying to touch those tendrils of light. He felt too weak to do his out-of-body experience. After a struggle, his finger finally brushed one of these light tendrils. His thought was connected to the river from that touch. His consciousness was pulled out of his body into the stream. His understanding was further reinforced after connecting with the mana that governed time. He felt his consciousness join this river. He merged with it, flowed with it. He perceived time in its most basic essence. Indefinite enlightenment washed over him. He felt somehow transcended. In this transcended state, he sensed a certain power influencing this time stream. The stream seemed to be constructed of immeasurable parts that formed the whole, like gears on a machine. Each part was essential. One alteration might cause a ripple effect on the whole system. He reached to one of these parts. Like a gear, he shifted it, rotated it. The whole system started to vibrate. They tried to adjust to the change. The mana river slowed until it eventually grounded to a halt. Then slowly the river flowed backward. Within the river, Jack saw an astonishing sight. He saw his frail body getting up. His body then walked backward. The scene didn't look right. It looked as if a movie was being played in reverse. He watched his body walking backward. It was like watching a replay of his journey. He was in a true auto mode this time. He couldn't influence any change to it. He was just a spectator. Days passed, months passed, years passed, even decades, as he watched his body walking backward through the path he had walked before. The stream followed exactly where he had walked through. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Unconsciously, he had been walking following the stream all those years. Eventually, he saw the cliff wall from where he had started his journey. He saw the stream entering the cave from where he had come out from. He followed the stream as his body re-entered the cave, all the way up to the hall where Penuel and Magus were still in their statue-like state. He watched himself walking around the room, on a backward track from what he did. It ended with him back in front of Magus. The time stream began from where he stood at that time. He felt himself flowing with the stream and re-entered his body. Lert 8 Semic RH. Yawina. Li W. Jack heard Magus utter as he stood before the illusory mage. Magus' eyes then blinked. He looked at Jack as if he had just seen Jack for the first time. "You did it," he said. At the same time, Jack heard a notification. "Congratulations on passing the special class trial. Your Archmage class has been upgraded to a special class, Time Sage." Jack was blank for quite some while. When he re-entered his body, he felt as if he had just been awoken from a dream. As if all the decades of the journey he had taken were just an illusion. A long dream, but a dream nevertheless. He felt that he had gone through all that, but at the same time it was just a second ago when he started his trial. He couldn't exactly describe how he was feeling at that moment. "What do you mean he did it?" Penuel, who was floating beside Jack, asked Magus. "What trial? How is it completed already?" She turned to Jack, who was still having a blank face. "Hey, did something happen?" she asked. Instead of answering Penuel, Jack asked Magus. The trial." Magus gave him a sign to calm down. "It's rather disorienting, I understand. To be honest, I didn't have much confidence in you passing, considering your low level. I'm just glad despite your low level, you actually have already learned the basics of how to manipulate mana. Well done, young man. But why couldn't I sense the mana right from the start?" Jack stammered. His mind was still trying to adjust. Because you need to understand time before you can sense it, before you can become its master, Magus answered. Its master? Jack asked. You are now a time sage. A mage who holds dominion over the most enigmatic element, time. Magus said. Time sage? One of the Council of 24. Penuel uttered with wide eyes. Council of 24? What's that? Jack asked. It is a Euro sorts of like a league faction. However, it's a faction that is unique, as it only has 24 members at most. Penuel answered. I thought this faction is just a myth. There has never been any evidence of its existence. Oh, you bet it is real, miss, Magus exclaimed. My real self used to be one of its members. When my real self passed away, I was left behind to oversee his legacy, to make sure that someone worthy takes over his mantle. You used to be a time sage? A member of the Council of 24? Penuel asked. Her eyes were wide again. You bet I am. Are you impressed now? Magus expressed a proud face. I still don't understand what's so great about that faction, Jack said. I can't believe my successor is someone who is unaware of the greatest faction in existence. Fairy, enlighten this uneducated ruffian, Magus uttered. Penuel gave Magus a look that said, Why me? The greatest faction? Isn't that title held by the divine factions? Jack said. The divine faction is considered the greatest because they are backed by a god or a goddesses, Penuel said. Duh, Jack uttered. The Council of 24, although doesn't possess such endorsement, it is not considered less than the divine faction, Penuel explained, ignoring Jack's sarcasm. This is because the 24 members of the faction are beings that possessed power close to divinity. When the 24 of them combine their powers, they have the power to rival a divine being, or even triumph over a divine being, Magus added. Penuel shrugged. So the myth said. It's not a myth. It's a fact, Magus insisted. Penuel rolled her eyes. Anyway, the council only has 24 members because this council required mortals who possessed specific special classes. These special classes are only owned by one mortal at any one time. As long as the owners of these special classes are still alive, no one else will have the chance to get these classes. And my time sage is one of the powers of this council? Jack asked. My time sage which I bestowed upon you, Magus uttered. By bestowing then it has now become mine. No, it is still mine which I granted to you. She said only one person can have this special class. If it is in me now, then it is mine already. No, I am still the one and only time sage. Jack's mind was still feeling tired. He decided to not entertain this meaningless debate anymore. He asked Penuel instead. The council has 24 members with specific special classes. I can't help but notice it's the exact same number as the existing elite classes. Penuel nodded. Exactly. The 24 members of the council possessed special classes that are the pinnacle of each elite class. You mean this time sage is the best special class there is for Archmage? Jack asked in astonishment. The tale says it to be so, Penuel said. I can tell you for a fact that it is so, Magus uttered. Yeah. Endgame content, Jack exclaimed. Penuel and Magus looked at one another. Penuel shrugged, while Magus said, It takes time to heal from the time sage trial. It's not for the faint of heart. You don't say. That trial is crazy. I thought I'm truly gone old and about to die already, Jack said and sat on the ground. His body felt well, but his mind was still drowsy. Actually, if you fail to comprehend time and come back, you will truly die of old age in that time realm, Magus said. What? Jack said with wide eyes. Doesn't that mean permanent death? Wilted said they will still die of old age in this game world. He felt a cold sweat rolling down his forehead as he thought about how he had brushed true death so close. What's the trial about anyway? Penuel asked. Jack recounted his experience when he was in the trial. Penuel listened with amazement. Wow, you truly came close to dying, Penuel said after Jack finished his tale. You don't say. I can feel myself at the end already at that time. Damn. I feel shiver now just thinking about it. I'm glad you make it. So, how do you feel now? Penuel asked. I don't feel like a 70-year-old geezer, if that's what you are asking, Jack replied. Well, now that my duty is done, I guess it's my time for me to depart already, Magus said. I'm glad you made it, kid. Otherwise, I'm really in a pinch of finding another candidate since no one can take the first test anymore. I'm glad as well, you eccentric ghostly coot, Jack replied. He then thought of something and said, Before you go, since you are a member of the 24, can you tell me where I can get the Council's special class for Blade Dancer? Unfortunately, although we are one faction, we don't truly keep a tab on one another, Magus replied. I'm sorry to say I don't know where that sword maniac left his legacy. Ah, too bad, Jack thought. Never mind, if it's not his fate to get the Council's Blade Dancer special class, then it's not his fate. He didn't bother about it too much. Thank you, old ghost, for giving me the chance for the trial. Even when I almost lose my life for it. Jack stood back up and said to Magus, The pleasure is mine. I hope that special class serves you well as it did me, Magus replied. He then turned to Penuel and gave a goodbye nod. Mississippi. Penuel did a curtsy in the air. Magus gave the two a warm smile as his apparition slowly turned more transparent, then vanished altogether. Jack sat back down. His mind was still a little bit hazy. You okay? Penuel asked. I'm not sure Euro when I'm at the end of my time during the trial. Everything is sort of inconsequential Euro, don't get me wrong. I will give everything to meet and talk with you, with Grace, Jeannie, John, and the others, even if it's just for a minute. But what I'm saying is, I feel at peace. All the struggles that everyone seems so concerned about, Master and his plan to rule this world, it's all felt pointless. So what? Are you telling me you are going to leave everything behind and be a hermit? Ha, Jack laughed. No, I'm just saying that experience truly put things into perspective. That being said, I am still going to kick Master's butt and keep this world a free world where all players and all natives can live together freely. That's the Jack I know. Penuel slapped Jack's arm. All right, let's check this special class, Jack said and opened his status page. He had to wait until the next level up before he could check the attribute increase provided by this class. But the same as the elite class, a special class also provided inherent abilities upon acquiring the class. He also gained one new spell. He first checked his new inherent abilities. Intelligence, Dexterity, Reflex plus 20%, all recovery speeds plus 30%, all hostiles within a 50-meter radius are slowed by 5%, all allies within a 50-meter radius are sped up by 5%, all ranged attacks are increased to 300% of their original speed. Hoa Euro as expected of a pinnacle special class. These passive abilities are killer, Jack remarked. The percentage boost on the stats was significant, considering his base stats were already high due to the combined attributes from his three classes. Jack chuckled. Even my magic class enhanced my speed. No one is going to rival me in terms of speed now, he said while checking his dexterity and reflex stats. His dexterity had now gone past 1,000 points. Jack asked Penuel what it meant by all recovery speeds. Did it mean health point, stamina, and mana point? Penuel answered those and also the recovery speed from debuff. So, if Jack was hit by a movement restriction spell, it would last only 70% of its original duration. The two abilities that slowed hostiles and sped up allies were as if there was an active AoE spell around Jack all the time. He didn't even need to do anything and his friends were already faster while his opponents were slower than they should be. The affected area was even very large despite this being a passive effect. For the last inherent ability, Jack did an experiment. He cast Mana Bullet. The spell indeed traveled at triple the speed than usual. Jack then swung his sword and used his Sword of Light. The crescent light appeared to hit the wall he was targeting at the same time his swing ended. Cool. It also affects my physical skills, not just the magical ones, Jack uttered with delight. Sword of Light speed was godly when everyone was still at low levels. But as players' levels increased, so did their dexterity and reflex. Hence, some expert players at this stage had no problem dodging the speedy attack. Now, with the increase of his projectile speed, many of his ranged attacks would be deadly again even against fast opponents. Jack then checked the new spell he had gained when he was informed about his class change. He only got one new spell. Peniel informed him that for special classes, one would get a new skill or spell every 10 levels, as opposed to previous classes which granted standard skills every 5 levels. Peniel also informed Jack that not every special class was equal. For example, his Time Sage was the best special class there was. He would be getting new spells all the way until level 90, and then another one at level 99, which meant that this class would provide him with a total of 6 spells when he reached the level cap. Other special classes, on the other hand, didn't give that many new skills or spells. Peniel told Jack there were 4 classifications of the special class: normal special class, second class, first class, and pinnacle. Normal special class only provided new skills up until level 70, totaling only 3 new skills. The second class special class gave a total of 4 new skills up until level 80, while first class special class gave a total of 5 skills until level 90. The attributes increase provided during level up also differed, with the normal special class provided the least. But even so, the normal special class still granted larger attributes increase compared to the elite classes. The pinnacle special class was what Peniel thought a myth until now when Jack became a Time Sage. There were only 24 such classes, all part of the Council of 24. About this Council of 24, you said it is a league faction, right? Jack asked. That's correct, Peniel replied. Then it should have a base somewhere, shouldn't it? Jack said. If I'm a member of this council after becoming a Time Sage, what benefit do I get for being a member? Where should I go to get this benefit? Umayuro. I have no idea, Peniel said. Do you truly know about this Council of 24? Jack asked with a skeptical look. Hey, although this council is inside my knowledge, I thought it is just a myth until now. Not much is known about this council. It is said that only when all 24 of its members are gathered, then will this council show itself. What a cryptic faction, Jack commented. He didn't bother about it too much. He took a look at his new spell. Acceleration level 120th active spell. Range, requires magic weapons, increase the overall speed of one target by 500%, range, 50 meters, duration, 10 seconds, cooldown 1 hour, mana, 200. Jack decided to try it out. He cast the spell, which used a 5-rune spell formation. He used multi-rune casting, but since he was still not familiar with these new runes, it took him more than 2 seconds to cast. He chose himself as the target. When the spell took effect, Jack found it to be similar to when he used Dragon Eye's active skill, but with one distinct difference. When he used Dragon Eye, the things around him appeared to slow down. However, it was only his perception that had increased in speed. The rest of his body still moved at a normal speed. Thus, although he could see an attack coming at a slow pace, it didn't guarantee that he could dodge, because his body also moved at the same slow pace, as if he was moving through thick mud. At this moment, after casting the acceleration spell, he didn't feel that heaviness that he usually felt when using Dragon Eye. He looked at Peniel, whose wings were clapping slowly. He then turned in another direction and cast energy bolts. Since there were no hostiles, the 8 bolts just flew forward in a straight line. The bolts had increased in speed due to his passive abilities buff, but it still appeared slightly slow in his perception. Jack ran forward. Under the effect of Accelerate Target spell, Jack's running brought him past the 8 bolts before they hit the opposite wall. He then used his sword to cut at all 8 bolts with ease. Moving at 5 times the normal speed, no one would be able to cope with his speed. Not even his grandfather, who had an inhuman reaction and response. The only drawback compared to Dragon Eye was that this acceleration spell required casting time, but Jack thought it was worth it. Although the duration was only 10 seconds, in his 5 times acceleration, it would be 50 seconds for him. He could do a lot of things in those 50 seconds. All he needed to do was practice forming the spell formation to reduce his casting time. I guess we are done here, Jack said. Let's head back down. Jack went to the hole in the wall. When Peniel thought Jack would summon Pandora to take them back up, Jack jumped through the window. Hey! Peniel chased after him. Jack let himself fall all the way down. When he almost hit the ground, he cast float and landed safely. He looked around. Penuel flew down to his side. "Why come down here again?" she asked. "As I thought, the Thuras beast is gone," Jack said. Penuel looked around as well. The beast that used to guard the cave entrance was nowhere to be seen. "The trial is no more, so there is no need for it to guard this place anymore," Jack said. "I wonder if he just vanished or it becomes a free monster that roams around this valley?" Penuel shrugged. "Both are possible. Hopefully the former. If it becomes a roaming beast and encounters Sunny's group, it would be bad for business." "Let's check on them," Jack said and summoned Pandora. Jack asked Pandora to take him to the hub where they met Sunny. After a short run, the three arrived in its vicinity. Jack saw a group of rookies with a couple of trainers tackling a wave of shadow monsters. He heaved a sigh of relief. "What's the matter?" Penuel asked. "I'm worried since the trial is no more. The special feature in this valley will be gone as well," Jack said. "If it does, then our arrangement with Sunny's guild will become a waste. I'm glad it is not so. The trial and this valley are two separate systems. They didn't influence one another." "So, what's the next plan?" Penuel asked. "I want to go check out the quest Janice gave us, that one about Eye of Ilios," Jack answered. "Okay. So we are going to Palgros now?" "No, we will return to Therath first." Pandora took them up to the Buscula Plateau. Arriving up there, Jack used his town return scroll. It was almost evening then. Jack also felt tired. The residue of his mind going through the decades of the journey inside the time realm still haunt him. He decided to just go to Amy's bakery and rest for the day. Before that, he took his share of the profits from both the restaurant and bakery. It had piled up since he departed with the reinforcement army to save Prince Alonso, almost a month ago. The earnings netted him 239 gold coins. He was served a satisfying dinner by Samantha and had a long chat with her and Amy before retiring to his quarter. The next morning, Jack went around the capital to resupply. He spent around 100 gold coins to buy all the available ores and common-grade equipment from various shops. After finishing his shopping spree, he decided to deal with the one remaining item that he had gotten from slaying Garland. This last valuable item was a unique grade orb that emitted intense lightning energy. Penuel was rather excited when she first saw the orb. Orb of Rygene, unique grade weapon orb. Increase weapons base damage by 15%. Convert weapon damage into the lightning element. All skills or spells that deal lightning damage plus 20% to damage. Each standard attack has a 5% chance to produce chain lightning that strikes up to 7 hostiles, dealing 50% lightning damage. Penuel explained to Jack that this weapon orb was something that could be etched into a weapon. Any weapon. The etched weapon would receive the buffs described in the orb. Jack had been thinking about which weapon to etch this weapon orb into. He dealt more attacks using his sword, but currently his magic staff had higher damage points, so the orb will give more damage increase if it was used on his staff. Yet, his Stormbreaker could be said his permanent weapon while his magic staff was not. The staff would be replaced if he got a better one. Penuel informed Jack that he didn't need to worry about making the wrong choice. The weapon orb could be taken out from the etched weapon and applied later to another weapon. All he needed was just pay the cost. Jack went to the blacksmith workshop where he used to rent its room for blacksmith works in the past. The shopkeeper still remembered him and greeted him cordially. Jack informed the shopkeeper of his purpose. The etching process required a special forge, so Jack couldn't do it by himself. Aside from the blacksmith workshops in the city, the other place that Penuel knew of that might provide the service was the facility at Blacksmith Circle. The guild's blacksmith workshop similarly didn't have the facility. Penuel informed that only after upgrading the guild's blacksmith workshop to level 5 then it could provide the service to etch weapon orb. After paying for the special room's 1-hour fee, which was 10 gold coins, the shopkeeper took Jack into a room in the innermost part of the workshop. Inside the room was a furnace that was twice larger than the ones in the other rooms. There were also various kinds of tools inside. "Do you want to do the etching yourself, or do you want to hire a blacksmith to do it for you?" the shopkeeper asked. "If I do it myself, will there be an instruction to show me how to do it?" Jack asked. First, you will need to be at least an intermediate expert blacksmith to attempt the etching. Jack had no problem in this department. I'm a basic master blacksmith, Jack informed, a glint of surprise in the shopkeeper's eyes. He then continued, if you haven't done it before, then you have to learn its manual first. I can give you the manual for 50 gold coins. How much is the cost to rent a blacksmith to do it? 20 gold coins, the shopkeeper answered. Please note that you also need mana cores when you embed the weapon orb. We only provide the etching to open up the slot on your weapon. That's okay, he knows, Penuel informed. She had told Jack about this. Higher grade weapon orb required more mana cores when it was embedded. For the unique grade weapon orb Jack possessed, he would need to spend 75 mana cores. This was the cost that he needed to repay when he removed the weapon orb and embedded it into another weapon. I will do it myself. Here are the 50 gold coins, Jack said. The shopkeeper nodded and gave him a book. Similar to the technique book, an interface appeared when he touched the book, asking if he wanted to learn it. Jack clicked accept. The shopkeeper left him afterward. Jack approached the furnace and another interface appeared. Jack chose the option of etching a slot for the weapon orb. An instruction video appeared then. The tools to be used were a small hammer and a chisel. Jack placed his Stormbreaker on the work table. He then proceeded to work following the video instruction. The difficulty was not as high as when crafting equipment, so Jack didn't take long before he finished the work. There was now an indentation at the center of Stormbreaker's crossguard. One weapon can only have one slot for a weapon orb? Jack asked. Yes, Penuel confirmed. Jack nodded. He stored his Stormbreaker and took out his mana leech staff. He only had one weapon orb at the moment, but he decided to just etch the slot on both his weapons. He needed to come here to etch his weapons, but embedding didn't require a special facility. He could embed the weapon orb anywhere. So, with both weapons already having available slots, he could just embed a weapon orb in case he found another one. Penuel, if there is a weapon orb, I assume there are also armor orbs? Jack asked. Yes, Penuel answered. Jack rolled his eyes at his fairy companion. If he didn't ask, she might not have told him until he actually found an armor orb. I assume the process of etching an armor should be the same as a weapon? Jack asked again. Yes, Penuel answered again. So, Jack unequipped his Sword Fiend's gear set and etched all of them, in preparation if he found any armor orb. After finishing with the etchings, Jack took out the Orb of Raijin. He then proceeded to touch the orb to the staff. An interface appeared asking if he confirmed to embed this weapon orb into his magic staff. Jack confirmed. The weapon orb disappeared from his grip. A loading bar then appeared. The bar filled up in a few seconds. He then saw the orb fixed at the back of his staff, which was where he had etched the slot. The orb emitted a brilliant purple color as lightning streaks occasionally traveled along the staff. Jack checked his staff specs. Mana Leech Staff, level 60/90, unique magic weapon. Embedded. Orb of Raijin, unique grade weapon orb, lightning damage. 632. Range. 60 meters. Attack speed. 1. Energy. 300. Intelligence plus 20. Mana point plus 200. Standard attacks convert 1% of inflicted damage into mana point. Mana Steel Aura. All hostiles within a 5-meter radius lose 30 mana point every second, and the lost mana point is transferred to the staff's owner. Duration 2 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. All skills or spells that deal lightning damage plus 20% damage. Each standard attack has a 5% chance to produce chain lightning that strikes up to 7 hostiles, dealing 50% lightning damage. Cool, he said after seeing his staff's upgrade. This should increase his long-range capabilities. After exiting the workshop, Jack headed to the zone portal and teleported to Heavenly Citadel. He had sent Grace a message informing his plan. It was actually more convenient for him to travel alone since his Pandora's speed was unmatched. But he was afraid if he didn't tell Grace and just waltz off by himself, she would be angry again. She was currently doing the Legacy Dungeon with Jet. So Jack just waited for them inside the guild hall. Jack thought those two had ended up rather close after he left them at the Village of Peace. Jet had gone into the dungeon with Grace to evaluate her improvement with the phantom beating stick technique. They had also left one spot so Grace could summon Oswald. Jet gave the two some pointers on their martial arts while they beat through the dungeon. "So, you people can beat the medium difficulty without me already?" Jack asked Tip, who was at the control panel inside the guild hall. Jeannie and John had left early in the morning to meet Tim and Sunny to discuss their cooperation in developing the player's leveling center inside the Valley of Tempest. "Yeah, most of our levels are good enough for that already," Tip said, before he asked, "Hey, do you want to try the hard difficulty?" Before Jack could answer, Penuel spoke first. "I suggest you don't waste your time." Although every legacy dungeon had a different difficulty rating, even the hard difficulty mode of the easiest dungeon required at least a full party of level 60 adventurers fully decked with super rare grade equipment. And I suspect the Ice Throne legacy dungeon you have here is not one of the easiest dungeons. I suggest you only try that when you are at least level 70. "You heard the lady," Jack said. Jack chatted with Tip and also Captain Whitebeard, who was also inside the guild hall while practicing his skills and spells. At one time when Captain Whitebeard was talking, he cast his newly learned acceleration spell on the mouse. The mouse ended up speaking 5 times faster. Both Jack and Tip couldn't understand what Whitebeard was saying. All they heard were squeaks. Jack was laughing himself off, saying that now Whitebeard sounded more like a proper mouse. Penuel rolled her eyes at Jack's prank. "Are you bullying my captain?" A voice was heard. They turned and saw Grace entering the hall with Jet, Bowler, and the man. Bowler and the man were among the party that had entered the legacy dungeon with Grace. No, we are good," Jack said and patted Whitebeard's head, to which Whitebeard responded with a slap on Jack's hand. "You all completed the dungeon?" Tip asked. "Yeah. Here, another heart of ice," Jet said and tossed the item to Tip. "Oh, heart of ice? What do you need it for?" Jack asked. He had also gotten that item before. He used it on his amulet of summoning, allowing him to summon the ice demon fiend. "This thing can be used to craft the ice cannon tank," Tip informed. "The materials required to construct those tanks don't necessarily need this heart of ice. But with this material, the tank will be even more powerful. This heart of ice can enhance the ice cannon tank's ice shield ability. The ice shield can take more punishment before they are depleted. The ice shield can also regenerate faster. This heart of ice increases the tank's survivability by a large portion." "Amazing," Jack remarked and asked, "Did we lose any of the 5 tanks during the last war?" "Yeah, 2, Tip replied. 2 bought €1. Yeah, it takes a lot of material and time to craft those tanks. But we will make better ones in preparation for the next battle." "Better ones? Aren't their stats fixed?" Jack asked. "No, a mechanical weapon such as those tanks can be crafted not only from fixed materials." It was Penuel who answered. "Just like that heart of ice. You can use other ice property materials to replace it, but its resulting effect won't be as good. By using rarer materials, you can produce stronger ice cannon tanks. The blacksmith level of the ones who craft the tanks also affects the end product," Tip added. "As our blacksmith players increase their expertise levels, so too will our ice cannon tanks be more powerful." "Great. Now, who wants to go for a road trip to the Republic of Palgrost?" Jack asked. "Count me in," Grace replied. Jack nodded. "Any others?" Jack looked at Jet, Bowler, and the man. Bowler came forward with a beaming face. "Great. I have always been interested to see that country. Let me joe €1, ouch." His words were interrupted because he had been kicked on the leg by Jet. "Hey, what was that for?" he protested. "Aren't you forgetting you have promised to help me with a quest? You can't join their trip," Jet uttered. "What? I never €1, oof." Bowler's words were cut again, this time by the man whose hands grabbed him from behind and covered his mouth. "All of us can't join. It seems that only Boss and Madam Boss can go on this trip." "Madam Boss?" Jack turned to Grace, who just shrugged. "Anyone else in this headquarters? Maybe I should ask them." Jet gave Tip a stare, who immediately responded by saying to Jack, "No need to check the others. I've tasks for them. Only the 2 of you are free at this moment." "Too bad," Jack said and turned to Grace. Seems like this time it's just the two of us on the trip. Grace again replied with a shrug. Jack and Grace soon left the guild hall and headed to the teleportation chamber. The guild already established links with several main cities in Palgrost from its dwarven members. Jack checked the coordinates that were given by Janice for his quest. It was in a place that he had not traveled yet, so that spot on his map was still covered by gray fog. But from those coordinates, he could estimate the closest city the guild had access to. Jack originally hoped that Jet could follow, considering that he was from that country. But if Jet said he had something else to do, he won't impose on the old man. After checking the map, the closest main city to the coordinates was coincidentally the capital of Palgrost, Balgador. Jack thought this was fine as well. He had been to several other countries, but he never visited their capitals. This time, he could check out the capital on his first visit. On their way to the teleportation chamber, Grace asked Jack about their purpose to Palgrost. Jack informed her about his SS difficulty quest. Grace expressed her respect that Jack had such a high difficulty quest. She said that it was rare for anyone to get such a quest. Most of the other players were still tackling A difficulty quests, with a minority having S difficulty. Jack thought if he should tell her that he had done similar difficulty quests in the past. Heck, he even had one SSS chain quest that was still ongoing on his quest page. Jack and Grace used the teleportation chamber and appeared in the zone portal of Balgador. They were greeted by the sight of tightly packed squarish buildings made of stone and glass. Those buildings appeared rather modern compared to the buildings in Narath. The sky was dark. Many artificial lights filled the streets and the buildings. The zone portal of Balgador was similarly located outdoor on a large open square like the zone portals in other cities. Jack and Grace turned around as they took in the sight. 4 dwarven soldiers were guarding the zone portal. They only gave Jack and Grace a glance, similar to the other passers-by who were walking around the square. Nowadays, many foreign outworlders had gained access to their country, so seeing a human and an elf outworlder appearing here was not strange. Huh. I thought it is still noon when we left? Jack asked. It's dark not because it is night, Grace said and pointed up. Oh, Jack uttered after seeing the supposed sky. Except it was not. It was a ceiling far above even the tallest building there, which looked to easily be 10 stories in height. Many dwarven cities are built underground or inside a large cave hall, Penuel informed. As for Balgador, it was built inside a series of caves inside the biggest mountain in Palgrost, Mount Sedgebear. This is not a large cave hall. This is an epically colossal cave hall, Jack uttered after looking at the size of the cave. He could still not believe he was inside a mountain. The lights that he thought at first to be stars were instead also artificial lights. How the heck did they place those lights up there? He thought. While they were still admiring the sight, one of the 4 soldiers spoke to them. Sir, miss, if you are not using the zone portal anymore, can you move away? Oh, sorry, Jack said and hurriedly moved away with Grace in tow. So where to? Should we go out and head directly to the coordinates marked on your map? Grace asked. Let's spend a day here. It's not every day we get to visit another country's capital. We will depart tomorrow, Jack answered. The two then strolled around the capital. Since they had no idea where was what, they just walked around randomly. They found another notable difference between the city here and the ones in Themisphere. There were a lot of carriages in the street, and they were not pulled by horses but instead operated by some kind of a steam engine. Smoke came out of the small chimney at the front of the carriage as it rolled. Everyone seemed to travel around using these modern-looking vehicles. Let's try one, Grace proposed. Sure, Jack said. They hailed one and then climbed aboard. Where to? The driver asked. Umayuro. Jack had no idea what to say. Please take us around the city and see its famous landmarks, Grace said to the driver. The driver looked back and said, That will cost you 2 gold coins. So expensive? Grace uttered. The cost of using a carriage from one end of Therath to the other was only 5 silver coins after the inflation. That will only be for the first 3 hours. If you want to continue, I have to ask for more, the driver said. Here are the coins. Jack gave the driver 2 gold coins. The driver grinned when he accepted the coins. The vehicle soon moved. Jack received a silent message from Grace. "Why so spendthrift? I should be able to ask him to lower the price if you give me time to negotiate. €1, I think wasting time on such trivial matters is not worth it," Jack replied. While on their trip, Jack requested repeated stops whenever he saw a store that sold ores and equipment. He again spent a large number of coins to stock up. "You are more shopaholic than a woman," Grace commented after lots of stops. They didn't proceed far. The carriage spent more time stopping than moving. It was even almost at the end of the 3 hours stated by the driver. Sorry." Jack realized his blunder. If he continued like this, they won't sightsee anything. So, Jack resisted his urge to stop at the next store they passed by. He also paid the driver another 2 gold coins when the time was up. Despite being inside a cave, there were surprisingly many incredible sights to see. There was a lava waterfall at one end of the capital. The lava then flowed across the capital in the form of a river, before ending in a huge lava lake on the other side of the capital. On this lake were several cruise ships, built on top of domesticated lava turtles. People could pay a fee to get a ride on these so-called cruise ships. Without hesitation, the two took a trip on one of these ships. The carriage's driver happily waited for them at the shore. He concluded these two would be his customers for the whole day, earning easy coins without having to move much. After enjoying the trip around the lake, the two were brought by the driver to the upper parts of the capital, somewhere close to the ceiling of the cave. The driver took them into one of the large caves there and came out to a large opening that was the outer side of Mount Sedgebear. From there, they could see the outside world. They saw the vast landscape down there was filled with many networks of cemented roads. Many steam-powered vehicles went along these roads. There were even several railways. A restaurant or cafe copyright was built alongside this opening. People could enjoy the view while enjoying fine meals and drinks. It was already sunset at the time, so Jack requested a table in that restaurant. He and Grace enjoyed dinners while looking at the scenery below. "This place is truly different," Grace uttered. "Yeah," Jack agreed. This place looked more industrious compared to Themisphere. "Hey, how about Orbor Dynasty? What does it look like there?" "Well, I guess it is like any typical elven country. It emphasized nature. You can say that it is completely the opposite of this place. The houses there appear as if trees that were grown instead of built. The cities look more like a forest of giant trees instead of a proper city." "I would love to see it someday," Jack said. "We can go there after you finished with your quest here," Grace proposed. "Sure, if nothing crazy comes up," Jack replied. He didn't put much hope on that thought. With Liguridium's situation still uncertain and Worldmaker's threat still looming, he didn't think he could afford much leisure time. Unless there was an important quest that took him to that elven country, he didn't think he would spend the time to visit it. While they were enjoying the view, they saw a steam train coming from afar along one of the railways. "Hey, probably we can take one of those trains or the vehicles when we go to the coordinates of your quest tomorrow. They seemed fast," Grace proposed. "Not faster than Pandora," Jack thought. But those vehicles did look a bit faster than Grace's rare grade steed. "Sure. Let's take one tomorrow morning," Jack said. The players in this country had a much more convenient transporting system compared to us. I bet they had been able to visit other cities on their first month here. Not necessarily. Players were dead broke when they first arrived in this world. I don't think they can afford one of those vehicles in their first month. But they certainly can travel faster than the players in the other countries. Yes, I even heard that they had one of those trains going to the Sangrod Empire. The dwarf and vampire players are the two races that can cross countries earlier than the others. I heard that you have been to the Sangrod Empire? What is the place like? Grace asked. Dark, Jack answered. No sunlight there. Slaves are also legal in that country. Not recommended to visit. After they finished their dinner, they lingered a bit more enjoying the scene. At night, artificial lights alighted the cemented roads and railroad, providing illumination to night travelers and beautiful scenery for ones who viewed them from up here. Their driver took them to the next famous place in the city. Since it was already night, They figured this would be the last place to sightsee. After this, they would look for an inn to retire for the night. The last place that their driver took them to was a plaza. A very large plaza. They had to go through a cave tunnel out into another cave hall that was specially dedicated to this plaza. The floor was made of a perfectly flat black marble that reflected the lights from above. It created a dazzling feeling that the entire floors were full of stars. At the center of this plaza was a huge black obelisk. The obelisk had 4 sides that were also very flat. Its surface was adorned by runes that emitted mystic light. Jack asked the driver what's the function of the obelisk. "Hell if I know," the driver replied. The thing was already here before this city was built. Jack and Grace looked around. This place seemed to only serve as a spot for tourists, similar to the lava lake they had visited before. People were walking leisurely around the plaza. The two walked towards the obelisk to study it from close up. "Do you feel it?" Jack asked. "Yes. The mana coursing through this obelisk is unusual," Grace said. It seemed to extend out into this marble flooring. Jack touched the obelisk. The rune's light flickered a bit around the surface he touched, but otherwise produced no other effect. He tried to manipulate his mana to make a connection with the obelisk, but it was as if his mana wasn't compatible with the mana coursing through the obelisk. The obelisk's mana just slipped past his. Perhaps it is truly just a decoration," Jack shrugged. As the two continued to study the obelisk, a voice uttered from their side, "Would you look at that?" They turned and saw a group of dwarven men approaching. There were 6 of them. Jack used inspect and found the 6 to be from the same guild, Casa Aghetto. "Where does this celestial beauty come from?" The man, who seemed to be the leader of the 6, said. He was clearly referring to Grace. This lead man had the name of Vincenzo Giovanni and was a level 48 mage knight. Level 48 was an average player's level in their wrath, with the top players at level 49, while those who had joined the Civil War and survived without dying were at level 50. So, at first glance, Vincenzo's level was nothing to look at. However, Jack had been using his inspect occasionally as they toured around this capital. Most of the local players were around level 46 and 47. Jack assumed that probably because the transportation in this country was more well-developed, this gave players an easier means of traveling, which in turn reduced their time braving the wilderness. This instead slowed down their level progression compared to the other countries. So, the level 48 mage knight who was leading the 6 could be said as one of the top players in this capital. From the way he walked and talked, the guy seemed to be awfully aware of this point. "Miss, you must be an angel sent down from heaven to light up my life," Vincenzo uttered. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Vincenzo Giovanni, the young master of the Giovanni family, the top family within the Casa Aghetto organization. It is your honor to have me lay my eyes on you. Wow, you are really proud of yourself, eh? Are you the local gangsters?" Jack remarked. "Miss, can you please chase away your servant? Wait, there is no need for you to lift your pretty fingers. You two take him away. If he resists, it's okay to give him some beating." 2 of Vincenzo's followers came toward Jack. Jack said to them, "You two, hurry and get a stool for your young master. He might get neck pain if not." The 2 were so startled by Jack's words that they stopped and looked at Vincenzo. Vincenzo, on the other hand, just treated it nonchalantly and said, "What the hell are you mumbling about? You two, just drag him away already." Another of Vincenzo's followers next to him came close and whispered to his ears, "Bro, he is making fun of your height." "Humph. There is no need to ascend a euro what?" Vincenzo yelled and then stared at Jack. "You dare talk that way to me? Are you tired of your life already? Dude, I'm just concerned about your neck. Why get so upset?" Jack responded, "What are you two waiting for? Go and drag him away. Beat him first before you drag him." Vincenzo ordered his 2 followers. The 2 returned advancing at Jack. Vincenzo turned his attention away and looked at Grace again. He was about to say something but stopped and turned to his follower next to him. "Go find a stool for me," he said. His follower had a complicated expression before turning away to carry out the task. "Miss Angel," Vincenzo uttered. "It's Grace," Grace said. "Ah, Miss Grace. Such a beautiful name. Vincenzo attempted to grab Grace's hand for a kiss, but Grace folded her arms. Vincenzo laughed despite the gesture. He said, "Please forgive me for that commotion just now, but you don't need to bother with your servant anymore. We can talk freely now, just the two of us." There were some beating sounds from the side. Vincenzo assumed it was his two followers taking care of the man that had so brazenly insulted him. He continued talking to Grace. "You might see me as the short man, but I am originally tall and handsome. Well, the handsome is still here. This strange world had turned me into this size, but I'm sure in time, I will be back to my normal dazzling height. By then, my handsomeness and my awesomeness should be enough as an equal pair to your heavenly beauty. Come, let me invite you to my manor. I promise you will be greatly impressed and will agree that I'm the right man for you." "You have a manor?" Vincenzo heard a voice from the side. He turned and saw Jack walking over. His two followers were behind Jack, whimpering on the ground. "What the? Hey, what's his level?" Vincenzo asked the follower beside him. "I can't inspect him," the follower answered. "But this woman, she is level 50. "What?" Vincenzo made an involuntary step back. He now looked at the two differently. He looked at his two followers on the ground. He then said to Jack, "Humph, you are truly looking for trouble. Don't think about leaving this city. We will get you once you set foot outside. But I think you won't be able to for some time. You will spend some time in jail." Vincenzo grinned as he saw two native guards coming over. "What happened here?" the guards asked, looking at the two dwarf players on the ground. "Good sirs, it's this human's doing. He dares lay his hands on these two barons," Vincenzo said to the guards. The two on the ground showed their kingdom faction badges. The guards now turned to Jack. "They hit me first," Jack said to the guards. "I'm just defending myself." "Is that true?" the guards asked the two on the ground. "So what if they hit him first? They are barons. It's not like they wound him. His health point is still full," Vincenzo uttered. Jack also took out his Themisphere Kingdom faction badge, which drew a mocking laugh from Vincenzo. "Ha ha ha! What a retard! Do you think you are still in the human country? You are in Palgros now. Your Kingdom faction badge is useless here. You two, arrest him." The guards eyed Vincenzo with annoyance. Why was this outworlder acting as if he was their superior? "What is it? Are you looking down on me?" Vincenzo said after seeing the two guards' displeased expressions. He then took out his Kingdom faction badge as well. "I'm a Viscount. You should listen to my order and arrest this human." The guards were getting more annoyed now. "Sir Viscount," one of the guards said with a polite yet irritated tone. "You might be a noble, but you don't command us. Furthermore, this human is a marquis from Themisphere. We can't just arrest a marquis from an allied country. It will get us into an unwanted political situation." Marquis? Vincenzo uttered with surprise. He used his inspect on the badge in Jack's hand. It was true. How did this human get such a high-rank nobility? Even he who had the support of his guild was only a Viscount. "This can't be real," Vincenzo exclaimed as he attempted to snatch Jack's badge from Jack's hand. Jack moved his arm that was holding the badge forward. Vincenzo's hand ended up hitting Jack's arm. "You guys see? He hit me first," Jack said to the two guards. "Hit Watson Aero." Vincenzo's words were cut short as the air in his lung was all forced out. A very strong kick struck his stomach. He was sent flying a long distance away before he fell to the ground rolling. Jack had used all his strength on that kick just now. He didn't show any mercy at all. Vincenzo's followers immediately ran towards their young master, shouting his name with concern all the way. Even the two that Jack had beaten before were limping over. The two guards watched Vincenzo's body that was far away. They looked at each other. "No damage," one of the guards said. "No damage," the other confirmed. The two then said to Jack, "Well, Mr. Marquis from Themisphere, please don't cause any more trouble. We will overlook this. Thank you for your leniency, kind guards," Jack replied with a slight bow. "But I'm afraid those people will just come and make trouble for us again. Let's go warn them." One of the guards offered. Let's. The other agreed. They then went over to Vincenzo's group. They had been annoyed by Vincenzo's condescending attitude. They also liked Jack's polite attitude. Now that an opportunity arose for them to scold Vincenzo, they were happy to do it. When Vincenzo's group showed themselves, Jack had been asking Peñol in his mind whether it would be a problem for him to assault other players here. Peñol said that starting from Earl, one received certain diplomatic immunity in friendly countries as long as the offense was not too severe. Hitting lower-rank nobles for a defensive purpose without causing any loss of health point could be considered a not severe offense. That's why Jack dared to assault Vincenzo and his followers. With the guards warning Vincenzo's group, they didn't dare to come to bother Jack and Grace anymore. They gave the two hostile glares from afar. They said they will come at us once we leave the capital, Grace said. Oh, I sincerely hope they do, Jack replied. You are angry, Grace said with a teasing smile. What? Why do you say that? The way you hit that young master, it was filled with anger. You are imagining things, Jack said. I can't read his mind if he doesn't let me, but I can feel his feeling, Peñol said. He indeed was angry at that time. Oh? I wonder what you are angry about, Grace said again with a wider smile. Let's go find an inn. It's very late already. We will depart for my quest tomorrow, Jack said and walked to where their driver was still waiting for them. Grace and Peñol giggled before following him. Jack asked the driver to take them to the best inn in this capital. The inn the driver took them to look more like a modern hotel. It was 10 stories tall. It was one of the tallest buildings Jack had seen when they first arrived in this capital. It had a spacious lobby and a restaurant inside. It even had a huge swimming pool. Jack felt as if he was back in the modern world again. Jack rented 2 rooms, one for him and one for Grace. The room cost him 5 gold coins each. Grace thought it was a waste to spend so many coins just for a night of sleep. Jack told her to just take it easy. It's not like they visit this place every day. This might probably be the only time they stayed here. He used his coins to pay for Grace's room as well. Grace wanted to pay him back, but he insisted she kept her coins. The next morning, the driver that had been chauffeuring them yesterday was on standby in front of the hotel. He was grinning widely after seeing Jack and Grace coming out of the inn. He definitely had been waiting for them on purpose. Jack didn't mind. It was better to have a guide rather than looking for this capital's exit by themselves. The driver took them to a huge cave tunnel. Jack saw at the end of this tunnel what looked like a station. Many steam-powered vehicles were parked at that station. The same steam-powered vehicles that they had seen when they were dining at the restaurant up on the mountain. These steam-powered vehicles were larger than the ones that were used inside the capital. The driver dropped them beside the station. Jack gave him an extra gold coin for his service, which made up his day. He waved the 2 goodbyes and asked them to find him in case they visited this capital again. Jack and Grace walked into the station and saw that there was a path for travelers who wished to travel on foot. They could already see the outside from where they were. They also saw one of the large trains on standby at one side of the stations. People were lining up to get on the train. As was agreed yesterday, they asked around for the service of the steam-powered vehicle. Jack showed the map coordinates to someone who might be the station master. This station master then brought Jack to one of the steam-powered vehicles with a standby driver. The station master explained that the coordinates that Jack showed were in the wilderness that had no road access. So, the vehicle could only take Jack close to that spot. It would take the vehicles 2 days to get there. He estimated that Jack still needed another 3 days of riding to reach the marked location. Jack thanked the station master. The fee for the vehicles was paid up front. Jack paid the fee, which was 4 gold coins. You see? You have been swindled by that driver from the city, Grace said to Jack. 4 gold coins were worth 2 full days of travel. You paid more than that just for yesterday. Jack said not to worry about it so much. They could easily get that number of coins back. After a few hours of travel, Jack started to regret taking the carriage. Because unlike the carriage inside the city, this carriage that traveled outside cannot stop. If the occupants jump down from the carriage, the service is considered done and the carriage will return to the station. This meant that they couldn't grind for EXP as they journeyed. The monsters they saw in their journey are still low level, so it's no big loss there. What Jack regretted was that many of the monsters they saw are new ones. He might need to come back again to hunt those monsters if he wanted to complete his monster books collection. They only saw the monsters from afar. The roads that this carriage traveled on seemed to be enchanted so monsters didn't come near. They also occasionally saw players travel using their steeds along this road. It provided them with safe passage to go to other towns or cities connected by these roads. Truly a different experience. Jack thought of those players on the road. While Jack was lamenting his loss in slaying new monsters, Grace seemed to be enjoying the ride. Seeing her satisfied expression, Jack didn't think too much about the loss. He could always come back later. Jack ended up practicing his skills since there were not many things to do other than chatting with Grace and the carriage's driver. It's a good thing the carriage was open air so he could throw his skills and spells outside. If it was a closed vehicle, he wouldn't be able to do it without damaging the interior. Of course, he took care to aim his skills at unoccupied spaces. It would be a problem if he accidentally hit the passing people. When Jack started doing it, Grace also followed. The two ended up tossing their skills around. The driver turned and looked at the two with worry. What kind of customers do I get this time? Why can't they act like normal passengers? He thought. As had been estimated by the station master, the journey by carriage took them 2 days. The driver told them the place he dropped them was the closest he could get them to the coordinates they mentioned. Jack thanked the driver. He also gave the driver a tip of 1 gold coin, which Grace again thought of as being a spendthrift act. The driver was beaming with a smile from the tip. He wished them luck before turning back and riding away. Jack and Grace summoned their steeds to resume their journey. As usual, Pandora had to adjust her speed to the speed of Grace's rare steed. She huffed with dissatisfaction as she had to slow herself down to a canter. They were now out of the road so monsters were abundant. Most were still below their level, though around level 30. Jack only went to kill it if it was a new monster not yet recorded in his monster books. After a while of traveling and slaying monsters, Grace asked, "Are they still following?" Since they left Balgador, Jack had seen a group of blue dots following behind them from his radar. But since they were on a road, it was not strange. It could just be some carriages traveling on the same road at the same speed. However, after leaving the carriage and entering the true wilderness, these blue dots were still tailing them. They were certain then that they were followed. "Yes," Jack replied with a grin. The group of blue dots was approaching. They didn't seem to stop to slay monsters as Jack and Grace did, so they were gaining on them, which was fine for the two. In fact, they thought the group was rather slow. The two finally decided to stop and wait when they came upon a natural rock formation, which formed an enclosed space with only one entrance and exit. They went inside this rock formation and waited for their pursuers. Not long after, these pursuers arrived. As was already expected, Vincenzo Giovanni led these pursuers. 34 players were entering the rock formation. Most were level 48 like Vincenzo, all of them were elite class players. They saw Jack and Grace sitting relaxingly at the opposite end. "You must be surprised seeing me here, don't you?" Vincenzo said with a wicked grin. "You should have expected this when you crossed the Casa Aghetto." "We do have expected you. We have been waiting for 5 minutes here. Are some of you still using uncommon steeds?" Jack asked. Vincenzo was taken aback. Some of them indeed were using uncommon grade steeds. But Jack's words were not the reason Vincenzo was surprised. It was that his two preys didn't behave like preys. The man was standing up facing them with a smile while the beautiful woman was still sitting idly, not even looking at them. Although Vincenzo was surprised, he quickly dismissed it. He thought these two must be simply acting tough. They knew that they couldn't escape, so they were putting on a facade to confuse them. "Hee. Don't you think your childish act can fool me?" Vincenzo said to Jack. "You are a goner, no matter what you say. Don't think you are safe just because you are wearing an amulet of rebirth. My people will be on the watch for you. If you dare set foot in Palgrost again, we will know. You can be sure that you won't be able to travel safely in this country anymore except within its cities. As for the beautiful lady here, Don't worry, I will take care of her. There must be something wrong with your eyes, Jack said. What? Did you see me wearing an amulet of rebirth? Vincenzo paid attention to the pendant on Jack's neck. It was indeed not the amulet of rebirth. Haha, you fool. Then prepare to lose everything, Vincenzo uttered. I see that you are not wearing one as well? Jack asked. Heh. Why should I wear it if I'm not in danger? Vincenzo snickered. Can you please finish it already? Grace said to Jack. Why waste so much time? Oh, I figure that it will be more satisfying if I let him trash talk first before I trash him, Jack replied. Do you think we are in those novels that used to populate the internet? Just finish it already so we can continue our journey. Yes, ma'am, Jack said, then turned to Vincenzo. You heard the lady. I will finish this quickly. Ha. Finish quickly, he said. While Vincenzo was still laughing, Jack's two weapons appeared in his hands. He made a quick multi-rune casting. Vincenzo's people never expected their prey to fight them since they greatly outnumbered the two. They figured these two would cower first and beg for mercy, as their other past victims did, both in this world or the one before. So they weren't truly on alert. Even when their prey was showing calm expressions, they were like their boss, thinking that the two only put on a brave fafa-section ade to confuse them. Only when the ground under their feet glowed an eerie green that they knew their preys were serious about fighting them. They quickly tried to move away from the area. Jack had used Dragon Eye before casting. His spell formation was completed in a blink of an eye. He first cast Magic Field. He then proceeded with Myriad Venomous Vipers. Under the effect of the Magic Field, the double cast probability was triggered and the Myriad Venomous Vipers were cast twice. Jack placed the double cast spells next to one another. The two areas covered almost 1/3 of the area in that enclosed space. Jack then followed up again by casting Tracing Beams. This spell also triggered the double cast effect, resulting in 20 beams firing out instead of just 10. Those who ran out of the areas marked by the Myriad Venomous Vipers were hit by these beams and were knocked back into the areas again. They were easily captured by the Vipers. 30 Vipers caught 30 players. The remaining 4 could only watch helplessly while those 30 were getting bitten continuously while entangled. Their health points went down at a rapid rate. While the 4 were stunned by this turn of events, 5 wind energies slashed at 3 of them and instantly took their lives, leaving only Vincenzo alive. Seeing the situation, Vincenzo's survival instinct took over. He dashed to the exit without thinking, running past his 30 followers who were still being incapacitated by the Vipers. Since the Vipers were occupied, none blocked his escape. However, when he reached the exit, another Jack appeared there. Why leave so early? Please stay. This second Jack said and used Flame Strike. Vincenzo was able to put up his weapon for a parry, but he was still sent flying back into the enclosed space while losing more than half of his life. The amount of health point he lost from that single hit gave him the fright of his life. If he didn't parry, it might be possible that he had lost his life from just that one hit. When he fell to the ground, he saw that all 30 of his followers had died from the Vipers. When his mind was still in shock, the first Jack stood above him. I know that you can't inspect me. So, let me tell you that it is Storm Wind who takes your life, Jack said. Storm. Vincenzo couldn't complete reciting Jack's alias because Jack had stabbed him in the neck using Drilling Thrust. The hit resulted in critical damage and emptied Vincenzo's health point bar. Vincenzo was the last to die on his team, so after he died, all the bodies there disappeared. Every one of them dropped something. Wow, none of them is wearing the Amulet of Rebirth, Jack remarked after seeing the loots. They must have never expected getting defeated by 2 players, Grace said. Their misfortune is our boon, Jack said. They will be cursing us to 7 hells after coming back to life. Cursing you mean? I didn't touch them, Grace said. Let's just collect all these loots and continue our journey. Yes, ma'am, Jack repeated his words. The time they took to arrive at the coordinates given by Janice was as estimated by the station master, 3 days after they left the carriage. Actually, they could have arrived earlier if they rode without stopping. The station master must have made an estimation thinking that they used uncommon grade steeds. They had made several stops to kill new monsters. When they were near the area of the coordinates, the monsters were right around their alley around level 50. So, they dismount and kill any monsters they saw while making their way forward. A day before they reached their destination, Jack's human age reached its 12th month of age. His passive race skill, Limitless Potential, was upgraded to rank 8. The boosts this skill now provided were health point plus 1800, stamina/mana point plus 220, and all attributes except luck plus 8. When they finally reached the place marked by the coordinates, Grace said, "There is nothing here." Jack looked around. There was indeed nothing there. Just a stretch of flat barren land with rocks, stones, and dead trees. Grace summoned her runestone of detection but found nothing. Jack didn't put much hope when Grace summoned her runestone. His god-eye monocle didn't detect anything as well. "That Janus person must have given you the wrong coordinates," Grace said. "He doesn't strike me as a person who makes such a careless mistake," Jack said. "He said that the energy trace from the Eye of Ilios ends here. Let's look around. Maybe there is a clue." "What kind of clue?" Jack shrugged. "Beats me. Try using your mana sense as well. Perhaps we can sense that trace of energy that Janus mentioned." "All right," Grace said. But her voice didn't sound optimistic. The two spread out and searched around the place. They circled a few times, starting from the exact spot of the coordinates and slowly going further. Finding nothing, they circled back until they met where they started. "Nothing," Grace said. "Not even a trace of unusual mana." "Same," Jack replied. He kicked one of the stones on the ground. "Nothing but rocks and dirt." "I think he gave you the wrong coordinates," Grace said again. Jack didn't refute that idea this time. "I'll go look around one more time," Jack said, not willing to give up. Seeing Jack's persistence, Grace didn't want to disappoint as well. She circled in a different direction as she combed through the ground with her eyes. Penuel also did not follow Jack this time. She flew in another direction and helped with the search. They took longer this time, scrutinizing everything. They returned after almost an hour. Grace just shook her head without saying anything. "I don't even know what I'm looking for," Penuel said. Jack couldn't help but get disappointed. Did they come all this way for nothing? Maybe the clue shows up at a different time? "Should we stay and wait to see if anything changes?" Grace offered. If there is something in a relation to time, Janus should have mentioned it. But then again, the Order of Magi's people are as baffled as we are. They simply followed the trace here and are not sure what to do from here. "Well, then I say our condition is the same. I don't see how we can find what they can't," Penuel said. "Sigh. You are right. Perhaps we have only wasted our time for coming here," Jack said and again kicked a stone out of frustration. What is it?" Grace asked after noticing Jack's reaction. "I think that's the same stone I've kicked before," Jack said. "How can you tell?" "All the stones here looked the same," Penuel said. "What's so special about kicking the same stone?" Grace asked. "Because I kicked it at the same place. Here, right at this spot," Jack said. "Maybe it's another stone," Penuel said again. "Yeah, there might be two similar stones here," Grace agreed. "No. When I first kicked the stone, I'm pretty sure there was only one down here at my feet," Jack insisted. "Are you saying the stone rolled back here by itself?" Grace asked. "You are probably standing at a different place. It all looks pretty much the same here," Penuel said. "Let's sit and wait," Jack said. "Wait for what? Are you telling me you are going to wait and see if that stone rolls back here?" Penuel asked. "Yeah," Jack said and sat on the ground. Grace and Penuel looked at each other and shrugged. Grace sat near Jack while Penuel flew around again. Jack had his eyes fixed on the stone he had kicked before. After a couple of minutes of seemingly nothing, Grace heard Jack say, "It truly is moving." "What? For real?" Grace uttered. She didn't truly think much about the possibility of the stone moving by itself. She thought it was just Jack's wishful thinking. After Jack's words just now, she was also giving that stone her attention. After keeping her eyes on the stone for a few minutes, she said in excitement, "It truly is moving." Penuel had come back. "What?" Are you telling me this buffoon's imagination turns out to be real? She asked Grace. Jack used his finger and nudged Penuel away. Her small body ended up tumbling in the air. Hey, she complained. That's for calling me a buffoon, Jack said. Penuel flew to the top of Jack's head and started pulling his hair. Hey, stop that, Jack uttered. Grace ignored the two children. She came to the stone. It moved very slowly. If one doesn't pay attention, one won't notice the stone to be moving. From the look of it, it is trying to return to its original position. Grace then picked up the stone and put it around the place where Jack had kicked it. She then paid attention to the stone again. It is still moving in the same direction. We will have to wait for it to stop moving before confirming its final position. We might not need to wait that long. I can hasten it up, Jack said. Penuel was still on top of his head pulling his hair. He ignored his fairy friend and took out his magic staff. He then cast acceleration on the stone. The spell accelerated the stone's speed to 5 times the normal speed. With that acceleration, the stone's movement became more apparent. It is indeed moving, Penuel said. She lost interest in pulling Jack's hair and flew down to where the stone was. Before the 10 seconds duration of the spell ended, the stone had stopped moving. It stopped moving, Penuel informed. Thanks, Sherlock, Jack said. Who's Sherlock? Penuel asked in confusion. Never mind that, Jack said. Now, we know this is the stone's fixed position. It will return to this place if it is removed. Strange, I don't feel any mana. What do you think caused it to return here? Grace asked. Not sure. But more importantly, why? What's so significant about having the stone returning here? Jack asked while using his hand to clear up the dust on the ground around the stone. He even picked up the stone and cleared the ground below it. There was nothing special, the ground was hard clay soil. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He put the stone back on the ground again. The stone slowly adjusted itself to its previous spot. So, what now? Grace asked. Jack looked around. I don't think only this stone is special, Jack said. You mean there might be other stones like this? Grace asked. Let's find out. Jack stood and started kicking other stones around there. We used that one stone we have found as the center. We will kick all other stones away from it. See how many of these magical stones are there. Hearing the instruction, Grace went opposite from Jack and started kicking the stones on that side. Even Penuel helped by using her hands to lift a stone and threw it away. They soon cleared an area of around 10 meters in diameter to become devoid of any stone, leaving only the first stone which they had confirmed its fixed position. They then waited. There really are some, Grace said after noticing some stones started moving. Can't you use your spell to accelerate them again? It's on cooldown for 1 hour. Plus, I can only target one stone at a time, Jack answered. We can only wait. If you increase the spell's level by 5, you will be able to add an additional target, Penuel informed. Good to know. I will prioritize my skill points on this spell then, Jack said. After a while, Jack said, This looks like it's going to take some time. Let's go hunt some monsters while we wait. Okay, Grace said. They went and killed a few monsters and returned around 2 hours after. 13 stones, Grace said after seeing the number of stones that were now within that 10-meter diameter area. Let's clear up some more. Perhaps whatever affected these stones is not limited to this small area. Maybe there are more of these magical stones, Jack said and started kicking the stones outside of the cleared area, increasing the diameter of the cleared area. Do you have an idea what to do after finding all the magical stones? Grace asked. Jack shrugged. Let's just find out all the stones first. We can think of the next step after, Jack said. Grace was not that optimistic, but it was better than doing nothing, so she also helped Jack clear more area. The cleared area then increased to 20 meters in diameter. They left to hunt monsters again for another couple of hours before returning and found out there were more stones inside the area they had cleared. So they went on to clear more area and waited. They continued to repeat like this. When the sun was about to set, they had cleared an area of 50-meter diameter. There were 30 stones within an area of 30-meter diameter. The 20-meter extra areas were empty. I think that's all, Grace said. Even if we clear up more, I think it will be the same. Only these 30 stones are the ones that had the magical ability to return here. Rather than magical, I think it is more like gravity, Jack said. The stones kept returning here because something is pulling them back. With what energy? I don't sense any mana at all. Your mana sense is better than me? Do you sense any mana? Grace asked. No. Jack shook his head. But even if we can't sense it, doesn't mean it is not there. Perhaps these stones are made to keep returning here is a clue that there is something here, even if we can't see or sense it. Perhaps it is masked or concealed. Can there be something like that? Something that conceals mana? Jack asked Penuel. Well, now that you mention it, it is possible, Penuel answered. Looking at the positions of these 30 stones, they most likely mark the node points of a rune diagram. There is a way to conceal a rune diagram, like how Master made a rune diagram to become invisible. But I can still sense its mana despite being invisible, which means the concealment here is of a much higher level. It not only makes the diagram invisible but also conceals its mana, so no one can sense it. So, is there a way to break this concealment? There is. The Dispel spell, Penuel answered. Cropayuro, do I have to return to Order of Magi and get enough points to learn that spell? Jack said dejectedly. If it is a Dispel spell, I have a magic scroll containing the spell here, Grace said as she took out the scroll. Yes, you, lady, are a life-saver, Jack uttered. Let's cast the spell then. Wait, let Jack use the scroll, Penuel said. Why? Because aside from the spell level, the power of a Dispel spell is also affected by intelligence stat. The stronger that stat, the more effective the spell. We don't know how strong the concealment is. Better not waste the scroll. Jack's intelligence stat should be higher than you. Really? What's your intelligence stat? Grace asked. She started as a magician, so her intelligence stat was not low. 853, Jack answered. Grace stared at him for a while before handing him the magic scroll. Here, she said. Jack accepted the magic scroll. He took position right at the center of the 30 stones before activating the scroll, targeting the spell onto the ground below. A spell formation of 6 runes was formed. Wow! Dispel spell has 6 runes, Jack exclaimed after seeing the spell formation. Dispel spell is slightly special, Penuel explained. If you cast it as your own spell, you can choose to use 3 runes or up to 6 runes. Of course, the more runes it is, the more powerful its dispelling power. But casting 6 runes take a longer time. If you are in a battle and only need the spell to break a weak enchantment, then casting a fast 3 runes is enough. So, this is a spell that can be adjusted based on the situation. The Magic Scroll version, although just a level 1, uses the max 6 runes as a standard. I see, Jack said. While they were chatting, the spell took effect and a wave of light washed around the ground Jack stood on. This wave of light fizzled for a moment, before suddenly vibrating heavily, and they heard a crashing sound. The light wave vanished then. What happened? Jack asked. The spell failed, Penuel replied. Whatever this concealment is, it is stronger than I expected. Shida, so what now? Jack asked. Do I have to get that Dispel spell personally and save up skill points to level it up until level 20 before returning here? I don't see any other option. The concealment is just too strong for a level 1 Dispel, Penuel replied. How about Greater Dispel? Grace asked. Greater Dispel? Jack asked. How do you know about Greater Dispel? Penuel returned the question. Grace took out another magic scroll from her storage. Because I have one here. I assume from the name it should be a stronger spell than that Dispel just now. You have a Greater Dispel spell. Wow, where do you get it? This is a very rare find, Penuel exclaimed. Aren't your response a bit too exaggerated? It's just a stronger spell to dispel a diagram or concealment. It's not like it increases one's battle capability. What's so special about it? Jack commented. Penuel gave him a condescending stare. You good for nothing but fight brute. Can you imagine someone using this spell on Fort Garradhor's wall? This spell can literally strip it of its rune diagram, which enhances its defensive and restorative ability. Without the wall's self-repair, Prince Therabus' army won't even need siege weapons to destroy it. Holy Euro, where can I get this spell? I have to learn it, Jack uttered. You wish. This spell is too rare. You can just dream about getting one, Penuel said. Even getting a magic scroll containing this spell is a great fortune. This thing is so valuable? Then perhaps I should just keep it €1, Grace said as she retracted her hand that was holding the scroll. Jack showed a disappointed expression at her gesture. Grace laughed and extended her hand back. I'm kidding. Take it. €1, are you sure? You heard Penuel. This thing can turn a tide if used under the right circumstances, Jack said. Helping you in need is the right circumstance. Take it, Grace said. Jack accepted the scroll with gratitude. Thank you, he said sincerely. He then turned to Penuel and asked, Are you sure this spell can dispel the concealment? If it can't, I can't think of any other spell that can, Penuel replied. One thing to note, though. This concealment, if it needs a greater dispel spell to unravel, whoever that placed this concealment here is a truly powerful being. I'm not sure meddling with this affair is wise. It's just an SS quest. We have dealt with an SS quest before, right? Jack said. Probably the SS is for the deal up to here. You can just report back to Janus and tell them about this finding. They should have people that can dispel this concealment and find out about what it hides. You can then save that greater dispel magic scroll and still complete the quest. Ain't that a smarter move? Penuel said. Completing the quest will require me to confirm the Eye of Ilio's location. I have not yet confirmed it. This is just another clue, Jack said. Furthermore, being careful is never my style. With the magic scroll in hand, Jack returned to the center of the stone's formation. Penuel was about to talk more, but Grace said to her, Forget it. His curiosity always gets the best of him. Unless there is an overleveled monster in sight, it is unlikely we can deter him. And honestly, I'm also curious to find out what is hidden here. As Jack was unfurling the magic scroll, he stopped and asked Penuel, Will this greater dispel also dispels the rune diagram hidden by the concealment? I said that I suspect a rune diagram was hidden under this concealment. I never said that I'm sure. To answer your question, no. If there is a rune diagram, it is considered a separate entity from the concealment. You will need a second dispel if you want to dispel both. Jack nodded. He continued unfurling the magic scroll in his hand. A spell formation containing 9 runes appeared. Jack simply made a silent wow expression upon the reveal. A thicker light wave than before washed the stone formation. It stayed atop the formation and shimmered. Slowly, rune drawings were revealed. It was indeed a rune diagram. All 3 of them could also sense the mana from the diagram now. It was as Penuel had suspected. Each of the stone positions marked the node of powers in the diagram. Jack studied the diagram in silence. This was a puzzle diagram. It looked complicated. More complicated than the diagram that locked Pandora. But his mana sense had also improved significantly since then, so after some observation, he felt confident that he could solve this one as well. Without further ado, Jack started to work on the diagram. When he moved its node of powers, the stones followed. Now that the concealment was lifted, they could also sense the mana from those stones which was linked to the node points. These stones are infused with enchantment to always follow the node points. No wonder they kept on returning to the same places after we kicked them away, Grace said. Makes you wonder, isn't it? Jack said. He had no problem talking while concentrating on solving the rune diagram due to his 100 synchronous thoughts. Why go through the trouble of hiding this rune diagram and then place the enchantments on those stones for clues? It's like whoever made this diagram wants it to be found. Grace and Penuel could only watch as Jack worked the diagram. There was nothing they could do to help. Grace's mana sense, although had improved, was still not as good as Jack's. Penuel was even worse. The fairy soon lost interest and went back to flying around the place. Grace stayed by the side and watched Jack work. At the same time she focused her mana sense to learn what Jack was doing. Night soon same. Jack continued to work. Grace cast the illumination spell to light up the place. She had also bought the spell from the Magic Association shop. Holy crap, euro, this takes longer than I thought. Should have just rested and worked on this rune diagram in the morning, Jack said. Then just leave it and continue the next morning, Grace said. If I do, it will revert to its original state. I will have to redo everything again, Jack said. Penuel added, some rune diagrams also contain the chance of a backlash if you stop midway during their unraveling process. Can you tell if this one contains that kind of backlash mechanism? Jack asked. Nope, Jack sighed. I will just finish it and rest later. You two go to rest first. I will stay guard. What if a monster comes by? You can't fight it without stopping what you are doing, Grace said. I don't think any monster will come near here, Jack said. We have been here for a long time. None ever comes near. There must be something in this area that preventing them from coming near this place. I will stay. I want to study how you do what you do. Well, you two have fun, Penuel said and vanished into her hidden dimension. Jack didn't persuade Grace anymore. He focused to increase his pace. Although the diagram was complex, with his superb mana sense, he could discern its intended composition. He moved each node through linked pathways until it arrived at the position that Jack sensed to be correct. It was a tedious and long task. It was almost dawn when the rune diagram was rearranged into something completely different from its original formation. It had become a single line. All the 30 stones were crowding at the same spot. The line then shone and shot a beam of energy forward, which struck a dead tree not far from there. The dead tree grew. Its trunk that was struck by the beam split open, becoming an oval opening big enough for one person. Jack and Grace watched the oval opening on the dead tree with fascination. Penuel had also come back out from her hidden dimension after sensing the commotion. What now? Grace asked. I think we should enter. Jack indicated the opening, which was clearly a portal to another place. There was nothing but void behind the opening. Are you sure? Grace asked. No, Jack replied. They stared at the opening in silence. Hey, it is slowly closing, Grace uttered. Damn it. It doesn't give us much time to think. Okay, I will enter first. You wait here. If I'm okay inside, I will send you a message then you enter, Jack said to Grace. Are you sure you want to enter? Grace asked again. No, Jack gave the same answer, but he still headed over to the front of the dead tree. Wish me luck, Jack said and stepped inside. As soon as Jack's body disappeared into the oval opening, the opening closed abruptly. Penuel, who was still beside Grace, phased out at the same time, leaving Grace alone and staring at the dead tree that had shrunk back to its original size. What the euro? Grace was lost for words at the sudden turn of events. Jack appeared inside a cave hall. He looked back. He couldn't see the portal that brought him here. Grace, he called. He tried sending her a message, telling her that he was okay, but a notification soon told him that he was unable to send messages. He wondered if she followed him and go through the portal. He waited for her to appear. Instead, it was Penuel who suddenly appeared beside him. She had been forcefully teleported here. She seemed to be at a loss. Seeing that Grace didn't follow, Jack actually felt relieved. She would be safer outside. He didn't know what menace was inside here. Jack looked at the cave hall around them. Tree roots were seen along the walls. This informed Jack that they should be underground. Perhaps they were under the ground from where they used to be. Jack looked at his radar. Nothing. If they were under where they used to be, he should see one green dot on his radar, which was Grace. At least there was no monster. Jack thought of his empty radar. Where is this place? Penuel finally said. I felt like I was being pulled from a very long distance. Really? I felt like I was simply stepping through a door, Jack said. Penuel looked at him annoyingly. You are going through a proper portal. I can be said to have been forcefully hurled here. They both looked at the cave hall again. It was empty. There was only one opening in the wall. Only one way to go, Jack said. Penuel looked back, searching for the portal. All she saw was just wall and tree roots. She said, "I don't think we can go back using the same way we came. We can always use the town return scroll. If that doesn't work here," Jack shrugged. "We will just look for another way out then," he said as he walked to the only exit from this cave hall. Penuel rolled her eyes, but she was used to Jack's take-it-easy attitude already. She flew behind him. The exit took them to a long, narrow cave. The cave became wider as they advanced until they came to another cave hall, one much more spacious than the one they came from. Not only that, this cave hall seemed to contain a full ecosystem. With trees and plants, there was a small lake in the distance. Jack even saw several small animals running around the place. He couldn't see the end of this place. This cave hall was probably the size of a small village. "Weird," Jack said. "Yeah, to see what looks like a small forest inside this place," Penuel said. "That, and also the light," Jack said. "I thought it is my dragon eye that allows me to see this place so clearly, but it looks like the light just exists by itself around here." "Hey, you are right. I can see just fine here, but I see no obvious light source. Something else, the mana around here, feels all over the place. It is denser than normal, but I can't gauge how much dense it is. I don't think my mana sense work in this place. A monster might attack me right next to me and my mana sense won't be able to detect it. What kind of place is this that it can even negate mana sense? Luckily, you still have your radar, right? There are times when a monster fools my radar, so I can't fully rely on it as well," Jack said. "Well, doesn't matter. I will just treat it like I'm back to before, relying on my good old eyes, ears, and nose." A stone path marked the way. Jack simply followed it. He paid attention to the forest on his left and right. His weapons were in his hands, ready for action at a moment's notice. He soon came to the small lake he had seen from the distance. The water was very clear. He could see some fish swimming near the surface. There were also some small birds flying above the lake. This place felt outdoor despite he was clearly in a cave. As he followed the stone path, he saw a clearing on one side of the lake. Several wooden huts were there. If there was someone in this place, it should be there. Jack walked over. He observed the huts after arriving. They were very small. They also didn't have doors. It was just a large opening showing the room behind. Only one room inside the hut. Multiple trinkets filled the floor of the room. Jack came to one of the huts and observed the mess on the floor. He then heard a gasp from Penuel. "That is that's the chalice of life. And that's the grail of temptation. This one is the pottery of angel summoning ouch." Penuel had tried to touch the trinkets on the ground, but she felt a jolt of electrocution when her hand neared. "What is it? Are they that impressive?" Jack asked. "Impressive? They are legendary items," Penuel exclaimed. Legendary?" Jack stammered. "Then why didn't my monocle tell me of such valuables?" Jack tapped his monocle. No response. This meant his God-Eye monocle was deactivated in this place. No wonder his radar was empty. He tried using inspect, but the description of the item came out as junk. Jack figured whatever that was preventing Penuel from touching the item was also masking it from people's inspect skill. "My mana sense is dulled here. My monocle isn't functioning either. If not for you, I might have walked past this place thinking all of these are just mere rubbish," Jack said. "Even the other ones are all unique grade items. This place is a treasure trove," Penuel said. Jack crouched and his hand went close to one of the things on the ground, the one Penuel called the chalice of life. "Wait, there is Jack already felt the same jolt that stung Penuel while she was still talking. The sting hurt. He took a deep breath, braced himself, and then forced his two hands to touch the chalice of life. He figured if he could force his hands close to the item, even if just for one touch, that should be enough for him to send the item into his storage bag. However, his palm hovered an inch over the chalice, not moving any further. Jack felt the pressure he was pushing at was increasing, until finally it exploded. Jack was sent flying tens of meters back. He crashed into a tree before falling to the ground. He lost 5,000 health point from that repulsive force, which was almost half of his life. "Are you okay?" Peniel asked worriedly. Damn Euro, my whole body hurt. That protection field is no joke, Jack said and walked back to the hut. It is also not of a pure lightning element. If not, I might be able to abuse my lightning god suit to try to brute force eat a Euro. Hey, could it be Euro? Peniel, follow me. Jack went to the other hut and then asked Peniel, do you see that Eye of Ilios inside here? Jack never bothered asking Janus what the Eye of Ilios looked like because he believed his god eye monocle would inform him once he laid his sight on that legendary grade item. Never would he think that the item would be masked from both his monocle and his inspectability. No, but there are other bunches of legendary items, Peniel answered. Jack brought her to the next hut. What about here? Harry Euro, there it is, Peniel exclaimed as she flew over and pointed to one of the items on the floor. The item looked like some kind of a small trophy that people get after winning a competition in his past world. There was an eye-shaped sculpture held on its two ends by a crescent-shaped cast that was resting on top of a tiny metal box. Jack came to the item indicated by Peniel. Be careful. Don't touch it or you will get burnt, Peniel warned. With that protection field, I doubt I can even touch it if I want, Jack said. He then took out the glass cube that was supposed to be able to contain the Eye of Ilios. He was thinking maybe the enchantment in this glass cube could bypass the protection field. Jack brought the cube close to the eye, but it was the same as when he did it using his hand. Something was preventing the cube from touching the eye. Jack didn't try to force it. If the repelling force broke the cube, he wouldn't be able to get the Eye of Ilios even if he found a way to circumvent the protection field. Jack stored the glass cube and tried to look around inside the hut for any clue. He wondered if he destroyed the hut, would that help to dispel the enchantment that protected these items on the ground? While he was having the thought, a voice was heard from behind. A level 50 outworlder? When I sense someone entering my sanctum, I thought it will be at least a level 80 adventurer. Did you solve my entrance puzzle all by yourself? Jack turned and found a tall young man. The young man was shirtless and wore simple black long pants. His hair was white with a short undercut style. He had dark-rimmed eyes with no eyebrows. He was looking at Jack with an expression that showed equal laziness and fascination. Jack tried using Inspect on the man, but all he got were question marks. When he was wondering how he should respond to this person, he noticed Peniel had frozen up. Hey Peniel, do you know who this person is? Jack sent his thought to her. A Euro, just comply with whatever he wants, Peniel replied. He felt like he had heard Peniel say the exact same sentence before. The memory soon came to him. Why Euro, wait a Euro, are you telling me this young man before us is a divine being a Euro? A Euro, he is the god of greed. Fuck! One of the bad ones, Jack exclaimed in his mind. He was on full alert at once. He thought about summoning his weapons, but what good would that do? The young man, who was god of greed, simply looked at them with half-smiles. He appeared to be amused by the changes in Jack's expressions. Are you two talking behind my backs? I can sense some exchanges between your minds, Greed asked. Jack and Peniel weren't sure how to answer, so both of them keep their minds blank, afraid that those telepathic signals might offend this divine being. So quiet now? You two are rather talkative when I'm still hidden. Well, I guess I can't blame you. I do have that kind of charisma to shut people up. Greed then turned and walked away. Come, he said without looking back. Jack only paused for a beat before following the instruction. Peniel did tell him to comply with whatever this person wanted. Peniel flew silently behind Jack. It didn't do her any good to hide inside her hidden dimension. As had been proven during their encounter with fear, these godly beings could easily rip her out of that dimension. Greed took them into the small forest. After a short walk, they came out to another clearing. A big wooden hut was at the center of that clearing, much bigger than the huts that housed the legendary and unique trinkets. The door to the hut opened by itself when Greed came near. Greed entered the hut. The door stayed open. Once Greed disappeared into the hut, Jack stopped and hurriedly took out his town return scroll. He activated it without delay. Nothing happened. I blocked most signals to and from this place. That thing is useless, Jack heard Greed's voice from inside the hut. A pause. Then Greed's voice was heard again. Don't do that again. Seeing no choice, Jack took a deep breath and walked into the hut. The inside was spacious and luxurious. It didn't reflect the simple-looking fafa section ade of the outside. Multiple modern and comfortable-looking leather sofas were laid out in the large living room. Above, a second-floor balcony was overlooking the living room. Greed was up there on that balcony, sitting on a leather throne chair. "Make yourself at home," Greed said from up there. Jack looked around before deciding to sit on a sofa that directly faced Greed. "So, what is your purpose coming here?" Greed asked after Jack sat down. "I am looking for the Eye of Ilios," Jack answered truthfully. He didn't think lying to this person was wise. Greed didn't kill them immediately after appearing. This meant that there might still be a chance to get out of this seemingly perilous situation. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity. Although Serenity had said that she would come to his assistance if he was at risk of being harmed by another divine being, he didn't dare to put his hope on that. This place had weird enchantment that nullified his monocle and mana sense. It was not out of the question if he was out of reach from Serenity as well. As if to confirm his worry, Greed said, "I see that peace-loving Auntie has placed her mark on you. But don't you count on it. She can't sense you here in my abode. Blame yourself for coming into my sanctum. No one will be able to help you here. Even if you kill yourself, you will revive back here. So don't try anything funny." Jack was seriously depressed after hearing that. When Jack kept quiet, Greed continued, "You are quite an interesting fellow, I must say. That's one of the reasons I didn't simply blast you to oblivion after finding out that the one entering my place is just a weak outworlder. You not only have the mark of my divine peer, but also the mark of the Creator. Unfortunately, both are useless to me, so don't count on them. Anyway, what do you want with the junk you said you come here for?" "Junk?" Jack was confused at first, but then he realized what Greed meant by the junk. Did he just call a legendary artifact as junk? Jack thought with amazement. But then again, with the way the Eye of Ilios was piled up haphazardly with the other items inside the huts, perhaps Greed wasn't kidding. "I was tasked by someone to find it," Jack answered. "Who?" "A league faction called Order of Magi." "Order of Magi? Oh, it's the faction that Brat made. I see that he also bequeathed his special class to you. So, how is Magus doing?" "Magus?" Jack was at a loss. "Hey, isn't Magus that old ghost who oversaw the Time Sage trial?" Penuel said to Jack in his mind. "Hi, Fairy. Talk in the open. I don't like it when people talk behind my back. You can be saying bad things about me for all I know." "Don't make me ask that again," Greed said with a hard stare at Penuel. "I sent a euro. I am sorry, Your Holiness. It won't happen again," Penuel hurriedly said. "Don't call me that." Greed then asked Jack, "So, from your response, you don't know Magus? Then how did you become a time sage?" "I know a residual spirit who called himself Magus. He was the one who gave me the trial that allowed me to become a time sage," Jack answered. "A residual spirit. So, the brat has passed away? Then who runs the Order of Magi now?" "I'm not sure," Jack replied. "The one who tasked me is a mage called Janus." "Janus? Never heard of him." "Well then, I don't care about that Eye of Ilios. All those trinkets were those I've collected during my fit of greed. But I also don't see why I should give it to you." Hearing that, Jack became hopeful. He asked, "In that case, is there anything that I can do for your divineness? In exchange for the Eye of Ilios?" Greed had been upset when being called Holiness, so Jack made up another title for him. Usually, in a game setting, this was the perfect moment where the NPC gave the player a quest with the reward for the item the player came looking for. But instead, Greed said, "What the hell kind of thing that I need from you that I cannot do myself?" Jack was at a loss. Stay here. We will see what's what. Perhaps I will give you the eye if you entertain me enough." "Huh. Okay. Get yourself accustomed. I will be back tomorrow," Greed said and vanished. "Huh." Jack was at a complete loss. Jack stayed seated for an hour, unsure of what to do. He was even so quiet that Penuel started to tease him. "Hey, are you not afraid he is still watching us in secret?" Jack said to her. "I am, but I just can't help it seeing how obedient you look," Penuel said with a giggle. Jack rolled his eyes at her. She could still joke. Did she forget already how she got killed by fear in the past? This time Serenity won't be able to come to their rescue anymore. Luckily, this greed didn't appear as murderous as fear. He was still scary though, but Jack thought that as long as they played by his rule, their lives shouldn't be in danger. "Are you sure he is Greed?" Jack asked in his mind. Greed might be able to sense that they were communicating telepathically, but he couldn't discern the contents of their mind talks. "Are you questioning my knowledge again?" Penuel returned. "No. It's just, he didn't look that bad. Eccentric maybe, but not as bad as I expected. I thought that any of the bad gods would have just slaughtered us without any words if they find us in their lair. Well, I have that impression as well. And he is not what I expected. Yes, there are heaps of legendary and unique items in his huts, but I expect someone that is the personification of greed to be a little more extravagant. This place, although looks luxurious, is rather dull for a god. Heck, he even isn't wearing a shirt. And what's his deal living in an empty cave with nothing but a fake forest and lake? When we fight against his army inside the ancient battleground, I imagined him to be someone that lives in a grand castle surrounded by millions of minions. Well, the story that I know about him does mention him to be like that. So, are you sure the one just now is truly the god of greed? How about you try attacking him and find out then? Penuel said annoyingly when Jack kept asking the same question. Jack stood up. "I'm going out for a walk," he announced. "Didn't you say he might still watch us?" Penuel asked. "He did say to make ourselves at home," Jack countered. There was no response after so long. Jack thought greed might truly have left them to be on their own, or that he simply didn't care what Jack did, so Jack thought it should be okay for him to check the rest of the place. Jack came out of the hut and entered the forest. He walked around. No hostile monsters, just small animals that scurried around the forest. Jack walked for a long time. The cave hall, despite being big, was not too big. After a few hours of walking, he had pretty much walked the entire place. The place only consisted of the forest, the lake, and two small clearings. One with the hut where greed took them to, the other with the series of huts containing legendary and unique items. There was no visible exit. Aside from the items in the huts, only one other kind of thing interested him in the whole cave. Portals inside the forest. During his walk inside the forest, he found several large trees with a portal opening, very much similar to the one that had brought him to this place. He was now standing in front of one of these portals. "Are you sure you want to enter?" Penuel asked. "Not really," Jack replied, "but I don't see much of a choice. One of these portals might take us out of here. This time when greed is not around, it is the best time to find out." Penuel didn't say anything further. She also admitted staying here was not good. They couldn't expect greed to continue being a good host. He was one of the bad gods, after all. Jack took a deep breath. Both his weapons were at the ready. He then stepped through the portal. He came out to another world. He was on barren plains with red soil that stretched as far as his eyes could see. There was nothing at all. Even the sky looked barren. There was no cloud. The sky was empty and also red in color. Although the scenery was slightly different, he felt as if he was back to the time when he was undergoing the Time Sage's trial. He looked back. The portal was still there. He heaved a relief. This should mean that he could go back if he chose to. But the portal was red. He didn't think much about it. Probably it was in line with this place, which was mostly red. He looked around the place again. There was nothing. He was not keen to go exploring this barren land that seemed to have nothing. The place looked truly large. What happened if he lost his way and couldn't find his way back to this portal? He could be trapped here forever. He wondered if the other portal was the same. When he was about to return through the portal, he saw something in the distance. It was hazy at first. Some things were appearing on the horizon. As time passed, those things became more apparent. They were humanoid and they were approaching. When they were near enough for Jack's dragon eye to see, he found that he recognized these humanoid creatures. They were the black armored mutated soldiers that he had seen before inside the ancient battleground. From the way these soldiers were coming, with their weapons waving around and their mouths shouting battle cries, Jack could safely assume that they didn't come in peace. Jack checked his radar. It was working here. Those soldiers were registered as red dots, indicating hostiles. He readied himself. He cast barrier and magic weapon. He then used inspect when the soldiers were in range. They were level 50 basic outlaws. Just basic, Jack thought disappointedly. Despite the enemy being at an equal level as him, since they were only basic grade, they didn't pose much threat. There were 10 of these enemies. Jack went over to meet them. They started attacking once Jack was in range. Since the opponents were just basic grades, Jack just used standard attacks utilizing his formless flowing sword style. Half of the 10 soon fell. At this time, he noticed some more red dots approaching in the distance. Jack looked over. There were more enemies this time. 20 new enemies approached. When they got near, Jack used inspect and found that all of them were also level 50 basic grade. Jack snickered. He got no problem against these opponents. "Is this all you got?" he shouted as he finished the remaining 5 of the first wave just before the second wave arrived. As he fought against the second wave, a third wave appeared. 30 basic grade outlaws. Continued on. Fourth wave. Fifth wave. Until the 10th wave, there were 100 basic grade outlaws. Crap! Is this place meant for me to be overrun by weak enemies? Bring it on! Jack started to use his AoE skills and spells. Shredding Fong, Whirlwind Slash, Arcane Turbulence, and so on. He mowed down enemies with speed. The next wave appeared in the distance when he was still fighting the existing enemies. More weak enemies? Come then. But when this 11th wave came near, Jack noticed some among them were of the elite grades. Their levels were still 50, though. It was still opponents that he could deal with. So he continued. By the time it was the 20th wave, all the new enemies were level 50 elite, no more basic grade. The number was fixed at 100 per wave starting from the 10th wave. "Oh, I think I can see where this is going," Jack said. He stole a glance at the portal not far away. If his hunch was right, he might need to escape at one point. He was glad that he was not too reckless and let himself wander too far away during the battle. Special elite enemies started appearing on the 21st wave. Jack tried to fight conservatively because he would need his powerful skills later, but it was getting harder and harder. The new wave appeared every time the previous wave was down to half. If he didn't finish the previous wave before the next wave arrived, he would be fighting against more than 100 enemies. He started to struggle. This was a never-ending mode where the enemies became stronger with each wave. He was not unfamiliar with this mode. Some past games had this mode as well. The good thing about this mode was he received EXP points from defeating all these enemies. No loots, though. He sent a part of his mind to check his container of souls in his storage, no increase. This place was similar to the training ground. It only provided EXP points. He was slightly relieved about this place. He was not sure how long he would be trapped inside Greed's sanctum. If he was trapped for a long time without an avenue to level up, he would again get left behind by the others. With this place, at least he could keep up. By the time it was the 30th wave, every enemy was a special elite. He had utilized most of his skills and spells except for the ultimate ones that had a long cooldown. Normally, he was still able to cope, but fighting non-stop at an ever-increasing intensity took a toll. Luckily, Jack had a large pool of skills. He had been cycling his skills continuously. He had also summoned Thuras and his wolves. The 10 wolves couldn't last that long. They were good when they coordinated against a single opponent. But when they were outnumbered, they pretty much lost their edges. The last of the 10 wolves had just died when the 30th wave hit. His Thuras, fortunately, was still going strong. With its armor, it could survive lots of punishment. Not to mention with the increased speed its armor provided, he was able to dodge many attacks. When Jack saw the 31st wave in the distance, he wondered if he should call it a day. There would definitely be a rare elite in that wave. He decided to continue. When this next wave arrived, Jack summoned his spirit weapon. He had also tried summoning Arlcard but failed. Like Greed had said, he couldn't send a signal out from here, so he couldn't call Arlcard to his aid. Together with his spirit weapon and their ass, Jack faced the 31st wave. Inside this wave there were 3 level 50 rare elites. Jack activated Azura. With 4 additional limbs holding Stormbreaker's copies, he faced the 3 rare elites at the same time while their ass and spirit weapon dealt with the rest. Each pair of hands clashed with 1 rare elite. His 100 synchronous thoughts allowed him to divide his attention 3 ways, wearing the rare elites with both his martial arts and skills. After a grueling battle, he finally took down the 3 rare elites. As he was catching his breaths, he saw another wave appearing in the distance. He could still go on. His Blade Dancer was close to level up already. 1 more wave should do it. After the level up, he would call it quits. He cast Magic Field and started to spam all his spells, trying to clear up the remaining enemies before the next wave arrived. When the next wave arrived, he spotted 6 rare elites. Since he was planning to exit after this wave, he decided to use his big guns. His spirit weapon also almost run out of duration. He waited until the 6 rare elites converged on him before he cast myriad venomous vipers to hold them in place. He then activated Overlimit and used Lightning God Barrage. At the same time, his spirit weapon executed its finishing mode. The resulting explosion vanquished many other special elites while the 6 rare elites' health point was down to less than half. He then used the ultimate beast skill. Their ass transformed into its hulking sovereign mode. Together, they beat up the 6 half-dead rare elites. Jack's Blade Dancer increased to level 51 then. After the feat, he used Charge and ran towards the portal, just as the next wave appeared in the distance. He threw himself into the red portal. Clang! He felt as if he had crashed into a solid metal wall. Ah, hella Euro! He looked at the portal in consternation.